Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. It was a normal, boring day for 19-year-old underground hero, 𝐒𝐬𝐽, also known as Eraserhead. He was doing a joint patrol with his boyfriend Hisashi Yamada, or present MIC, since their friend Nemuri had called in sick to work that day, and Shouta had been the only one free. Although he did suspect she did it on purpose. They were walking through Mustafu, when a horde of police cars and fire engines rushed past the two young heroes, sirens blaring. Sharing a quick glance between themselves, Shouta grabbed his boyfriend by the waist, and used his long, white capture weapon to swing them both in the direction the vehicles went. It wasn't long before an apartment building came into view. It looked like your average block of flats, a few stories high, but it only took the heroes a few moments to realize that nearly half the building was on fire. They rushed over, flashing their hero licenses to the police officers standing guard. The two young men ran to the nearest policeman, and listened calmly as she explained what happened. It's a domestic abuse case we've been aware of for a while. We've given the husband multiple warnings and cautions. We never thought he'd go as far as this dash, and this man was who? Shouta interrupted, getting a light scowl from the police officer, and an elbow to the robs from Hisashi. The man, she continued, is Mr. Midoriya Hisoshi. He's a businessman, and his quirk is called Dragon's Breath. He can breathe fire. That's the believed cause of dash. She was once again cut off, this time by a fireman, who was out of breath and panicking. Titch, there's a child inside the site of the fire. Hisashi and Shouta glanced at each other, before running into the building, weaving in and out of firefighters, who were all calling for them to stop. When they finally reached the apartment where the fire was coming from, all Shouta could see was smoke, and all he could hear was the cracking of wood and the sirens below. Wait. The Erasure hero could just about make out a quiet sniffling noise coming from the flat. He turned to Hisashi and just nodded. Stepping into the apartment, the two young heroes were hit with the stench of Bieldu, almost like a wall of the tangy metallic scent. As they slowly walked further in, Hisashi spotted a small movement in the darkness. He pulled on his boyfriend's sleeve, making him turn his head as well. It was then they saw him. A tiny, green-haired child, who must have been about 3 or 4, clutching onto the pale corpse of a lithe woman who they could only assume was his mother. "Hello," Hisashi whispered, expecting the kid to shy away. The boy looked up, tears still in his eyes, as the dark green orbs widened, and he ran towards the two heroes instead. The two shared a confused look, before turning back to the child, who looked like he was both sad and incredibly excited. "Mr. Present MIC. Are you and Mr. Eraserhead going to save my mummy? She's fallen asleep, but she won't wake up." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stood up and walked towards the woman, whilst Hisashi held the child's shoulders, ready to pick him up and run, if necessary. "Hey little listener," Hisashi began softly, not using his quirk at all, "do you mind telling me what your name is?" The greenette appeared to think for a second, before cheerfully saying, "Midoriya Izuku." With a smile. The voice hero felt his eyes widen, as he reached up a hand to slide the boy Izuku's head. Just as he did this, Shouta turned around and slowly shook his head. The boy's mother was dead. Suddenly, a burning board of plaster fell from the ceiling, narrowly missing the underground hero, who scooped up Izuku and took Hisashi's hand, before pulling his boyfriend and carrying the child out of the apartment, and down the corridor towards the stairs. The young boy had begun crying now, and was clutching onto 𝐒𝐬𝐽's capture weapon like it was a security blanket, only soothed by the hero's faint soothing words, as he desperately tried to stop the kid from crying. 1 year later, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sighed. It had been a long and difficult legal battle, but him and Hisashi had finally won custody of Izuku. Of course it helped that the kid just straight up wouldn't talk to anyone besides themselves and Nemuri, who should not be in charge of kids, ever, and that they have Nezu on their side. They had, however, had to take the kid out of public school, out of school altogether in fact, due to the sheer amount of coverage the story had from the Vulture's press. They'd even managed to get a picture of Shouta carrying the small child out of the building. Luckily all they could see was that he had curly dark green hair, but that was enough. It wasn't a very common hair color. So to save the kid from being harassed, he was taken out of school, and had unfortunately ended up being Nezu's pupil. At the age of 4. When Aizawa first heard that, he resisted the urge to face palm. Each weekday, Shouta or Hisashi would take Izuku to UA, where he would get privately tutored by the dograt bear thing. God knows what is learning, but Fing hell must it not be good. Shouta was broken from his reminiscence by a small voice shouting, "Daddy! Daddy!" followed by Izuku running in, nearly shaking in excitement. Aizawa knelt down, so he was face to face with his son, and raised an eyebrow to signal for the boy to continue. "Okay, so. I was training with Yumoto-sensei and the boy was jumping up and down in sheer joy. Yumoto was their neighbor. He lived in the ground floor apartment below them and is a retired quirk trainer from Hisoshi's hero agency. She sometimes offers to train Izuku, which usually involves playing tag, or having a water fight, Izuku using a water pistol, and her using her quirk when Aizawa and Yamada need a break. Shouta sighed, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders. "Aizu, breathe." The boy did as he was told and took a deep breath, before practically screaming, "I got my quirk," and proceeding to go on an unnecessarily long mumbled ramble on how him and Yumoto were playing with the water, and he stopped the water from her quirk in midair. Shouta rushed straight to his phone, and called Recovery Girl. 6 months. And a lot of tests later, the Yamada-Aizawa family was sitting in Recovery Girl's office at UA, Izuku happily telling his pa about Best Jeanist, but he fell quiet when the youthful heroine spun around on her chair to face them. She smiled, and handed Aizawa and Yamada a brown envelope each. These envelopes include a description of what I can figure out about the boy's quirk, although it's not as detailed as I'd like. She stands up, taking a Pez dispenser with her, walking up to Izuku and offering him a sweet, which he eagerly took, before patting him on the head. She then sternly turned to the 2 young heroes, "Don't let Nemurai taint him." She let them stay a few minutes longer, before waving them out, saying that she has work to do, and slamming the door behind her. Yamada-Aizawa Izuku, quirk analysis. Aged 5, he was a bit of a late bloomer, but it's a pretty powerful quirk. It is currently unnamed. Yamada-Aizawa's quirk seems to let him control other people's quirks, not by copying or taking them, but just being able to control anything emitted by a quirk. When tested on emitter-type quirks, he can control whatever is produced, be it fire, ice, or even Midnight's pheromones. However, it doesn't seem to do anything at all to mutant-type quirks, or any emitter-type quirks which don't produce anything tangible, e.g. He has no control over present MIC's voice or Eraserhead's erasure, nor does he have any control over Ingenium's engines, although he might be able to train himself to be able to subtly change mutant-type quirks, such as making Ingenium's engine stall. If B were to become a hero, he'd have a very good defense against most threats, and if paired up with another emitter-type hero, he would have an extremely good offense as well. Overall, it's a powerful quirk, but can only do damage or be used as such if used intelligently. Signed Recovery Girl. Izuku named his quirk, Hijack. It had been a while since the group dubbed as the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse met up. People at UA really liked coming up with group names, and naturally Nemurai came up with this nickname, and gave each of them an even more stupid name. Shouta was being awake at 4 a.m., Hisashi was screaming at teachers, Tensai was running in the halls, and Nemurai herself was Tiny Skirt. Literally only her called them those names which she claimed were UA's 4 things that could cause an apocalypse, although it seemed that them being called the 4 Horsemen seemed to stick, even with the teachers. Shouta wasn't surprised. He was more surprised that they hadn't been kicked out, to be honest. Since they hadn't all been together for a while, they decided to all go to Tensai's house. When Shouta and Hisashi arrived, with Izuku, they could already hear squealing and giggling from inside, quickly concluding that Nemurai was here, and had found Tenya. Hisashi subtly shifted his son in his arms, holding him slightly tighter, before walking in. It was chaos. Tensai was lying on the floor, with some toys carelessly chucked over him. He looked exactly how Shouta felt. Nemurai was in her civilian clothes luckily, and was standing on one of the sofas, giddily squealing in excitement as she held Tensai's little brother to her chest, practically suffocating the poor child, while screeching about how cute and small he is. Hisashi put Izuku down, walking over to his friend and prying the unfortunate child out of her arms, as 𝐻𝐿 pulled Tensai up. Literally everyone fixed her with a glare. Heh! Heh! She smiled awkwardly, before reaching down to her shirt and starting to undo the buttons. Well, she started seductively, I guess I could-know. That was 𝐻𝐿. I'm too gay for melons to affect me. There was a moment of silence, before all the adults in the room burst into raucous laughter or for 𝐻𝐿's a light chuckle. The two 6-year-olds looked at each other in confusion. What are melons? Izuku spoke up, tugging at Tensai's trouser leg. The aforementioned 100% responsible adult stiffened. Well, if 𝐻𝐿 was gonna murder him for corrupting his kid. How about you ask Nezu in your next lesson with him? Izuku seemed to think for a second, before chirping an okay, and running off to play tag with Tenya. Turning back to his friends, Tensai realized that he's going to have to play tag too, albeit a more dangerous version. With quirks. And vengeful and angry pro-heroes' parents. He looked for Nemirai, only to find that she'd been handcuffed to a radiator. And yes, of course she was yelling about how 𝐾𝐻 it is. Aizawa glared. Yamada tried to glare. Tensai ran extra. Izuku walked into Nezu's office, his pa having dropped him off at the school's doors, trusting he knew where to go, putting his small backpack on the ground and taking out his notebook, before sitting down in the comfortable office chair. Towards the end of his lesson, the rat bear dog thing asked if the boy had any questions. So he asked one. Nezu-sensei. What are melons? The principal spat out his tea. Why was Nemirai allowed near children? It was the day of the UA entrance exams, and Izuku was sitting in the teacher's lounge next to his dad's, who had got jobs as teachers there a few years back, and Nezu, who had already accepted him into the hero course, on the merit that Izuku had been his personal student for nearly a decade. The bell rang, signaling that the gates were opening, and as all of the attending teachers quickly downed their coffee, tea, or other such definitely 1000% not alcoholic beverages, and stood to leave, Izuku felt a little paw on his leg. Looking down, he saw the principal beckoning him to follow. So of course, he did. Usually, on the days where he was at the entrance exams, he had to either stay in the staff room or recovery girl's office, so this was new. Nezu led him down some winding and zigzagging corridors, so he was absolutely lost. That was until he opened the door in front of them to a room full of heroes, his parents and auntie included. Looking around a bit more, he saw so many pro-heroes: Hound Dog, Ectoplasm, Snipe, All Might. Now Izuku wasn't the biggest All Might fan, but come on. It's All Might. He turned to Nezu. Before he could even open his mouth to speak, the principal answered, "You're here to help analyze the quirks of the hero course applicants, both in the exams and in videos that I asked all of them to send in before the exam." Sensing the confusion, he added, "It's new. I added it since Izuku pointed out that the exams favor physical quirks over any other kind, and that with this test, neither Eraserhead or Midnight would get many points. So now, while it is still based on villain and rescue points, there are now quirk points to be won too." Izuku blinked. "Why me?" The dog rat bear thing laughed. "Why Izuku? I chose you, because I've been teaching you this for 10 years. You probably surpass me at some things, including quirk analysis." He paused to breathe. "If I didn't know about hijack, I'd have thought your quirk was analysis." Izuku tuned bright red, while all of the teachers sans his parents and Nemirai looked scared. This kid was smarter than Nezu. And he's not even started school yet. A few hours later, Izuku was shifting through some of the applicants' letters. They all had very good quirks, like acid or hardening their skin. There was even an applicant who was completely invisible, which would be excellent for stealth missions. She didn't score very high, but her quirk got her enough points to get into the hero course. At some point, he came across an applicant who got the lowest score in his exam. He was the only person who scored less than 20, as he only had 15 rescue points. Izuku picked up his file. Shinso Hitoshi, quirk, brainwashing. Thank God he'd looked at his file. It would be a shame if he didn't get into the hero course, as his quirk was perfect for it. Izuku gave him the full 50 quirk points he could allocate, letting him just scrape by into the hero course. and in the process, knocking another student, a Mineta Minoru, who, despite being 15, had already had numerous complaints from his middle school about SXL harassment and plain bigotry. Izuku made sure to put a note on his file, just in case he applied to the Gen Ed course too. It was the day of Izuku's first day at UA, and he was excited. His now dyed black hair was shaved at the sides and pulled into a ponytail, and his eye bags were darker than ever. He was sitting in Nezu's office, in the uniform, and was getting the "don't tell anyone who you really are" talk again. He'd already had it from Dad, and Pa, and Auntie, and Uncle Tensai, and Tenya. And now he was getting it from Nezu and All Might too. Him and his parents had decided that he would go by Izuku only at school, mainly to stop people knowing about his parents' marriage, but also to spare him the embarrassment of people knowing his dad's their homeroom teacher. They also decided to use the last name Yamada if absolutely necessary, since it's more common than Aizawa, and also since the students refer to Izuku's pa as present mic. Tuning back into the conversation, Izuku was just in time for Nezu to say, "But you haven't been listening this entire time, have you, Izuku?" He wasn't even surprised. "But it seems that we've overrun." The creature continued, "Your class have already gone out for a quirk assessment. Well, I guess there's no harm in introducing you once they've come in. I'll send a text to your father to let him know." Aizawa felt a buzz in his pocket. Reaching down into the many folds of black fabric, he pulled out his phone, quickly reading the text from Nezu. "Well, students, the student who found himself conveniently missing will join us after the quirk assessment." About 3 hours later, 1A trudged into their classroom, weary and tired, but relieved to have not been expelled. Everyone slumped in their seats, and a few of them cough, Kaminari and Ashido started to nod off. Only for the door to be flung open by a rat, bear, mouse, dog, thing, that introduced himself as the principal of UA. The principal waved in a boy who appeared to be their age, who waved, and confidently said, with a lazy smile on his face, "My name's Izuku. Nice to meet ya." 1516 Class 1A Ida Tenya added Izuku AY, Uraraka Ochiko, Tsuyu Asui, Todoroki Shoto, and 15 others to the chat. Ida Tenya, hello. I created this chat as soon as I could. We can use it for discussing homework and planning spa sessions. Izuku AY, oh Tenya. You poor unfortunate soul. Kaminari Denki, Sweet A group chat. Kaminari Denki changed their name to Oh My God. Kaminari Denki changed Ida Tenya's name to Sonic. Uraraka Okiko changed their name to Fly Away My Pretties. Izuku AY changed their name to Nezu but worse. YA should have known this was gonna happen. Tenchan. Fly Away My Pretties, Tenchan. Do you two already know each other? Sonic, we have known each other since we were children. Nezu but worse. Yeah, my dad's and Tenya's brother are friends. Ashido Mina, you've met in Genium. And your dads are friends with him. Are they pro-heroes? Nezu but worse. Yes, that's why I haven't really told you my whole name. Todoroki Shoto, you look like Aizawa-sensei. Nezu but worse. What? Todoroki Shoto, you're Aizawa-sensei's son. Todoroki Shoto at Shinso Hitoshi. You too. Todoroki Shoto, you're both Aizawa's love children. Shinso Hitoshi, honestly WTF is wrong with you? Shinso Hitoshi changed their name to Why Sleep Weekend. Oh my god, sorry to interrupt this family drama, but the rest of the class is lurking. Sonic. Interrupt. Oh my god changed Bakugo Katsuki's name to Sparkyboom. Oh my god changed Mina Ashido's name to Peppa Pig. Oh my god changed Todoroki Shoto's name to Icy Hot Pain Relief. Icy Hot Pain Relief changed their name to Icy Hot Pain. Icy Hot Pain. I never have relief from my pain. Jiru Kyuka. I thought being edgy was Tokoyami's job. Tokoyami Fumikage. I thought being edgy was my job. Tokoyami Fumikage changed their name to X Darkness Formium Surtexx. Oh my god changed X Darkness Formium Surtexx's name to Burb. Oh my god changed Jiru Kyuka's name to Auxiliary Chord. Oh my god changed Yorazu Momo's name to 3D Printer. Kirishima Ajiru changed their name to Carrot Auxiliary Chord. Why that? Carrot, it looks like my hair. And it's called a carrot. Isn't it cute? Oh my god, that's gonna get confusing. Oh my god changed Carrot's name to Sedimentrami Watson. Sparkyboom. What the FIS this Sparkyboom? FAT0 Hunter, you bucku bros stop yelling. Sparkyboom. Shut the SUP soy sauce face. Sparkyboom changed Zero Hunter's name to Soy Sauce Sedimentrami Watson. Bakubro, calm you melon Sparky Boom, who the hell are you? Sedimentaremaya Watson, it's Kirishima Sparky Boom, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. But only because you're the least annoying person in this goddamn class, pretty hair Sparky Boom, shitty Sparky Boom. I swear on the goddamn hag's life IF meant shitty sedimentaremaya Watson. Oh really auxiliary court. If you could stop with the aggressive conflation, gaze Peppa Pig, aggressive conflation soy sauce, OMG Sanic. Did you mean guys, at auxiliary court? Auxiliary court, did I fing stutter? Peppa Pig changed Sparky Boom's name to aggressive conflation soy sauce, changed the chat class 1A's name to where all gay Shuji Mizu. Why do I suddenly regret being accepted into UA? Peppa Pig changed Shuji Mizu's name to Amos 3D printer. WHY Peppa Pig, I am calling it now. Everyone who hasn't appeared yet is a cryptid 3D printer. WHY 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Toru. It's true, but you shouldn't say it. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Toru changed their name to 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 and 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐽 changed 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫's name to I'm already Widowmaker. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐽 changed Ojiru Masahiro's name to Kung Fu Furry at 3D printer at Arms Mood 1437 UA teachers and Tensai tired. I regret loud. Maybe elaborate on that show. You regret everything. Aho never gets cold. He regrets not getting a piece of this but tired. I'm gay. Who YA gonna call? Honestly, the fact that we're used to this conversation is concerning. McCree. Sadly Yahor's in agreement. Bongo cryptid. Aizawa. How is Izuku doing? Tired? Well, we haven't really done anything yet. We'll see how he does in All Might's training. Bongo cryptid. Yes. But make sure to remind him that in all of his maths, science, Japanese and history lessons he is to come to my office. Loud, principal. What are you teaching our son for him to be as good as you at analysis? Bongo cryptid. Nime, I don't even work here and I'm scared for my life. Aho never gets cold. The only thing that can bring down the 4 horsemen is God himself. Nime, what does that even mean? Nime, is Principal Nezu God? All Might. I am very confused. Tired. You should be. Izuku arrived at school early, following his pa, who was eagerly chatting about his first class, English. As they reached the staff room, they discovered Aizawa, face down on a sofa, and his auntie Nemurai, taking pictures. Big mood dad. As he arrived in his classroom, he was immediately pounced on by most of the class, barring Ida, Todoroki, Shinso, and Bakugo, who were clamoring to talk to Izuku. Hey bro, you said your parents are heroes. You said your dads. Which heroes are they? Why is your hair so weird? Your piercings are so metal. Why were you late? Why did you come in with Nezu? How did you already know who we are? Oh my god, just shut the FUP. Bakugo interrupted, looking like he was going to blow up literally everything in his vicinity. Geez, Izuku thought, this guy's got one hell of a complex. He looked at Kirishima, and how he had gone over to calm Blasty Melons. A plan started to form in his head. Guess it comes from knowing both Midnight and Nezu his whole life. First PRD, they had English, and Izuku was excited. He loved taking lessons from his pa, which was probably one of the reasons he was almost fluent in English. He just hoped he wouldn't slip up and call him pa in front of the whole class. Until lunch, he had gone to Nezu's office, so it naturally ended up with him drinking 2 pots of tea, and watching as the principal laughed so much he almost choked at Izuku's plan for Kirishima and Bakugo even agreeing to help. It wasn't long before Izuku joined in with the laughing. At lunch, he made his way to the canteen with the bento his pa had bought for him on the way to school. Izuku was trying to decide where to sit, when he got a shout from across the room. Looking up, he saw Uraraka waving her hands in the air excitedly, and screaming his name. She was sitting with Tsuyu, Tenchan and Shinso. Chuckling, he walked over, and informed her, no, she should never do that again, and yes, she could call him by a nickname, and that the same went for the rest of the table. The day was going normally, well as normal as UA can get, until 4th PRD, when no teacher turned up for a good few minutes. Until the door burst open and All Might walks in, wearing his Silver Age costume and starts explaining that they're going to be doing battle training. Then comes the moment Izuku's been waiting for. Costumes. He isn't the first out, but is certainly not the last. Pulling his capture weapon so it hung more securely, he looked down at his costume. He was happy with how it had turned out. He'd been involved with the design process himself. It consisted of a tight black tank top which came up to just above his belly button, and covered his neck, light aqua green trousers, that were slightly baggy, with black arm and knee braces protecting him. He also wore black boots that came up to his mid-calf, which had a dark rusty red sole, matching to his belt with pouches full of medical supplies. The most important parts of his costume, though, were the parts that his parents had gifted him. Well, his uncle Tensai and auntie Nemurai had also gifted him things, but he wasn't sure a Sonic hat or a WHP really fitted his costume. These were a capture weapon, slightly thicker than his dad's, with a triangle design on each end, which was snugly wrapped around his shoulders, and a pair of headphones from one of his PA's old hero costumes. They currently sat nestled in his capture weapon. Whilst the capture weapon was actually necessary for a fight, the headphones were more sentimental than anything, though, Izuku supposed, they would be quite good to wear if he was anywhere near Boom Boom MC Splodes, or fighting alongside his pa. After everyone had arrived and been paired up, Izuku felt himself about to groan. He had to fight Bakugo. But he had a plan. Hey Rara-chan, Uraraka flushed slightly at the nickname. I have a plan. Since Pomeranian is so hot-headed and brash, he's going to come out searching for us, leaving Ten-chan to defend the nuke alone. I should be able to take Sparky Melons, cause he has an emitter-type quirk, so I'll make it quick and then join you. You should be able to take Ten-chan though, although you should definitely collect some debris and rubble on your way to the weapon, which is on the top floor. Since he has definitely cleared up anything you could use your quirk on, they had a plan. Hey Pommy! Izuku turned around, just as Bakugo was about to sneak attack them. In his peripheral, he could just about see Rara-chan running towards the stairs. What the F does that mean, you shitty nerd? Arseface unsurprisingly yelled back, face contorted. It means, Izuku answered calmly, that you are a Pomeranian. All bark and no bite. I'll show you a bite. Bakugo screamed, hands crackling with sparks. Lifting his arm back, he pounced, letting off a huge explosion right in Izuku's face. Izuku will always treasure the look of confusion on Blaster's face when his explosion curves around its target, obediently following Izuku's hands, before the flames settled in his palms. The sheer bewilderment left him distracted for a moment, and Izuku took this opportunity, throwing the flames into his face, stunning him, before wrapping him up in his capture weapon, keeping him still to allow him to officially apprehend him. By the time Izuku got to Uraraka, she and Tenya were at an impasse. Although it seemed neither had noticed him. Suddenly, Tenya made a mad dash to try to capture Uraraka. Izuku expertly threw his capture weapon, tripping the other boy flat on his face, and giving the girl enough time to secure the weapon. All three of them shared a smile, as they helped Tenya up. All the while, Bakugo's just been stewing angrily in silence. We are all gay 1656 Nezu, but worse. Oh god, the sleep deprivation's getting to me. Why sleep when you can eat? Big mood Nezu, but worse. I walked into the bathroom and saw a can of dry shampoo, but, of course, my brain forgot what it was, and came to the logical conclusion that, yes, this is a can of spaghetti hoops. In the bathroom. Spaghetti freaking hoops. Sonic, Izuku. I have told you many times to sleep properly. Nezu, but worse, you know my dad. Is that really likely? Sonic. Good point Tsuyu Asui. I leave my phone at home for one day. Iminyong. Are the Queen of Cryptids Peppa Pig changed Tsuyu Asui's name to Queen Cryptid Seitu Rikidu. Kung Fu Furry changed Seitu Rikidu's name to Cooking by the Book. Cooking by the Book. Jesus Kuda Kuji. Iminyorum. Don't worry Kuda. Iminyorum changed Kuda Kuji's name to Sweet Angel. Sweet Angel. Carrot we are all gay 420. Oh my god. We joke we are all gay 734. Sonic at oh my god Kaminari. That is not an appropriate time to be awake. Oh my god, come on. I bet I wasn't only one up Nezu, but worse. I was up. Why sleep when you can eat? Me 2 ice hot pain, same soy sauce. Me 4 iminyung. Me 5 already Widowmaker, moi aussi. Aggressive conflation. F you losers, I actually slept. Nezu, but worse changed aggressive conflation's name to Pomeranian. What FIS this you dim and shitty nerd Nezu, but worse. It means you're a little beach. Sedimentary my dear Watson. I don't even live near him and I think I can hear explosions. Nezu, but worse, Sonic at everyone, you should focus on getting ready and being at school on time. We are all gay 815 sedimentary my Watson. Have you guys seen all the reporters outside? They basically ambushed me. Bongo cryptid. Oh, this is worrying, indeed. Bongo cryptid. Students, remember to try and avoid answering their questions, as the press will just twist your words. Oh my god. At Bongo cryptid, who are you? 𝐒𝐲 but worse. It's 𝐒𝐲 but worse. He can access this chat auxiliary cord. If Izuku was walking into the school on his own, his parents had to give statements to the police after a robbery last night, so they dropped him off a few streets away from the school. As he neared the building, he saw a huge crowd of people, both with cameras and microphones, eagerly swooping in on any student who tried to walk in. Izuku sighed, pushing through the reporters, ignoring any trying to ask him questions. Any that got in the way were on the receiving end of the glare he learnt from his dad. None of them stopped him getting through. Reaching Class 1A, he saw that most people were already there, although it wasn't long before the rest of the class filed in, followed by his dad. Good work with yesterday's battle training. He drawled, I've looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugu. The boy sat up slightly straighter. Grow up already. Stop wasting your talent. Izuku looked at him, only to blast MC Boom Boom scowling like Aizawa had just called his mum a fat ware or something. He resisted the urge to snicker. Other than that, you all did well for how much training you've had. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. Tension filled the air, as the entire class collectively worried, what is it? Another brutal test. You'll pick a class president. Everyone pretty much nearly yelled at how normal it was. Izuku could see his dad lower his head into his capture weapon. He was enjoying this. Then, everyone, except Izuku, Ida, Todoroki and ♀leapt up, proclaiming how well they'd do as president and yada yada. Izuku didn't really care. He knew that he'd be a terrible class president. He had his PA's excitement and confidence mixed with his dad's social skills. A deadly combo. Even though his pa had been class president in his class, he didn't have the tendency to say exactly what was on his mind directly at the person he was thinking about. Of course, Tenya was the one to say that voting would be a better idea than a shout-off, stating that if anyone gained the respect and trust of their classmates, they would get more than one vote. Izuku just nodded in agreement. After the vote were cast, Aizawa wrote. The results on the board, most people had only one vote, except 3 people: Tenya, Izuku and Yomomo. They all had 2 votes. Tenya suggested to have another vote, just between the 3 of them, but Izuku shut that down, stating that he just didn't want to be class rep. They ended up just having a discussion between the 2 of them, ending JN Yorozu being appointed vice president, and Tenya being appointed president. We are all gay 1217. Had changed Sanik's name to Pretzi. What? Oh my god, Shuhush 𝐒𝐲 but worse. Does anyone else take issue with the chat name? I'll have you know I'm a not really functioning by why sleep when eat. I'm sitting with Todoroki and I swear he's making confused gay noises. Ice-hot pain. No, I'm not Peppa Pig. Changed Ice-hot pain's name to Todo Dokidoki Peppa Pig. Puhlisi Peppa Pig. You Detroit smash that butt. We all know it. You do realize that the teachers can read this chat, right? Peppa Pig. Gotta blast. Peppa Pig has gone offline. Burb. What a mad banquet of darkness. 3D printer. This chat is absolutely insane. Auxiliary cord. Okay, so I needed TOPSS. Oh my god. TMI there Jiru auxiliary cord. No, shut it. Pikachu auxiliary cord. So I was in the toilets cause I needed to PSS, but I couldn't because there was a fight. Queen cryptid. Kero. Iminyurman. Oh auxiliary cord. Like there was this bunch of Gen Ed students standing there and one of them was like, have you made up with Stacy yet? And the other replied, no, so I'm gonna slap that beach. Then she went across the circle and slapped someone. Auxiliary cord. It was at this point I slowly backed out and walked in the other direction and used the boys. Tired. I don't know what's wrong with you kids, but I'll find out about this fight and punishing those involved. I'm already Widowmaker. Kwai. Say key. 𝐒𝐲 but worse. Someone who speaks baguette. Translate pers fly away my pretties. Baguette why sleep when eat. Baguette queen cryptid. Baguette oh my god. Baguette soy sauce. Baguette sedimentary my Watson. Baguette I'm already Widowmaker changed their name to Baguette Pomeranian. It's French. You dumb F Pomeranian. IT means what? Who is that? Dumb message 𝐒𝐿 but worse. Yeah, I knew that. I can speak French. I've just always wanted to call French baguette 𝐻𝐻𝐻, and at baguette, tired is 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 kung fu furry. Why do you know all of these teachers' names on this? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻, I've been 𝐻𝐻 student for 10 years. I know everything about everyone. Queen cryptid, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻, Pretzi, I'm your friend and yet I fear for my life. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 never gets cold, conspiracy, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 God and Yamada Izuku Jesus. Oh my god, a Vine reference. Soy sauce, who are you? You can't be a teacher with a name like that. 𝐒𝐽 never gets cold, oh yeah. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻, midnight, stop it. 𝐒𝐽 never gets cold, oof, baby 𝐻𝐻𝐻's onto me. Yeet 3D printer, that's midnight. UA teachers and Tensai 1240 the void at tired. Do the children know what they're doing today, senpai? Tired, God your name is a mood the void, W what? Loud, biggest of right there tired, no they don't know recover grill, if you or any of the students get more than a bruise, I'll give you a bruise you'll never forget Naim. I don't even work here and I'm scared for my health Naim. Man am I glad I didn't become a teacher like you losers McCree, should we be offended? Who YA gonna call? Probably tired at Bongo Cryptid. Have you seen All Might Anywhere Bongo Cryptid, him? No. He is remarkably late today. Don't be concerned if you have to go to the USJ without him. 𝐻𝐽 never gets cold, oh yeah. 𝐻𝐽 never gets cold changed Bongo Cryptid's name to God we are all gay 1244. 𝐻𝐽 never gets cold changed 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's name to Barbinizu. 𝐻𝐽 never gets cold changed the chat name to Run Children, Run. Barbinizu, what the hell? Arriving in class, Izuku sat down and lay his head on his arms. Maybe a few minutes of sleep. Nope. Of course. His dad came in and introduced them to their hero training for the day, a field trip for rescue training. Naturally, Izuku already knew that they were going to the Unforeseen Situations Joint, or the USJ for short. Even if no one had told him, he would have probably been able to find out. He had his means. As everyone walked outside, Izuku's happy chat with Rara was cut short by Ten-chan yelling something about pairing up and student numbers. It wasn't even that kind of bus. The bus burst into life as soon as all of his classmates and his dad had settled into where they'd be sitting for the next hour. The girl next him, Asui or Queen Cryptid if he went by the group chat, turned to him. Hello Izuku Kiro, she croaked. God, she really was like a frog, hiya Asun. Izuku smiled back to her, before she replies with call me Zu. Kiro Asuno Zu, then stuck her tongue out, putting her finger to her lips in a thinking motion. I always say what I think. Like your quirk is very similar to both Aizawa Sensei's and Shinso-kun's. Izuku blanched. Fing hell, he wasn't even biologically related to his dad and people could see that he was his son. But Shinso? That was a strange comparison. Although, Izuku supposed, his own quirk was controlling someone's quirk, and Shinso's was controlling someone's body. Maybe he could suggest a DNA test. The rest of the ride passed in relative peace, aside from a rather creative insult from Kaminari. Izuku was proud directed at Bakugo. Izuku was prouder. When they arrived at the USJ, everyone scrambled to escape the stuffy bus, most noticeably Ashido and Hagekure pushing anyone and everyone out of the way. Walking inside, the class was in awe of the sheer scale of the place. As 13 explained the 557 million rules, Izuku let his mind wander, playing with the end of his capture weapon, fiddling with it absent-mindedly as he worked out the best strategies for him in each of the zones. That was until he looked up to get a better look at the shipwreck zone, and saw a purple and black cloud appear. That wasn't supposed to be there. Dad! 13-san! He yelled, pointing, as everyone else got into a defensive stance. Running over to Tenya, he whispered for him to leave, to get help while the villains are distracted with their dramatic entrance and monologues. He put up a bit of an argument, but eventually conceded that Izuku was correct, and ran making it out before the foggy guy made it over to Class 1A, spreading them all over the USJ. To be continued. Yamada's day was going SHT. He couldn't spend his lunch break with Shouter, as he was too busy organizing the USJ, and he couldn't even go home with his husband and son, since their trip to the USJ didn't return to the school until 5:30, and his radio show started at sighing. He put his paper work down. Maybe a walk would help clear his head. Walking down the winding corridors of UA, Hisashi eventually found his way outside, pulling his headphones around his neck, on top of his directional speaker as he leaned against a side wall, closing his eyes. Then he heard someone screaming for. Looking up, he saw Tenya running at full speed, yelling, "Uncle!" Yamada stood and ran to meet the student. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The boy hurriedly explained that there were villains at the USJ. Villains. 𝐒𝐻. All Hisashi could think of was his family. God, he hoped they were all right. Deciding against using the group chat, he just screamed, using his quirk, "Emergency. All teachers go to the USJ as quickly as you can." He knew he was going to have some explaining to do, but he sent Tenya into the school, instructing him to tell Nezu, giving him express permission to run in the hallways. As the boy ran towards the school, he began in the direction of the USJ, but was interrupted by screaming, as ectoplasm's clones, each carrying one teacher, jumped out of some third-story windows. Midnight, after dismounting her clone, ran up to Hisashi, putting a comforting hand on his shoulder, before cracking her WHP and somehow managing to run in heels. Bolted forwards, followed by himself and the rest of the teachers, and Tenya. When they arrived, it was devastating. Seeing his family like that. Hisashi forgot all about keeping their relationship secret, and ran up to Shouter, holding him in a tight embrace, and kissing him HD on the lips, ignoring any shocked gasps from the students. But he didn't care. He pulled Izuku, who was standing awkwardly to the side of them, into the hug as well, ignoring the even louder squawks and gasps from the students. He could have sworn he heard Todoroki whisper, "I was right," and he was pretty sure some students were grumbling about losing money. He didn't care. He had his husband. He had his son. He had his family. Hisashi bundled the two of them in his arms, glad for both of their slight frames, and carried them to where Recovery Girl was setting up outside. "Dad. 13-san. He yelled, pointing, as everyone else got into a defensive stance. Running over to Tenya, he whispered for him to leave, to get help while the villains are distracted with their dramatic entrance and monologues. He put up a bit of an argument, but eventually conceded that Izuku was correct, and ran, making it out before the foggy guy made it over to Class 1A, spreading them all over the USJ. Holding onto a railing with his capture weapon, Izuku prevented himself from being scared into that purple dude, grabbing ♀by the wrist as he flew past. Soon his classmates were scattered, leaving just him, ♀, Rara, Ashido and Shuji standing behind 13. Aizawa had already leapt into the fray, sending villains in every direction. Izuku would have liked to help, but there was the small matter of Misty Boy. Looking up, he saw that the villain had a metal cuff around his neck. Armor. So there had to be a real body in there, right? He ran up to his friends, whispered a plan. "♀, you tell him to stop struggling, I'll try to control his fog. Shuji, you throw Rara at his neck arm a bit to make him float, and then Ashido, you need to stop any villains that get past Eraserhead from getting to us, aim your strongest acid at their feet. Once we've disabled him, 13 can hoover the effer up, K." Everyone nodded, and Izuku thinks 13 nodded from where they were stood. "Hey fog butt." The slitted yellow eyes trailed down to ♀, who was standing in front of him. "What dash?" The villain was cut off. "Don't struggle," ♀ commanded, as Izuku rushed in, using his quirk to pull all of the purple fog upwards above him, mumbling about how being able to control a mutant type is new. This was when Shuji ran forwards, Rara on his shoulders, and he threw her at the villain's neck. She touched all 5 fingers to it, letting him start to float upwards. As she started to fall, she used her quirk on herself, slowing her descent, until she hit the ground with a bump. At this point the villain was suspended mid-air, under mind control to not fight back, and being held so he doesn't float away by strings of his own mist. It was kind of pitiful, Izuku thought. 13 started to SCK him up, the villain being pulled into the void. It was at this point that the 5 of them rushed forwards, fighting some of the smaller villains, and keeping the ones their teacher had already fought down. That was until they saw a thing. It was a great, hulking, bird-like creature, with an exposed brain and mad eyes. Izuku shivered. He could have sworn he'd seen that before. He felt himself scream as the thing smashed his dad's face into the ground. He felt the tears fall down his face. Ignoring the protests by his friends, he ran forwards, wrapping his capture weapon around his dad, and pulling him out of the way, gently placing him behind himself. Before the thing could attack him though, he heard a screech. His PA's screech. Then a blur of red, white, blue and yellow whizzed past, striking the monster in the chest. All Might. Izuku turned around and saw all of the teachers and Tenchan standing at the entrance. By now, most of his classmates had come to the main plaza. With all of the noise, how couldn't they? Snipe shot the creepy hand guy in the leg, and again in the arm. They were saved. A while later, one now called a Numu thing through the roof and a lot of arrested criminals. Everyone was safe. Izuku's pa rushed over and hugged his dad, now conscious, kissing him on the lips despite the BLD, before pulling him into another hug. Yamada dragged Izuku into it. And yep, there were the reactions he was expecting. Todoroki whispering I knew it. Ashido, Kaminari and Zero muttering about losing money, and Hagekyo and Jiru straight up laughing. He assumed that they were the ones gaining money. These assholes really place bets on his parentage. Not that he was surprised. They probably have a wager on who's going to die first. If anyone asks him, his bet's on Bakugo. But oh boy was he going to have a lot of explaining to do later. Run, children, run. 1156 Barbinizu. Okay, so I know I need to explain some things. Barbinizu, Aizawa-sensei isn't my dad. Think about it. He's 30, and do you really think he'd have had a kid age 15? Barbinizu, and yes, him and present MIC are married, but it's a secret. Barbinizu, but even though he is not my dad, Todoroki, I have known him a lot longer than I'm letting on. Barbinizu, you already know that I've been taught by Nezu for most of my life, right? Well, he could only teach me so much, 'cause you know. He's an animal, so he couldn't teach me many practical things besides tea. Barbinizu, so he got Aizawa-sensei to teach me to fight and to use a capture weapon. So as such, I've known him and present MIC all my life, which is probably why MIC-sensei pulled me into the hug too. Todo Dokidoki, Diminit Imimyun, Fuke I'm gonna have to give everyone their money back. Auxiliary record. SCT I've already spent it. Burb. This class is bizarre. Well done. Hizashi 1215 Barbinizu, so I explained loud, what did you say? Barbinizu, I confirmed you were married, 'cause there's no denying that. Barbinizu, I said dad has been my teacher, like Nezu, except he taught me how to fight. Tired. Did they buy it? Barbinizu, yup. I think even Todoroki did. Barbinizu, you both need better names. Loud. Oh god. Tired. No. Barbinizu has changed Tired's name to Deadzawa. Barbinizu has changed Loud's name to Screms in English. Deadzawa. WHY run, children, run. 1245 Deadzawa at everyone. Peppa Pig. PFD what's that name? Deadzawa. I regret ever meeting Nemurai. Pretzi, same. Barbinizu, same. McCree, same. Y'all who I gonna call? Same. Screms in English, same. Hard, same. God, same. All Might. Me as well, unfortunately. Recovery Grill, same. Nium, same. Pretzi. Did all of the teachers and my brother just gatecrash our chat? Barbinizu, to shade midnight. Baguette, and that's the tea sis. Dadzawa, anyway Dadzawa, you all have a science test tomorrow. Revise. Soy sauce, DMNIDKSHT about science. Peppa Pig, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Sedimentremorten, my name is a science pun but I deck what the other types of rock are. Oh my god, big of right there 3D printer, your name is a pun, isn't it Kaminari? Or is it just a typo? Oh my god, no, it's a pun. I'm not a complete idiot. If I was, I wouldn't have passed the entrance exam. Barbinizu, you got 51, 200 marks in your entrance exam. 1 mark over a fail. All of the marks were on science questions. Auxiliary chord, how the hell do you know that? Fly away my pretties at God. How does he know this? God, he was the one to allocate the quirk points that were added to the entrance exam this year. He had access to everyone's files. In fact, he's the reason 3 members of the class are even in the hero course. Pomeranian, what the FIS going on? Barbinizu created the chat. Evil laughs in hero. Barbinizu added God, Aho never gets cold, and Flyomiprites God made the chat private. Evil laughs in hero 1350 Barbinizu, you must be wondering why you're here. Except Nezu. Barbinizu, well, tomorrow, auntie, you have a lesson right. Aho never gets cold, art history, Yes. 𝐵𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 paper from cupboard 56C, okay. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 never gets cold. Why Barb and 𝐒𝐻𝐲? Because they have obvious crushes on each other and I want to lock them in a cupboard together. Me and 𝐒𝐲𝐻 will be watching from his office on when to let them out. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 never gets cold. I fly away my pretties. Why am I here? Barb and 𝐒𝐻𝐲, you're going to help explain to everyone what's happening, and especially help to calm tension down. Fly away my pretties, okay. God, don't worry. This has my blessing and will carry no negative consequences for you. The next day, Izuku was sitting in 𝐒𝐻𝐻's office, watching the many hidden cameras and microphones placed around the school, as Midnight appeared to look through the pile of paper she's carrying, before placing it down on the table and saying, I seem to have forgotten the worksheets. Silly me. They were in her bag. Bakugo, Kirishima. Could you go to storeroom 56C? They're on the back shelf. Okay, sweethearts. The two walked out, Kirishima pulling a grumbling Bakugo. Midnight blew kisses at them as they closed the door, but as soon as they were out of hearing range, she pulled out the worksheets, much to the confusion of the class. Izuku swayed cameras, so he was watching his classmates walk down the hall, and as soon as they were inside the room, looking for the worksheets on the back shelf, he slammed his hand down on a button, one that locked the sturdy metal door behind them. Running up to it, Bakugo tried to blow it up, and Kirishima tried to punch it open with his hardening. Neither were fruitful. Hey 𝐒𝐻𝐻, start gradually turning the temperature down. Izuku had put one blanket, one large water bottle and a few energy bars into the storage room before school. He wrote this, and its location, down on a piece of paper, and slid it to 𝐒𝐻𝐻, requesting he make an announcement into that room. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 sipped his tea, smiling maniacally. Back in the cupboard, the PA system burst into life, and only in the cupboard 𝐒𝐻𝐻's voice rang out, Students. We are testing the tighter security system, and it's causing some rooms to shut down. If you're in one of these, either ask the present teacher for the emergency box, or, if there is no teacher present, you are looking for a blue box with a red stripe near the door. Thank you for your cooperation. Izuku resisted the urge to laugh. There wasn't even a lockdown for an unimportant paper cupboard. Watching through the cameras, they saw Bakugo and Kirishima digging around. A few minutes later, Kirishima lifted it above his head triumphantly, Bakugo snatching it out of his hands. Izuku lowered the temperature more. Through the cameras, Kirishima shivered, grabbing the blanket and wrapping it around his shoulders whilst Bakugo searched for another blanket. There wasn't one. What do we do now, shitty hair? Bakugo's voice came, tinny through the speakers, followed by Kirishima's marginally calmer voice saying, We share. I mean it's big enough. The explosive boy grumbled angrily to himself, but complied nonetheless, going bright red when Kirishima pulled him in further, so that they could both properly fit under the blanket. They stayed like that for a while, until it got closer to lunch, when they obviously started to get hungry. They both ate a few of the energy bars, and took a few sips from the water bottle. An indirect kiss. He had already agreed with 𝐒𝐻𝐻 to let them out at lunch, so he was just hoping for some more to happen, although they had both been as red as Kirishima's hair the entire time, so that was a win, but unfortunately, nothing did. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 made the announcement that the doors would open, and Izuku pressed the button. Everyone went to lunch, and Izuku explained to Rara and his aunt what had happened. After lunch, Aizawa gave them their science tests. It was just a baseline, to see where everyone was at. Izuku aced it. The most interesting part would be to find out what Kaminari got, since in his entrance exam, he got the highest level science questions right, but somehow got 6 by 4 wrong. Although, Izuku could predict what pretty much everyone else would get. Yaozu would get an excellent score in the chemistry section, Ashido would probably do quite well at any questions about acids, and Ojiro would get an average score. It was the next day, and Kiribaku, as Izuku and Midnight had decided to call them, were being very awkward around each other, going bright red whenever they are next to each other. Honestly, he wanted to laugh at them. They had normal lessons until after lunch, when they were getting their test results back. Izuku's dad began. Most people did quite well in this test. Others, he looked specifically at Shiro and Ashido, did not. Izuku got the highest score. Kaminari came second, with 99, although he did somehow spell his name Kiminari. Everyone turned and looked at him, in shock. He just shrugged and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Run, children, run. 1516 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, what the hell Cammy soy sauce, I thought you were dumb like US. Oh my god, I a 3D printer, how did you spell your name wrong, but get nearly all the questions right? Oh my god, Izuku got higher than me. Peppa Pig, don't change the subject you traitor. Oh my god, okay. I had to learn about electricity to use my quirk, so I ended up learning loads about physics, then I had to learn about biology so I could tase someone and not kill them, and I guess I just picked up some chemistry along the way. Soy sauce, what the hell, oh my god, when I first got my quirk I could only do Pikachu moves Peppa Pig, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽 Peppa Pig, hey Cammy. Give me a cool science pun name. Oh my god, changed Peppa Pig's name to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, oh my god. Ochchars, I couldn't think of any acid puns and that one is bad, oh my god. Oh my god. Hey at Barbanizu, yeet me into the sun with my own quirk Barbanizu. No, oh my god. Ye, oh my god. Fair burb. What a mad banquet of darkness. On their next day back after the USJ, Aizawa announced to the class that the school would be going on with the sports festival, despite the recent incident. This was causing outcry from the press, saying it was unsafe, but Izuku knew that this fight against the villains who called themselves the League of Villains was only just beginning. Going ahead with the festival was basically giving the middle finger to the villains. They weren't afraid of them. It was a show of power. But that still didn't mean it wasn't goddamn stupid. The rest of the morning passed normally, having modern literature with Cementos. Until lunch, where the doors and the hallway leading to 1A were crowded with people from general education, the support department, the business department. Basically everyone else in the first year, including some of 1B. What's going on? Rara yelled, everyone else stunned into silence at the sheer amount of people outside. Scoping out the competition, round face. Cause we're the kids who survived a villain attack. Makes sense they'd want to look before the sports festival. Blasty said, surprisingly calmly. No point, though. Get fed, extras. Ah, there goes the illusion of calm, Izuku thought as Tenchan tried to reprimand Bakugo. Yeah, we came to get a look. A weedy voice called out, but we obviously don't care about you. We wanna see the hot babes. I heard that some of them have 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽. The voice came into view, and Izuku recognized him immediately. Mineta Minoru. You. It seems his good grades had been favored over his history. You. The SHT stain continued. Depending on the results, they might consider transferring me to the hero course. Izuku knew there is absolutely no way this pervert would be let into the hero course. It was a miracle he was even at UA in the first place. And when that happens, it'll be the perfect chance to get some. He winked at Yomomo. God, he was a creep. Consider this an invitation, ladies. He walked away, leaving everyone in the class grossed out. Even Boom Boy looked creeped out by him. The tense air was broken by a rather loud boy with silver hair screaming, "Hey! I'm from Class B next door." When he reached the class door, he stopped yelling, this time only talking 6 times louder than necessary, instead of "Heard you guys fought some villains, here. Wanted to find out more, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant BSTRD. Seriously. You better not make fools of the hero course at this thing." Everyone just stared at him. Until Bakugo just pushed past everyone, Kirishima shouting after him about how everyone hates the class now. Fair. I'm heading for the top. Why should I care? Sparky spat back, most of the class seeming to agree with him, except for Kaminari, who actually realized that they didn't need everyone to hate them. God, was everyone in this class aiming for number 1? He wasn't. For the following 2 weeks everyone trained as hard as they could, pushing their limits. This was their chance to impress heroes and their companies. Izuku trained with Yamato. Her quirk was the perfect type to practice with. He may have also done some practicing making Tensai's engine stall when he's at the gym, but sure. And then the day finally arrived. When the big day arrived, everyone was excited. Some more than others. Izuku was dreading it. This would be the first time that he'd been in the media spotlight. He hoped that no one recognized him as the Midoriya kid. The class waited backstage for present MIC to introduce them. They were all wearing their gym uniforms, although Izuku had been allowed to wear his capture weapon, since against a fair few quirks, he was completely quirkless against them. It wasn't long before there was a muffled cheer, and they were being shuffled outside, as their teacher screamed, "Class 1A," and they walked out, obviously way too dramatically, but, Izuku reasoned, it's UA. Literally everything is extra as F. As they lined up in the first-year stage, Nemurai started to introduce the event, flailing her WHP around as she did. Seriously, how did this woman get a teaching license? She then asked the highest-scoring examinee from the entrance exam to make a speech. Of Fing course it was Bakugo. The boy slouched up to the stage, hands in pockets, and when he reached the MIC, growled out, "I'll surpass you extras. I'll be number 1. Izuku just barely resisted the urge to facepalm. After that, Midnight revealed that the first round would be an obstacle course. As Izuku waited for the round to begin, he adjusted his capture weapon in his hands. The signal to go went off, and Izuku ran forwards like a shot, jumping over everyone who got in his way as they pushed and tried to get through the obnoxiously small tunnel. If he wanted go, he could be out by now, but Izuku wanted to try his hardest to stay average. To still get through as far as possible, but to not stand out too much. As such, he wasn't going to get into the top 5 in this round. Even though JE didn't want to be an underground hero, he didn't want to be known, either. He just needed to kick butt. Once he got through the tunnel, there were some of the giant robots faced in the entrance exam. Although they were now mostly destroyed, he was currently in around 17th place, and everyone in front had already done the heavy lifting, so he just used his capture weapon to swiftly abseil the wreckages, before continuing on at a leisurely pace. He didn't care that much where he placed in the festival really. He nimbly leaped across the gaps in the ground, and carefully picked through the maze of mines, placing his feet where people had already stood. Izuku managed to come 15th overall. Todoroki coming first, much to the chagrin of Blasty. After everyone had got through, Izuku looks for Rara, eventually finding her aggressively downing a 4-liter bottle of water. "Hey Rara-chan. There's this guy taking photos for 300 yen. Let's go." He pulled her by the elbow, over to the guy, handing him the money, before throwing up a lazy peace sign. Asking for 2 copies of it, he gave one to Rara, saying that it's proof they went here together. "Hey, when you're rich and famous, I can show people this when they don't believe we're friends." Once Izuku and Rara returned to where the rest of the top 42 students were standing, Midnight explained the rules for the next part of the festival, a cavalry battle. Each teams had headbands that increased in value the closer to first you got in the obstacle course. Naturally, the number 1 spot, Todoroki, had 10 million points. Izuku himself had deciding who to choose for his team was the difficult part. He eventually managed to recruit ♯left wing, Rara right wing, Tokomi and he would be on top. Guess there are some advantages to being short. Together their team had a reasonable score of 435, and a strong assortment of quirks to boot. Izuku smirked as he pulled his team into a huddle, whispering his plans to them. Everyone immediately flocked to Todoroki, as soon as the sign to go was given. Izuku's team maneuvered easily around the other teams, Izuku deflecting any emitter-type quirks, Tokoyami's dark shadow knocking anything else out of the way, and Uraraka's anti-gravity making them able to move faster. ♯ using his quirk to make students mostly Class B hand their bandanas over, leaving Bakugo and Todoroki's teams to tire each other out. After they'd gathered enough points to safely get through, they stayed in a corner of the arena, playing defense, and protecting their multitude of low-scoring bandanas, until the battle ended. They came third. Jumping down off his friends' backs, Izuku stretched, cracking his knuckles. He knew what was coming next, and boy was he excited. Getting to test his quirk on so many different people. Getting to see so many different fighting styles and quirks. This was like his own personal heaven. The night before the sports festival run, children, run. 6:30 Pretzi, everyone, remember to get a good night's sleep. It's a big day tomorrow. Why sleep when can't? Sleep is for the weak. Barbinizu, like Bakugo Pomeranian, what was that you slimy BSE? Barbinizu, hey Bakugo. I dare you to not sleep for a weak Pomeranian. Why would I risk my actual F health over a dare? What kinda dumb SHT does that? Alkali down. Denki once lay face down in a swimming pool until he passed out as a dare. Oh my god. That was one time 𝐼𝐴 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 soy sauce. Oh, and that time he chugged nail polish remover and we had to take him to recovery girl. Oh my god. 2 times. Sedimentrame Watson. Remember that time he thought that it would be faster to get to class by climbing up the school. Oh my god, really? You traitors 3D printer, we've not even been at school 2 months yet. Pomeranian, what? The 𝐒𝐻 never gets cold. Oh, the 4 horsemen did way worse than that. 𝐼𝐴, why is midnight here again? Todo Dokidoki, and who are the 4 horsemen? Screms in English, Nemurai. If you don't shut up right now I will scream in your ear. Screms in English. Oh this is the 1A chat. Screms in English. Dan 𝐼𝐴, we have Bakugu. Don't worry about swearing. Cooking by the book. Who are the 4 horsemen? 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Well, I'm glad you asked. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. It's me, wearing tiny skirts, Aizawa not sleeping at 4 a.m., Hisashi screaming at teachers and Tensai running in the halls. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Between us we broke every UA rule, short of literally stabbing someone. Screms in English, no. There was that one time Shouter got really annoyed at Tensai and stabbed him with a compass. Alkali down. Our teachers and Ida's brother were wild. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Remind me to tell you about it in our next lesson. Screms in English, same for me. Dadzawa, no bub, what a mad banquet of darkness. Dadzawa and 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. I backread the chat a bit. At least 6 of them need Jesus by the way. And why did you say I called you Dadzawa? 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Cause I'm sad I didn't think of it first, and proud as F of whoever did Dadzawa. It was Izuku. People already think we're related. I don't want to fan the flames. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Good point. 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. And 𝐼𝐴 𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. I'm proud of you kiddo. 𝐼𝐴. Thanks Auntie Nemurai. Run, children, run. 703 𝐼𝐴. Midnight scares Emidadzawa. Tell me something I don't know. After the cavalry battle, Class 1A were all walking towards their waiting room, chatting about how they did, some noticeably more bitter about it than others. Uraraka was talking to Ida about the battle, before noticing that Izuku's cynical commentary was missing. Looking around frantically, she tried to locate her allocated best friend, but to no avail. Where's Zuku? Izuku was standing across from Todoroki in a random hallway. You wanted to talk. What about? Izuku prompted. He knew this must be something serious. Like seriously, it's like Todoroki hates me. He goes red in anger any time I try to talk to him. Are you Shinso's half-brother or something? Here. No. Todoroki. Stop being a conspiracy theorist for one day. 1 day. Why do you think he's my brother? Telling me to stop theorizing. Interesting. There's definitely something you're hiding. I'm sure of it. It was getting intense. If Izuku hadn't been brought up by a troop of weirdos, he'd have probably wilted by now. You know nearly all of the teachers here, and some other pros. You're obviously strong, since I've seen a Ectoplasm Sensei and Snipe Sensei look scared of you. If you're really this strong, I must beat you. You know my father's endeavor, right? Izuku nodded slowly. Where was this going? He always wanted to be number 1, but was never strong enough. So the fiery BSTRD came up with another plan. Quirk marriages. You've heard of them, yeah. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the other boy. He really didn't like where it was going. With his wealth and fame, my father made my mother's family agree to the marriage. All to get his hands on her quirk. He could only stare in horror as Todoroki continued, raising me as a hero who could exceed all might, just to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate it. Being no more than a tool for that human garbage. As I remember it, Mum was always crying. I can't stand to see that left side of yours, she said, before throwing scalding water in my face. Todoroki reached a hand up and touched his scar. His companion could only stand stock still, in complete shock. In short, I won't use my left side against anyone, in revenge against him. Never using my rotten father's quirk. No rising to the top without using it. I'll have denied him everything. Todoroki started to turn away, before Izuku grabbed his wrist. Wait. I'll tell you what I'm hiding. Apparently that piqued the other boys' interest enough for them to return to their previous positions. My real name was Midoriya Izuku. When I was 4, my 𝐵𝐻 father killed my mother by beating her to death. Apparently she shielded me from him, so he just decided to burn the apartment block down. I don't remember it much, but I do remember my adoptive father's. He took a shaky breath, Eraserhead and Presentacy finding me and rescuing me from the building. Todoroki's eyes were slightly wider than usual. So, that Midoriya kid that all the conspiracy websites I'm on are obsessed with is you? Izuku nodded. Yeah. It's why I go by my first name, and also mainly why Nezu taught me. He paused. And don't you dare post these to your conspiracy websites, or I'll send pictures of you doing stuff you shouldn't to your sister. How do you know I have a side dash? He was cut off by Izuku's finger on his lips. Shush, shut your pretty little trap. I know everything, remember. He tapped his head for emphasis, not missing when the other went as red as his left side of hair, and any coherent words came out as a garbled mess. Geez, he must be really angry. Both of them began the walk back to the waiting room, with a promise to beat each other. Well, Izuku had promised and Todoroki just nodded dumbly, Izuku getting hug-tackled by Uraraka as soon as he entered the room. They started showing the rest of their group, which was really just Tsuyu, Shinso, and Tenya, the photo they took earlier that day. Izuku spared a glance towards Todoroki, only to see him sitting in a corner, emitting angst like he was Tokoyami. He sighed, and walked over to the other boy, pulling him towards his group. At the squawking noises of complaint, Izuku pulled the Todoroki up, whispering in his ear, "We exchanged sob stories, so now we're friends, Sho-chan." He turned red again. Izuku really didn't understand him. All too soon, their break was over. When they had returned to the arena, present MIC was reintroducing the audience to the festival, obnoxiously loud, naturally, yelling, "This is still a sports festival, so we've prepared a recreational activity for all participants. We even shipped in cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up." He trailed off, as everyone noticed 1A's girls in the cheerleading costume. Izuku had to cover his mouth to stop himself laughing at their misfortune. Looking around, he saw the other members of his class mostly looking away, presumably either out of embarrassment or wanting to spare the girls the embarrassment, although there were some exceptions. Sho-chan, Shin-chan, Blasty and Kirishima seemed completely unfazed, and Kaminari was bright red, and looking accusedly at a shadow hiding badly behind a wall. Ignoring the shouts and angry exclamations from his classmates, he walked up to Kaminari, and placing a hand on his shoulder, hissed, "What did you do?" His grip tightening slightly, and he did his best impression of his dad's, "I am about to yeet you off a building" smile. It worked. Uha. He told me that there was a cheerleading competition for the girls, so I told them about it, but it's a lie. Izuku let his shoulder go, sighing. I don't suppose he looked like a rat with grapes superglued on his head, did he? Izuku asked with a flat expression. At Kaminari's nod, his expression hardened, and he walked towards the shadow like a man on a mission, throwing his capture weapon out, and grabbing the perverted goblin around the legs as it tried to run away. Looming over him, he glared at it, using the most vicious glare in his arsenal. The grape thing just laughed. Izuku wasn't shy in showing the pure disgust on his face as he stood over it, menacingly holding his capture weapon. I know you're mad, but this is still a fantasy. Being tied up by a hottie DMNX. The little rat had the audacity to start drooling. It's just a shame you're lacking in the melons department, wino. This rat thought he was a girl. Sighing, Izuku stomped his foot as hard as he could on the gremlin's PP, before spitting out "Hey boy," and turning and returning to his classmates. God, he hopes there'll be some chance to punch the living daylights of the perverted rat. He must have looked really angry, as everyone except Rara, Tenchan, Shin-chan and Sho-chan went within meters of him as the group made their way to where Midnight was announcing the final event. We'll have a formal tournament. She waved her WHP for emphasis, between the 16 members of the 4 winning teams. A series if one-on-one battles. Everyone started buzzing around excitedly. Before the 18+ hero continued, the matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Once that's settled, We'll move on to the festivities and then the tournament itself. It's up to each of you 16 finalists whether or not you participate in the fun. I expect some of you would rather take a breather and save your strength. Izuku decided to watch, rather than participate. He just wanted SLEEP. Now, let's start with the first place team. A while later, and the matchups were sorted out. Izuku was up against Shin-chan first. Since Izuku already knew his quirk, and Izuku's wouldn't work on him anyway, they were both fighting essentially quirkless. This fight would come down to using their fists. Izuku slowly pulled his capture weapon off, holding it beside him. He won't use it against ♯. It's supposed to help even it out when fighting against quirks he can't control, but using it against another competitor who can't use his quirk would just be unfair. A capture weapon would suit Shin-chan. Maybe I should get Dad to teach him. Hell, I could teach him myself. And then the festivities began. Izuku watched, with the majority of the students competing in the final round, from the stands, as there was a ball-pushing race, and a treasure hunt, laughing as a Class B student, Kendo, he thinks, picked up another student as her item. It was the loud, annoying one. Minoma. The girls even did some cheerleading, besides Momo, who just stood behind them scowling, and Juru, who looked like she was about to punch Kaminari, if how she was glaring at him was anything to go by. Ashido, Rara, and Hagekyo seemed to be enjoying it the most, though. Before he knew it, the time had come. Cementos was creating the whole stage, which made Izuku itch to take notes on, but he restrained himself. It was his fight next. Seeing Rara come into the stands, now in the P uniform, he bundled his capture weapon into her arms, with a quick murmur of "Don't break it," before turning and walking towards the exit. The first fight of the final round was going to be completely quirkless. Ironic. Izuku and ♯ stood facing each other. As soon as the signal to begin was given, Izuku rushed forwards, aiming a kick at ♯'s head, ignoring anything the other boy said. ♯ managed to dodge, and grabbed Izuku's ankle, pulling him down. The black-haired boy kept his balance, dropping into a squat, pulling his leg out of ♯'s grasp, sweeping it across the ground as he did so, just clipping his opponent's leg enough to make a momentary distraction. Izuku reached upwards, grabbing ♯'s wrist, and tried to get him onto the ground, but ♯ wormed out of Izuku's grasp, and kicked him in the shoulder with enough force to knock him back. Izuku shakily stood up. He'd probably broken his arm. Yay! Izuku sprinted forwards, pulling his good arm back, and got a hit on ♯. A punch right to the nose. His hand flew to his face, and when he took it away, there was BLD. Izuku reminded himself to profusely apologize to him, and get him some coffee once this was over. Taking the opportunity, Izuku grabbed ♯'s neck, and, using all his might, fell. Now on top of him, Izuku elbowed his stomach, winding him, and flipping him over. He pinned down as much of the gangly teenager as possible, keeping a hand pressed on his neck at all times. After a few unsuccessful escape attempts, the purple-haired boy sighed. I concede. The crowd clapped politely as Izuku stood up and helped ♯ up with an offered hand. Izuku could just tell that everyone outside of his class would be wondering why neither of them used their quirks. Oh well. He was up against Sho-chan next. His quirk was an emitter. As the two walked towards Recovery Girl's tent together, Izuku started talking. Hey Shin-chan. I think you might actually be related to me. Maybe Aizawa. One of us. ♯ looked at him like he just grew a second head. No, I'm serious Shin-chan. Let's just take a DNA test, just to be sure. He snorted, looking down at the shorter boy. You've been spending too much time with Todoroki, Izuku. They both laughed, continuing for a bit longer, before Izuku spoke again. Hey, Shin-chan. Want me to teach you how to use a capture weapon? It'd really suit your quirk. Like if you had to fight someone like me, who knew your quirk, or if someone couldn't speak. The same way that I use mine for when I'm up against someone with a mutant, psychological or a non-tangible emitter-type quirk. For the second time in less than 5 minutes, ♯ stared at him incredulously. Isn't that your thing though? I don't mind sharing with you. We could be a hero team. That'd be cool. Wouldn't it? The conversation continued, echoing around the corridors, until they both arrived at Recovery Girl's tent. You disgrace me, 𝐿𝐿𝐼. Todoroki was walking through the hallways. He was going to be fighting 𝐤𝐸 next, and needed to get to the event stage. Unfortunately, there was an oversized garbage can in the way. You could have done even better if you'd used your left side. Grow up. Stop acting like some petulant child. Remember, your duty is to surpass all might. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 grimaced, not looking at the flaming pile of trash out of anger. Understand. You're different than your brothers. You're my greatest creation. The bonfire screamed, his flames erupting. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 finally spoke up, that's all you've got to say to me. I'll win this with Mum's power alone. I'll never use your power in battle. He was bitterly spitting these words, facing away from his father. That may be good enough while you're a school kid. Trashman continued, but you'll reach your limit soon enough. Todoroki didn't want to hear any more, and stormed off, determined to get to the top, without using Flame West's power. Izuku and ♀♀ finally returned to the stands, all patched up. It turns out his arm was only fractured, so he didn't need to drop out of the competition, and was only advised to rest until his next round. Ten-chan and Rara had saved them both seats, so they nestled in their little group, to watch the next match, Sho-chan vs 𝐤𝐸. Izuku couldn't see the two very well, but from Todoroki's posture, he could tell that he was sessed. Tremendously so. Looking around the crowd, Izuku saw who was most definitely the cause of that. Endeavor. Fing PP. He could hear his pa introducing the two, but his eyes stayed glued on 𝐸𝐸 the entire time. It had barely been a minute since the round began, but Izuku suddenly felt cold. Turning around, he realized that he was face to face with a wall of ice. I guess Sho-chan won then. It took several minutes, and fire beach, but eventually the stage was clear. It was Kaminari versus the Vine Jesus girl from Class B. Izuku's pa called her Shiozaki Ibara. The match was over before it really started. God, her quirk was great. Izuku silently hoped that he'd get to fight her someday. He wanted to know if he could control her vines, as technically they were a mutation, but she can control them, maybe he can. So apparently he was muttering. He looked up and saw Shin-chan, Ten-chan and Rara looking at him like he just stabbed someone. Ten-chan got up to leave. He was up against the creepy support class one who kept screaming about babies for some reason. That will be interesting. That creepy one seemed fun. Izuku decided that she would be his friend. Like it or not. When the time for Tenya's round against the crazy pink one, Izuku sat back in his chair, leaning his feet on the chair in front of him. He was in half a mind to ask Yorozu to make him some popcorn or to just buy some from one of the business course students. Present MIC introduced them. Izuku found out the crazy steampunk one was called Hatsumai, and everyone started to murmur as they noticed that both of them were completely decked out in support items. Izuku barely resisted the urge to laugh. Ten-chan looked like a knockoff Voltron or something. When asked why, he said he was touched by his opponent's sportsmanship. Ah yeah, sure. That girl looked DMN near evil. Start! Tenya ran towards Hatsume, probably aiming to knock her out of bounds. However, there was a collective what from the audience, teachers, students, and Tenya, as she suddenly spoke into a microphone. What incredible speed, Ida! Izuku could hear his PA's quieter. As he was used to being the only one with a MIC at these events, your legs feel even lighter than usual, do they not? That's what you can expect with my custom leg parts, which keep up with their user's speed. She sounded demented. Izuku couldn't keep his laughter in anymore, and let out a quiet "fut" at the display. She was using Ten-chan as a sales pitch. However, Izuku lost it completely as Hatsume continued, but dodging is no problem for me with my hydraulic attachment bars, and tripped her opponent up. Izuku was choking on his own tongue in laughter by this point, and Rara and ♀♀ had to hand him a bottle of water, and try to stop him dying before his next match. Their game of tag, complete with a play-by-play sales pitch, went on for another 10 minutes. Izuku watched, recovering from his hysterics, in astonishment as Crazy Girl just stepped out of the ring. Midnight announced that Ida was moving on to the next round, equally as confused. He could just about make out Tenya shouting, "I really dislike you," which promptly caused him to lose his SHT again. It was just then, with a pat to his back, that Rara stood up, Izuku assumed to go to the prep room. He wasn't really sure, since he was laughing so hard it hurt, and he could barely see through the tears clouding his eyes. Izuku, he heard a voice say, so of course he answered, what, through the pain. He felt himself lose control of his body. Stop laughing. Of course it was ♀. Watching the rest of the fights weren't that interesting. Ashido knocked Ema out in one punch, and Tokoyami didn't give Urozu enough time to use the items she created. Izuku left to find Rara in the prep room as soon as Kirishima and Kirishima but Silver started fighting. They had virtually the exact same quirk, so that fight would go on for a while. So, Rara began, I'm up. Soon. Tenya started karate chopping the air. But I can't imagine that Bakugo would give it his explosive all against a female opponent. Izuku cut in. No, he will. They both turned to look at him. He may be and definitely not heroic, but I don't take him for a misogynist. Besides, everyone's competing with the dream of becoming number one. No one's holding back. Can't imagine he would either. Rara smiled at him, and he smiled back. Kick his butt into next Wednesday for me, Rara-chan. She looked up and gave him a smile as bright as the sun and a thumbs up. They heard cheering from the arena, and Midnight announcing a tie. To be expected. I'll see you in the finals. A celebrity since his middle school days, with a face only a mother could love. It's Bakugo Katsuki of the hero course. Versus. My personal pick. Uraraka Okiko, also of the hero course. Izuku quickly got up, ignoring the strange looks he got from his friends, and ran to the nearest popcorn stand, pulling a random amount of change out of his pocket and slapping it on the counter, grabbing the closest bucket, before running back to the stands. He hadn't missed much, as he got back to his seat just as the signal to start was given. Uraraka ran at Bakugo and said something, although Izuku couldn't hear it over the roaring of the crowd. But he assumed it was something cool. He wouldn't make friends with a PP. He threw a handful of popcorn into his mouth, waiting for the carnage. Although if Blasty hurt Rara too much, Izuku would wrap him up in string soaked in fish oil, and leave him in a room of stray cats. Or stab him. One of the two. Bakugo started moving his right arm. He was starting with a right hook, which seemed to be a bad habit of his. If he ever stopped being an angry BST, Izuku would have to tell him about that. He let out a blast that impacted directly with Uraraka. Smoke covered the arena. Izuku popped another snack in his mouth, turning the bucket to offer it to Shin-chan, then Ten-chan, both hesitantly taking a piece. He wasn't worried. He knew Rara would be able to take him. If he did beat her up, he had a shank though. Just as the smoke cleared, and Blasty reached through to blow her up, his hand only reached a jacket. Izuku grinned as he saw Rara appear from the smoke screen behind him, hoping to get a hit in. Unfortunately he noticed, and sent her flying back in a huge blast. It was just then when Izuku looked up, and saw rocks, and chunks of debris created from Blastus explosions suspended in midair. No one had noticed them yet, too enthralled by the battle going on below. There was another huge explosion aimed at Uraraka, and Izuku heard Zu let out a soft okiko. They kept going on, and on, and on. Rara took all the explosions Blasty could throw at her. At one point, the crowd started booing, saying that he should stop toying with her, and just get it over with already, but was shut down by his dad. Good job too, as Izuku was about to get Kaminari to use his quirk, steal it, and then fry them all. The smoke cleared, and Izuku saw her signature release pose. The rocks fell. Izuku was immediately worried for his friend. There was only so much recovery girl could heal. Then there was a blast. Huge. Even bigger than any he had seen either watching UA training sessions with Nezu, or sneaking out to watch his parents fight. It completely decimated all of the rocks falling, knocking Uraraka back. They both looked as if they were about to duke it out, fist to fist, but before they could take a step, Rara's body gave out on her. Bakugo had won. 100% functional family 1245 Babinizu. Hey dad. Dadzawa, what? Babinizu, do you have any siblings? Like. A sister. Dadzawa, I had a sister, yes. Why? Babinizu, I think that Shinso might be your nephew Babinizu. Wait. Had. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, she died just over 15 years ago. Suicide. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, how old was she? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, she was 22. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, oh God, 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, what? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, the last time I saw her, she said she had a boyfriend. About a month later, she sent me a letter, saying that she was pregnant. 10 months later, she. You know. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, in her suicide note, she said that her son was safe and I shouldn't go looking for him. Of course I did, but nothing turned up. I assumed the baby was with his father. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, what was your sister's quirk? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, she could erase people quirks for 5 minutes after getting a verbal response from them. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, oh God, 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, I did some digging yesterday. I found 𝐶hinso's birth certificate. It was sealed. He was born under the name Aizawa Hitoshi, and his mother is Aizawa June. He was left on the doorstep of an orphanage, and the note stated his name was 𝐶hinso Hitoshi. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, oh God, 𝐶hinso is my nephew. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, who's his dad? 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, that's where the biggest of is. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, he is labeled on the birth certificate as a Kimoto Hisoshi. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, what was the most noticeable color on your sister? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, she had red eyes. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, and what was the most noticeable color on my biological mum? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, green hair. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, are you saying that they're the same people? 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, no prizes for guessing his registered quirk. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA, fire breath. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, yep, 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, turns out we actually are related then. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, has currently living in an orphanage a little way away. 𝐵𝐴BINIZU, want the adoption papers now, or later? 𝐷𝐴DZAWA. 𝐷𝐴DZAWA. Have them on my desk by tomorrow morning. As Uraraka was taken to recovery girl on a stretcher, Izuku left the stands, clutching his capture weapon. He was up next, against Sho-chan. Fun. Walking down the corridor, he heard footsteps coming from the staircase on his left. Turning, he saw Bakugo glowering at him. Izuku just gave him a middle finger and walked away. He didn't want to deal with Blastus SHT. When he reached the prep room, he saw Uraraka sitting at one of the tables. Izuku was shocked. Guess I lost, she beamed, rubbing the back of her head. I just got carried away at the end when I thought I could actually win. Rara. Are you hurt? Cause if you are, I have a knife that would love to meet Bakugo. Izuku was cut off by his friend. I'm good. Well, I'm healing bit by bit, so my stamina doesn't get drained. Just these little scrapes left. She pointed to the plasters on her face, but darn it. Bakugo's just too strong. I couldn't put a scratch on him. She shook her fisted hands in determination. Guess I just gotta try harder next time. Izuku smirked. He was glad his best friend was that determined. He pulled out his spare knife, smaller than his good one, a pocket knife, and pressed it into Uraraka's hand with a wink, in case you wanna try again against Boom Boom Explodes. The girl just stared at her hand, trying to comprehend the fact that her friend had just given her a knife. She carefully folded it, and tucked it into her BR, for self-defense if she ever needed it. They could hear over the announcement system that the tiebreaker match between Kirishima and Metal Kirishima was over, with Class A's Hard Boy winning. Izuku stared at the little metal box, letting out a tinny version of his PA's voice. This will not be fun. Walking back down the corridor, face buried in his capture weapon, he almost bumped into the hulking figure of the number 2 hero. Endeavor. There you are. The Flame Beach spoke, looming over Izuku's small frame. He fought the urge to shiver, although the familiar weight in his boot, and the knowledge that he could easily control the trash man's quirk kept him still. PP Bag spoke up again, ignoring Izuku's glare. I don't know what you are. You got into UA on recommendations from Nezu, I know that much. So your quirk must be amazing. So why didn't you use it? You have a powerful quirk. Use it against my boy, Xiaoto. It will be good practice for when he has to surpass All Might. God, Izuku would take a whole month alone with Bakugo over 10 minutes with this cuck. That's all I have to say. He turned his back, sorry for my bluntness. Izuku was cessed. 1, because this flaming ball of PPS thought he was Sho-chan's father, and 2, because apparently he was just practiced to defeat All Might. Does everything out of this man's mouth sound like a villain's quote? I'm not Nezu. Well, of course you're N-Izuku cut into PP Breath's words, right? Of course I'm not. He was seriously cessed. And Sho-chan. Isn't you? Izuku fixed trashware with his best glare, one that, according to his pa, was vicious enough to burn a hole through someone. He barely ever used it. But it was worth it to see the look on Trash PP's face. Izuku stood facing Todoroki on the stage. I spoke to your trash bag. Izuku said, hands in pockets, lazily awaiting the signal to fight. Gave him my best glare, just for you, Sho-chan. Xiaoto's face dusted pink, and he gave a small smile. Let's have a good fight. Izuku. Both of the competitors have done well in this festival so far. But there's only room for one in the ring. It's the ever-mysterious Izuku versus the silent Todoroki Xiaoto. Start. A blast of ice came Izuku's way, sharp and deadly. He made quick work of it, sending it careening out of the arena with a wave of his arm. Followed by another, set off on a similar tangent. This continued for a while, until they were both exhausted, but still in their exact original spots. Suddenly, Todoroki jumped over the now melting ice, reaching Izuku, and aiming an ice-filled punch at his head. Dodging, Izuku flung his capture weapon out, entangling Xiaoto in the grayish strands. It was only in this moment of still, as Izuku held the cloth back, that he realized that Todoroki was shivering. I appreciate this, Izuku. Thanks to you. The dual-colored boy's eyes flickered towards a flaming trash can in the stands. He doesn't look too happy. Sho-chan. You're shivering. Quirks are just physical abilities. There's a limit to how much cold you can bear. Todoroki's eyes widened. I care about you, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Use your left side to thaw yourself out. That made his face go red again. Everyone's giving it their all. To win. To achieve their goals. And you're gonna win with half your power. Your quirk is not your father's. We both have shitty fire dads, but I'm going to become a hero just to spite him. He paused for breath. It's your quirk, not his. Now come on. Gimme everything you got. Izuku reeled back his fist, punching Todoroki in the face, sending him flying backwards, and out of the mysteriously floating an EN guard capture weapon. I'm going to be a hero. To avenge my mum. To make my dads proud, to live up to everyone's expectations. I'm going to be a hero to beat my shitty bitch father up. Memories flickered through Todoroki's head. His mother's kind eyes. His sister's smile as he ran up to her. His brother teaching him how to play football with him. His eldest brother teaching him how to read and write. More painful memories began to come through the cracks. The pain of scalding water on his face. The sadness in Fuyumi's smile as she looked out of the window. The anger in Natsuo's eyes as he angrily kicked a ball at the house's windows. The night Tuya disappeared. Todoroki's left side burst into flames. High up in the stands Endeavor laughed. Izuku sent him the dirtiest look. Todoroki sent a wave of flames rolling towards the other boy, who slammed his arms down in the air, causing the flames to curl downwards and away from him, dissipating on the concrete. The next round of fire, Izuku grabbed the liking embers, and wrapped them around his fists, careful to keep a decent amount of space between his skin and the fire. Sprinting towards Xiaoto with his flame gauntlets, Izuku managed one good punch to the other's stomach, before he was hit with a wall of ice, knocking his toes just out of bounds. Izuku sighed. It was good enough. He'd had a chance to show off both his hand-to-hand and his quirk. He didn't really need to win. He walked back into the ring, holding out a hand to Xiaoto, who took it, only to be dragged into a hug. Izuku whispered into the now blushing boy's ear, "Make sure you beat the Pomeranian up for me." Xiaoto could only nod slightly, dumbly staring as Izuku walked out of the arena, his mind a mess, buzzing with so many thoughts. The biggest of which being, 𝐒𝐴HMY. He slowly shuffled back to the stands, staring at the floor with wide eyes. He was going to have to ask Yoirozu about this feeling later. Sitting back in his plastic chair in the stands after a visit to Recovery Girl, Izuku looked to his left, to see Uraraka sitting, with slightly puffy eyes. Tapping her on the shoulder, he asked if she was okay, over the loud yelling and explosions coming from Kiribaku's match. She turned around, about to answer, before near screeching, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Eyes fixed to the bandage his arm was now residing in. He laughed sheepishly, and raised it slightly. "As it turns out, the fracture I got fighting Shin-chan didn't heal fully, and during my fight against Sho-chan it broke completely. I think when I was hit with that iceberg at the end." Rara leaned across and gave him a sideways hug, careful to avoid his arm. It was a nice moment. Until it was ruined by all present members of the Baku squad. Kaminari leaned forwards, over the seat, and said, with a grin, "Did I hear hit?" Ten-chan, who was sitting in the row in front of them, turned around, with a confused look on his face. "Hit? Hit or miss?" Mina yelled from her seat next to Kaminari, and it wasn't long before they were joined by Zero, and oddly enough Jiru and Hagakure. "I guess they never miss, 𝐻𝐻." Izuku sighed, and gestured to Tenya to follow him. As they reached a more secluded balcony, Izuku spoke up, being careful to avoid seeing the group of students dabbing in his peripheral vision. "So, has Uncle been watching this whole time then?" "He called me earlier," Tenya replied, "but he was working." Suddenly, the crowd burst back into life. Izuku turned, only to see that Bakugo had seemingly injured Kirishima. Seems he's not pulling any punches, even if it's his crush. One huge explosion later, and it was all over. Tenya excused himself, as it was his round next. Sho-chan versus Ten-chan. As the signal to start was given, a wave of ice rushed forwards, and Izuku lost sight of Tenya for a moment, before seeing him resurface. He'd done a very impressive jump over the ice. He aimed a kick at Xiaoto's head, the other just managing to duck under it. Izuku noticed that he'd used his recipro burst. So only 10 seconds left. It was just then that he landed a solid kick on Xiaoto, leaping over to him and grabbing him by his collar. Izuku looked up from the match, only to see the bag of PPS on the other side of the arena. His flames growing in size. Probably anger. Okay. Izuku had had enough. He turned from the fight, he could re-watch it later, and walked to the nearest supply cupboard, grabbing the biggest bucket he could carry with only one properly working hand, and filling it with water and fish oil. He didn't know why that was there, but what's better than making the number 2 hero smell like fish? He walked to the attendant's office nearest to Endeavor, leaving the water behind the door, and said that there was a fight that had broken out in a near-abandoned corridor near to where PP Face was. He played the "I'm an innocent student afraid someone will get hurt" card, so one of the staff was sent to tell Endeavor. Once that was done, he ran as fast as he could with the water to the corridor, and waited. Minutes later a trash can walked in. Oh wait, it was Endeavor. Izuku threw the bucket onto the hulking man, making the showy flames he wore puff out of existence in a puff of smoke, and giving the hero the appearance of a half-drowned rat. "Oops, sorry Endeavor-san. I was carrying this water and I tripped." His face darkened. "How unfortunate." The beach nugget growled, and attempted to relight his face, only to fail, as he was still covered in water, and the liquid dripping off his hair put out any pathetic attempt to make fire. It was then he notices the smell. "What is this?" he roared, his face contorted to be even uglier than usual and a really nice shade of puce. Izuku resisted the urge to snicker, as the trash man was now going to have to walk around smelling like a fishmonger's, and replied, "Oh, I'm so sorry Endeavor-san. I was mopping up some spilled fish." The man looked enraged. So naturally Izuku continued, "I mean, you could always think of this as training, couldn't you, NG?" He might as well have been spitting venom at that point, as he was hissing the words into Endeavor's face. Izuku turned in his heel, making sure to let his capture weapon smack the twat in the face as he spun, before walking away, back to the rest of his class. When he got back, he'd missed the rest of Ten-chan and Sho-chan's fight, and a fight between Tokoyami and Bakugo. He wasn't surprised when the two fighting next were Xiaoto and Blasty. Then Ten-chan started to vibrate. Both Izuku and Uraraka turned around, eyes wide, until the still vibrating boy clarified that it was his phone. When he looked at the screen, he looked kind of shocked, and excused himself to take the call. "Hello. I lost, mother. I apologize if I've disappointed you." "No. This isn't about that. Oh Tenya. Stay calm and listen to me. It's Tensai." Ida's heart stopped. "Your brother. A villain got him." his world crashed around him. Todoroki sat, contemplating what Izuku had told him earlier that day, when the door to the prep room slammed open and Bakugo stomped in. With a noise of confusion he asked, "Here. Why are you in here, prep room?" "HCRP, this is prep room TWO." Xiaoto didn't bother meeting his eyes. "Hey, I get I walked into the wrong room, but giving your final opponent the cold shoulder. What's the big idea?" Xiaoto ignored him. "Look me in the eye, Two-Face," Bakugo yelled, setting of an explosion next to Xiaoto's face. "Izuku basically told me the same thing. He went out of his way to shatter what was holding me back. Todoroki went pink, he even hugged me." Bakugo rolled his eyes and began to walk out, but not before shouting over his shoulder, "You know you're really obvious with that crush half-naff," and slamming the door with enough force to crack the glass pane. "Here." Todoroki mumbled to himself, "Crush. At last we've arrived. The best of the best among UA's first years will be decided." The crowd cheered, everyone who hadn't managed to get a seat in the arena looking intently at their screens. It's the final match. Todoroki versus Bakugo. Todoroki looked around, only to see his father missing. He smiled. A wave of ice flew through the arena, big enough to nearly cover the entire event stage, but was quickly blasted out of the way by Bakugo. From where he sat, back with his friends now, Izuku could hear his class divided on who to support, the Baku squad obviously supporting Blasty, and his group of friends that he'd forced Xiaoto to befriend supporting him. Ice chunks started flying through the air from the blast, and Izuku's capture weapon started batting off the larger bits, stopping them from hitting any of his classmates. Suddenly Bakugo dodged another of Todoroki's ice attacks, and grabbed him by his shirt, flinging him across the stage, Xiaoto only managing to stop himself flying out by creating a curve of ice, throwing him back towards his opponent. Riding back towards Blasty, Todoroki grabbed his arm, using his left hand, and set it on fire, burning Bakugo's shirt until it had caught. The explosive boy leapt backwards, and pulled off the jacket, throwing it on the floor and stamping on it to put it out. Izuku could see Bakugo's face, and could just about read his lips. "So I'm a worthy enough opponent, her half and half. Well, you helped me, so I might as well go all out against you, Pomeranian." If he got an answer from Xiaoto, Izuku couldn't see it. They both leapt forward, Bakugo with sparks beating from both hands, and Todoroki with flames pouring off his left, and ice crystals creeping up his right, creating fog where they met in the middle, giving him a kind of demonic look. Izuku could see Cementos getting ready to stop the fight, when they two clashed. Izuku quickly put his hands up, deflecting any stray fire coming their way, and attempting to hit any debris out of the way with his capture weapon. Some still got past, and Yomomo quickly made a large umbrella, which she used to shield as many of the class as possible, the rest just using their own quirks to try and protect themselves from the flying chunks of ice and concrete. When the dust and flames cleared, both of them were on the floor, unmoving. Midnight had begun the countdown until it was a draw, when Bakugo twitched, and pushed himself up onto his elbows. Midnight announced, waving her handcuffed arm, "Todoroki is unconscious." So, present MIC continued, the first-year winner of UA's sports festival is Bakugo Katsuki of Class A. Midnight was announcing the placements, when she called, "In third place, we have both Tokoyami and Ida, but Ida was forced to leave early due to a family emergency. We hope you'll all understand." She winked at the crowd, and most of the male and some of the female audience members nodded fervently, while some of the others looked at their presumably spouses in disgust. Izuku thought back to just before Shochan and Blaster's fight, after he'd thrown fish water on Endeavor, when Tenshin had come up to him to inform him that Tensai was attacked by a villain. God, he hoped he was all right. Tensai was like the cool uncle of their family, running around with them on his shoulder. He even introduced Izuku to video games. Suddenly, Midnight spoke up again, "Now for the medals. Presenting them this year is, you know who? I am. Here with the medals. Here's everyone's hero. All Might." The number one hero did a classic superhero landing, and turned to the 18-plus hero, seemingly apologizing, probably for cutting her off. The hero walked up to the podiums, and gave Tokoyami his bronze medal, the bird boy bowing slightly and giving off a rather humorous squawk as the number 1 pulled him into a hug. Walking to the other side, he presented Sho-chan with his silver medal, pulling him into a hug also. Lastly, he made his way to the middle of the podium, to hand Bakugo's gold medal around his neck. The blonde grinned proudly, having won in a show of power against Todoroki. He snatched the medal out of All Might's hands, and waved it at the audience, yelling, "See? I said I'd be number FONE. Izuku really wanted to facepalm. Well, these are your winners. But hold on, everyone. Everyone here today has the potential to be standing up here. As you all witnessed, competition, encouragement, pushing each other to climb higher and higher. The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow." All Might pointed at the sky. "In that spirit, let's have one final cheer. Thanks for the hard work." Tenya ran into the hospital room, ignoring his mother telling him to slow down, be quieter, or wear a mask. He just wanted to see his brother. Nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. His brother was hooked up by so many wires, he might as well have been part robot. "Tenya. Mother." He mumbled, "My amazing little brother. I know. You look up to me. So, I'm sorry. Tenya. Your big brother. One lost." Tenya couldn't stop himself crying, as he slid onto his knees on the floor. The hospital. Todoroki Fuyumi asked, confusion evident on her face, "Why so sudden? I mean, can you really go without telling father, Xiaoto?" Todoroki continued putting his shoes on. "Why now? Why go see her now, after all this time?" Xiaoto turned, the wind rustling his already messed up hair, "Just something my crush said, sis," and stepped out of the Todoroki household. The echo of a smile brushed his face at his sister's confused screaming. A woman sat in a hospital room, almost as white as her hair, staring out of the window, as she always did, hoping for her children to come and visit. She startled as she heard the door open. Turning, she saw a head of half white and half red that she hadn't seen for years. Todoroki Ray started to cry. Uraraka was walking back to her house, wearing casual clothes, contemplating what have for lunch. When she reached her apartment, her heart skipped a beat as her usually locked door was open. Taking a cautious step inside, she screamed as she saw 2 blurs running towards her. It was her parents. They had come all the way to congratulate her. Okiko felt her eyes well up. Izuku was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the UA staff room, brushing his hair out, as the faculty did all the paperwork and sorted out requests. Izuku was using his capture weapon to hold his bobble, and it was mysteriously floating again. Midnight leaned over and poked it. "How does it do that?" she asked, poking it again. Izuku shrugged. "I dunno, auntie. Ask Dad." They both looked over to the small sofa in the corner of the room where Xiaoto and Hisashi were asleep, cuddled up under an unzipped yellow sleeping bag. Kiyoma put her finger to her lips and winked. "Nah, I think we should let them sleep." Sports Festival ARC ended a few days after the sports festival, and everyone was rested up. Of course it was raining. Izuku was sitting in the staff room the morning of the first day back after the festival, a towel over his now undone hair, wringing his tie out. Midnight walked in. "Hey kiddo," she said, walking up behind him and beginning to vigorously dry his hair, grabbing his brush from the table, and putting the bobble on it around her wrist. "Your class are deciding your hero names today. Got any ideas?" She slowly began to brush his hair, as Izuku laughed. "Yeah, a few." She sighed as she used her fingers to get out a rather large knot out. "I'm going to have to decline 47, aren't I?" Izuku just giggled in response. She put down the brush, and began to pull his hair into a Dutch braid. "You know, Zu, I put in a draft pick for you. You could come in turn with me. I get it if you want to go with one of your dads, though." Izuku kept his head still, but smiled. "No, I think I'll go with you, Auntie K. I think that there are some others who'd benefit more from going with my dads." Midnight made an inquisitive noise as she started to pull the bobble of her wrist, and Izuku answered, "I think that Shin-chan should go with Dad. I think he's aiming to be an underground hero, and Juru-san should go with Pa. They both have sound-related quirks, Plus I think she's PA's favorite. They're always having conversations about music, and I'm pretty sure PA's thinking about getting her a podcast or something. Midnight hummed her affirmations as she tucked a stray hair into the now finished braid. Well, I'm glad you're going to be interning with me, 𝐬, although I may give you a few accessories for your costume, she winked, just to keep the brand. Izuku laughed, and got up as the first bell rang, picking up his bag. He gave 𝐭𝐽𝐲 a quick hug around her middle, before setting off to class. When he arrived in 1A, he saw that everyone was already there, talking about how everyone had recognized them on their way to school. Izuku couldn't relate. The most he had was Yumoto-sensei cooking his family a huge pot of stew. Walking in, he beelined straight for Tenya. "Ten-chan. Is Uncle ACI all right?" Ida took a shaky breath. "Heal. Live." Izuku was about to reply, when he heard Ashido scream. Turning around, he saw that she was jumping up and down, pointing at him. He walked over, a confused look on his face, when all of the girls came up to him, and started asking who did his hair. Of course he answered that Midnight did, to which all of the girls immediately decided to go up to Midnight at lunch and ask her to braid their hair as well. Izuku chuckled, and escaped over to Shinso's seat. He leaned over the desk. "Hey Shin-chan. Can I call you Hitokan? It seems weird calling you by your last name." Of course this had nothing to do with the fact that Shinso wasn't even his actual name. He still needed to tell him about that. Hitoshi nodded, confused, and Izuku beamed "Okay Hitokan," before bounding back to his usual seat. Aizawa stumbled in, looking even more bedraggled than usual, and his capture weapon was dripping rainwater onto the floor. At least he had a shower. "Today we've got hero informatics," he began, "and a special one at that." He paused, obviously for dramatic effect, before announcing, "You'll be coming up with your hero aliases." The whole class burst out in cheering and chattering, but were quickly silenced by a stern glare from their teacher, his hair rising. "But first, concerning the pro draft picks I mentioned the other day. It's based on who the pros think will be ready to join the hero workforce after another 2 or 3 years of experience. So you could say that it's a way for them to show interest in your futures." He paused, surveying the class, "but there's ample time for their interest to wane before you graduate. Any and all offers can be arbitrarily revoked. It happens quite often." Hagekyo spoke up, "So, if we pick now, that just means there'll be higher hurdles in years to come." "Yes." Aizawa replied sharply, "Now, here are the complete draft pick numbers." A list of 11 names appeared on the board. There's typically more of a spread, but our top 2 stole most of the spotlight. Izuku read down through the board, and was surprised to find himself between Tokoyami and Ten-chan, with 347 picks. The class once again erupted into chatter, and Izuku saw that Rara had got 20, and shot her a blinding smile and 2 thumbs up. Shouter spoke again. "With that settled, whether you were picked or not, you will all have a chance to work alongside the pros. It's true that you've already experienced more than most, but still, seeing the pros in action and taking part yourselves will still be worthwhile training. That's where our hero names come in," shouted Seitu, Uraraka following suit with, "This is getting fun." Aizawa continued, "They're only tentative, but you still want to pick something appropriate or else you'll know true hell." It was Midnight. "The name you pick now may be what the world ends up calling you. That's happened to plenty of pros out there." Aizawa turned back to the class, and began getting his caterpillar sleeping bag out. "Yes. True enough. Midnight here will be assessing the sensibility of the names you pick." Izuku could just make out a faint "I'm no good at that," and barely restrained a laugh, as the memory of his pa telling him about the origin of Eraserhead came to mind. "What future do you see for yourself? The name you chose will bring you ever closer to cementing a certain image, because names are capable of reflecting one's true character. Like with All Might." It was with this that he stepped into the sleeping bag, handing the lesson off to the 18-plus hero. Emma suggested an entire English sentence, but it was eventually shortened down to "can't stop twinkling." Ashido chose the name Alien Queen, but was immediately shot down, due to how evil it sounded. Shame, Izuku, though it was quite good. Tsuyu went next, going for the rainy season hero, Froppy. Izuku chose to go next with his idea of the reverse card hero, no you. Midnight turned and hit her head against the board, and Izuku didn't even need to ask before sitting back down again. Kirishima was next, suggesting Red Riot, a homage to Crimson Riot. Jiru was Earphone Jack, Shuji was Tentacle, Zero was Cellophane, Ojuru was Tailman and Seitu was Sugarman. Ashido eventually came up with Pinky, Kaminari with Chargebolt, and Hagekyo was Invisible Girl. Izuku went next again, choosing the name The Cryptid Hero, Beach Dis Mine. Midnight just sighed, and a few people in the class laughed, as he made his way back to his seat. Yomomo was next, coming up with the name The Everything Hero, Creati, and Shochan just chose Shouto. Izuku decided to go again. This time with the name God MOP. He could almost hear the unspoken "it's true though" as he sat down again. Tokoyami chose Tsukuimi, Hitoshi chose Mind Freak, Kuda chose Anima. Bakugu chose King Explosion Murder. Naturally, that was not allowed. Rara chose Uravity. Izuku thought it was just perfect for her. All that was left was himself, Tenchan, and Blasty. Tenchan chose his name, Tenya. And then it was time for his actual name. He turned his board around and announced, "That one hero, Anonymous." With Midnight's blessing, he sat back down in his seat. Bakugu chose Lord Explosion Murder. No. Still no good. Izuku stood up. "Hey Blasty. What about Ground Zero? It's the point directly below where a nuclear bomb goes off." Bakugu just shrugs, and shoves his hands in his pockets. I guess it'll do." Izuku guessed that was Bakugu for "I like it. Thanks. I'm going for Eraserhead." Shinso murmured, looking at the one request he'd been given. "Have you decided yet, Aizu?" Rara chimes, turning towards him. He turned to her and smiled. "Midnight." Everyone looked at him like he just said he was going to intern with Shigaraki Tomura. Or even worse, Endeavor. What? Alkali Down created the chat UA Thoughts. Alkali Down added auxiliary chord, Baguette, Buy Me Babies, and 5 others to UA Thoughts. Alkali Down set the names to custom. Ashido Mina changed their own name to Alien Thought. Alien Thought changed Jiru Kyoka's name to DJ Thought. Alien Thought changed Yorozo Momo's name to T Thought. Alien Thought changed Ima Yuga's name to Hun Thought. Alien Thought changed Yuraraka Okako's name. Gravity Thought. Alien Thought changed Asuitsu's name. That Thought. Alien Thought changed AY Izuga's name to Cryptid Thought. Alien Thought changed Hagekyo's name to Invisi Thought. Alien Thought changed Hatsumai's name to By My Thoughts. Alien Thought. Add any other thoughts you know. Cryptid Thought. Cryptid Thought added Midnight, Recovery Girl, Miruko, and 2 others to UA Thoughts. Cryptid Thought changed Midnight's name to Goddess of Thoughts. Cryptid Thought changed Recovery Girl's name to The First Thought. Cryptid Thought changed Miruko's name to Bunny Thought. Cryptid Thought changed Todoroki Fuyumi's name to Icy Thought. Cryptid Thought changed Mount Lady's name to Thought. Thought added Morningwood to UA Thoughts. Thought. Shin is a thought. Morningwood, what is this? You. Explime Thought. As you can see by the name Thought, what is this chat anyway? The first thought left the group Goddess of Thoughts. This is I think the girls of class 1A at UA, plus 2 boys, their teacher, a support deputy student, some random heroes and their friend's sister. Morningwood, wait, there are children in here. Morningwood changed their name to Karmawoods. The CILD friends 𝐿𝐴 CD Invisi Thought changed Karmawoods. The CILD friends 𝐿𝐴 CD name to Tree Thought. Bunny Thought, how did you get this number? Gravity Thought, Izuku's been taught by Principal Nezu for like 10 years. Bunny Thought, who? Bunny Thought left the group. Icy Thought, 1A students. Icy Thought, do you know Shouto? T Thought, yes. Todoroki-kun is our friend. He's quite popular. DJ Thought, but I think some like him more than others. Wink wink at Cryptid Thought. Icy Thought, I'm glad he's making friends. Icy Thought, how did you get my number? Hun Thought, Izuku knows all by my thoughts. Hey at Tree Thought at 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 at Thought you guys are pro heroes right? Tree Thought. Yef. Goddess of Thoughts, not again. Tree Thought. Thought, did you not pay attention during the sports festival Shin? Tree Thought, well maybe EI was too busy being your personal drink. SLVU by my thoughts. Well you can maybe snag some Hatsum exclusives right now. 1. I have some gear which would be accessible even with Mount Lady's height. That thought, hippity hoppity women are property gravity thought, TSUChen what the heck cryptid thought, oh yet icy thought I threw water at your dad. Mixed with fish oil. Cause why not I mean he was being a PP to Sho-chan so I dumped fish sweat on him T thought. I don't think fish oil is fish sweat. Icy thought, I just spat out my TU what? Invisi thought, hey guys, is fish battered in alcohol alcoholic? T thought, I don't believe so. I think that the heat burns the alcohol off, so you're just left with the flavor. Invisi thought, what if you just poured rum all over it? T thought, well if you drench your fish in rum, yes. It might be alcoholic Hun thought, a ho snapped T thought, call me a ho again and I'll steal your cheese Hun thought, gasps in French thought, I don't understand what's happening, but CO is GR8 fun cryptid thought, hey should I add Hawks? Gravity thought, you have Hawks' number. Cryptid thought added Burbheroax to UA thoughts. Cryptid thought changed Burbheroax's name to Bird thought. What cryptid thought? Read up and decide if you want to stay or not. Well, Bird thought. Bird thought, why not? Private chat burn baby burn and chicken strips. Screenshot 45. JPG sent chicken strips, screenshot 46. JPG sent chicken strips, screenshot 47. JPG sent chicken strips, screenshot 48. JPG sent chicken strips, screenshot 49. JPG sent chicken strips, screenshot 50. JPG sent chicken strips, hey BB chicken strips, look at this weird but GCI was added to burn baby burn, LLWTF burn baby burn, oh my god Fumi burn baby burn has gone offline. Chicken strips, BB. Chicken strips, babe. Chicken strips, dabs. Chicken strips, why did that strawberry and cream kid from UA's sister scare you so much? Burn baby burn has come online. Burn baby burn, we need to talk. Usual place. Sundown. Chicken strips, if you break up with me you'll never see your hoodies again. UA thoughts 556. Invisi thought. OMYF go DIM in a group chat with Hawks by my thoughts. Hawks, do you need any support gear? Bird thought. No. Or gravity thought. Aizu. I never got a chance to question you but a gravity thought, why the frick are you interning with Midnight? DJ thought, Hez interning with Midnight. Cryptid thought, yeah. Why not? Hun thought, she's literally the 18+ hero. Mon Amy alien thought, Lita ALLY goddess of thoughts, hey. A good choice. Thought, yeah right Obeson goddess of thoughts, you brat tree thought, you. Pila stop thought, are goddess of thoughts, but I do have some additions. For Izuku's costume, that thought, please don't make him wear STRPR heels, Midnight Sensei. Goddess of thoughts, god no, has like 5 bird thought, well as fun as this sea hat is, IGTG now Hun thought, why, monsieur? Bird thought, I have a meeting. With a friend. Thought, is Miruko? Bird thought. No. Thought, ha. I know for sa factor this you donna have any fidens asides form her so you must spew on a date. Tree thought, you that was pretty much unreadable. Bird thought, okay fine it's sort of a date but don't tell anyone, I don't want any villains targeting them. Icy thought, that's really sweet. Bird thought, got a blast. Bird thought has gone offline. Private chat burn baby burn and chicken strips. I'm about to leave chicken strips, same place, right? Burn baby burn, yeah burn baby burn. I'll be on the roof this time. Use the fire escape, don't fly up there. Burn baby burn, and hide your wings. Chicken strips, chicken strips, I'll be there in 10. Hawks landed gracefully a few streets away from his and Darby's meeting point. He wasn't wearing his hero costume, and was carrying a large windbreaker jacket, which he quickly slipped over his wings, pulling the hood over his head. The hero made his way to the run-down building, and began the long trek up the rusted fire escape. He was starting to feel unsafe with his wings in such an unusable position as the metal stairs started to creak ominously. As he got to the top of the rundown stairs, he saw Darby. The villain was sitting on the edge of the building, legs dangling off the side. Hawks was buffeted by the wind as soon as he stepped onto the roof, his hood being blown off his head. He walked around to where his boyfriend was sat, turning to him inquisitively. There were a few moments of silence before Darby stirred. My real name is Tuia, the crispy man said into the wind. Hawks looked at 𝐷𝐷𝐿 in confusion. Todoroki 𝐿. Hawks felt his eyes widen. Wait. So Endeavor's what, your uncle or something? 𝐷𝐷𝐿 hit him upside the head. No, you dumbass, he's my father, he sighed, and brought a hand up to his face, picking at a staple. He probably doesn't talk about me much. He kicked me out. Well, that was news to Hawks. He didn't even know Endeavor had another son. What, for like, murder or something, the hero joked, a lazy smile on his face, as his mind tried to catch up with what was happening. No, for being gay. 𝐿 said, his face serious. Where do you think the scars came from? Hawks knew it was a rhetorical question, yet still felt inclined to ask, Endeavor. The villain nodded. Yeah. He used to force me and 𝐿𝐿𝐲 to train. He used air quote marks when he said that, our quirks. Before 𝐿𝐲𝐻's quirk manifested, he only trained me, but after he got the perfect quirk, I was used as a punching bag only when he couldn't find my brother. He sighed, his hot breath making the cool evening air steam up. Most of the time I was the one that hit him. The scars are a mixture of his fire and my own, although the worst was done on the night that I left. Hawks turned, pulling 𝐷𝐷𝐿's hand away from his face, wincing as some of the dried and purple skin pulled off his face, and held it tightly in one hand, his other coming up to tenderly slide the villain's face, taking care to avoid the obviously painful staples. These were caused by your own quirk. 𝐷𝐷𝐿 sighed. I have a body built for an ice quirk, and a quirk that's hotter than even my father's. I could stand in a snowstorm for hours, even with my quirk gone, and survive. Hell, I could probably be frozen in a block of ice quite comfortably. But my quirk, he lit a small blue fire in his free hand, is not ice. It's called cremation. Every time I use it, I can feel it burning me from the inside out. It can burn through almost anything, but it sometimes leaves me with a fever so bad I can barely move. My father trained me so much that I can barely feel anything in my hands now. The nerve dash. He was cut off by Hawks pressing a kiss to his mouth. When the two pulled away, the winged man cupped 𝐿𝐿's face and said, as the sun finally set, I love you. 𝐿𝐿. There was a pause as they smiled at each other gently, before Hawks' smile grew bitter. Tell you what, I'll help you beat up your dad. I have a plan, but I don't know how long it'll take. How difficult would it be? Very. You up for the challenge, birdie? Anything for you, love. Battle Hero Gunhead's agency. Good choice. Izuku beamed at his friend, turning in his seat slightly. Even if you want to be a rescue hero, you'll probably be caught in combat at one point or another. It's good to be prepared. Uraraka started throwing punches in the air, Izuku lazily smiling along, when Midnight walked into the class and took him by the arm. I'm kidnapping him for a bit, sweeties, she called over her shoulder as she dragged him out of the room. She pulled him to a random corridor, where a box, similar to their costume boxes but smaller, was standing. The 18+ hero walked over to it and picked it up, opening it as she walked over to Izuku. These are the additions to your costume I was talking about, she said with a wink. You can choose whether or not you want to use them or not. You can wear your original costume if you want. Izuku smiled at her, accepting the box, and closing it with a click. Before they both went their own ways, Izuku spoke up. Auntie, I think you should change your patrol area to include Hosu City for the internship week. She raised an eyebrow. Why? And how would I explain that? Izuku looked at the floor. I think that Tenshin's gonna do something stupid. He looked into his aunt's eyes. You were told about Uncle 𝐒𝐻𝐲 yesterday as well, weren't you? At her nod he continued, you can say that it's a good idea to increase security in Hosu, as you believe he's still there, and want to catch the bastard who did this to your friend yourself. Midnight pet her head. You think Tenya's going to do something dumb? That's not like him. The young boy simply sighed, and said, when it comes to his brother, he'd do anything, and started to make his way back to class, clutching the case. Internships begin. Aizawa was seeing them off as they were in the train station, waiting to go their separate ways, going over the rules. Everyone was clinging onto their costume cases, and Izuku was no exception. He was really exited. He turned to Tenya, and followed him to his train, giving Uraraka a look as he walked past, silently saying, I got this. Tenya. Izuku looked at his friend, continuing when he had his attention, "Don't do anything stupid," he paused, "and if you feel the overwhelming need to do something stupid, tell me before. So then I can help you do the stupid thing so you don't die as much." Ida just gave a watery smile as he got onto his train, giving a wave to Izuku, who just waited on the platform for Midnight to come and meet him. They had decided the day before to meet up before going to Hosu, as they would be staying in a hero lodge, and neither of them really knew where they were going, and they decided it was better to get lost together. A few minutes later Kiyoma arrived, wearing civilian clothes and a surgical mask. She handed Izuku a bag of his own clothes, offering to take his case. He gave her it and took the bag without a word and rushed to the nearest toilet, changing into his normal clothes and a face mask like his aunt's. He was wearing a grey t-shirt, with the words "Kiss My Butt" written on it, a big white hoodie with the hood hiding his distinctive hair, and black sweat breathes, with his school shoes. Walking back out, he handed the bag with his school clothes to Midnight and took the case back from her, as they boarded the next train. 45 minutes later and they were in Hosu City. Izuku looked up a map on his phone, and about half an hour later they found the lodge, which had already had their luggage in their rooms. Midnight pulled off her hat and mask as soon as they entered the shared living space. "All right, kiddo, hero costume on. We're going out." About 10 minutes later, they left. Izuku's hero costume was pretty much the same, but it had a few tweaks that were so very Midnight. His boots and his knee pads had been combined into one, and were now over-the-knee boots, with a little extra sole on the bottom, and he was now wearing bracelets exactly like Midnight's broken 𝐻𝐸𝐷 over his gloves, which now sat flush to his skin. The first 3 days went without a hitch, the two of them catching petty criminals, and one particularly brave bank robber, in a matter of minutes, with Midnight using her somnambulist and Izuku stopping it reaching any civilians, police or other heroes, or deflecting quirks thrown their way using hijack or his capture weapon. They got back to the lodge at 5 o'clock, and Izuku checked his phone. More specifically hero forums. He was expecting there to be a few Midnight posts and was shocked when he saw that there were multiple posts about him. Most were theorizing what his quirk is, while others were asking what his name is. He smiled. Until he got a text from Tenya. Simply a location and one word. "Nomu." Izuku stood up, and ran over to where Midnight was taking her eyelashes off, roughly shaking her arm. "Oh. What is it, brat?" Izuku just shoved his phone in her face and grabbed his capture weapon from where it was discarded on the sofa. Midnight's chair tipped over as she abruptly got to her feet, putting her glasses back on her face. He quickly forwarded it to the UA group chat. They left not even 30 seconds later. They were running out of the building, when Izuku grabbed Midnight by the waist and swung them over a few buildings, until they were only a few alleys away from where Ida's message had indicated. Running in, they saw Tenya pinned to the floor by a hulking, yet skinny, figure, holding a long sword through his shoulder. The hero native was curled against another wall in the alleyway. Izuku and Midnight ran in, Midnight aiming a kick at him and Izuku brandishing his capture weapon. The figure dodged the hero's kick, and plunged a smaller knife that they hadn't seen into her stomach. Izuku felt his BLD go cold and the world freeze. Her blue eyes widened as BLD slowly dribbled out of her mouth and she crumpled to the floor, red liquid pooling beneath her, staining her usually white leotard a deep scarlet. Izuku saw red. He ran at the hero killer, throwing his capture weapon at him, pure rage taking over his usually calm demeanor. He flung his capture weapon at Stain, and winced when the fabric was cut. The severed piece fell to the floor, useless. Izuku screamed, running back towards the villain, pure anger clouding any sensible judgment he would have made. The sword swung at him again, barely scratching his throat, but slicing through his capture weapon entirely, leaving it in tatters on the floor. Izuku steadied his hands, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. "You are a BSE," he screamed, tears pricking his eyes, as he rushed forwards, to strike the hero killer. In a single moment of clarity in his clouded mind, he saw it happening. The swords. The BLD. The pain. The numbness. Then there were flashes of blue and red, as Izuku passed out, surrounded by a pool of his own BLD, dyeing the shredded capture weapon. As soon as he received the location on the group chat, Todoroki knew something was wrong. He was patrolling with his father, and when he heard his phone ding, he looked at it. It was only a few streets away from where he was. Todoroki had never ran so fast in his life. Reaching the alleyway, he was horrified at the sight. Ida was unmoving, with obvious stab wounds on his arms. Midnight was crumpled on the floor, looking small and pale, copious amounts of blood pooling beneath her, from a wound he couldn't see, and Native was lying in a corner clutching a wound. But the people his eyes went to first were Izuku and Stain. The hero killer had his foot on Izuku's head, pinning him down, with his sword raised. Izuku already has a huge, angry cut, running from his jaw, through under his body where 𝐿𝐴𝐷 couldn't see, and emerging again on his lower back. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 screamed as the villain stabbed with his sword, the noise enough to startle the hero killer into missing Izuku's spine, as he had been aiming for. Instead, the sword went through just to the left, staying upright with the force that it had been moved through him with. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 rushed forwards, not giving Stain enough time to draw the sword out of Izuku, his left hand violently flaming, and his right sending shivers through the air. He flung attack after attack at the villain, swapping between ice and fire, slowly trying to move the fight away from the injured Todoroki. He looked up, to see Ida shakily standing up. He shot a wall of fire at Stain, before quickly reaching into the pack around his waist, and pulling out some gauze, throwing them to Ida, motioning to Izuku and Midnight. Tenya nodded, and rushed towards Midnight first, carefully removing the corset she wore, and using the first roll of gauze Todoroki had thrown to wrap around her middle, saving the last two for Izuku. He tied the end of the bandage up, and pushed his aunt into the recovery position, before staggering over to his friend. His eyes went round at his injuries. Tenya wrapped the cut up the best he could, and wrapped around the sword, knowing that it could cause even more blood loss to take it out. Ida used the last parts of the gauze to wrap the shallow cut on Izuku's neck, and then carefully picked him up, careful not to jostle the sword, as he moved him next to Midnight, who, despite having less injuries, was in a much worse state. She was already pale from blood loss, and her breathing was labored. Tenya pulled out his phone, praying it still worked. When the screen lit up, he internally cheered, as he sent a message to both the 1A chat and the teacher's chat, with only a few words, which he typed out with his now red fingers, that were slick with blood. Please send help. At least 4 ambulances. As soon as he hit send, the phone slipped out of his hand, landing on the concrete and buzzing off. Ida stood up, and ran towards where the half-and-half boy was fighting, offering his silent help. They were not doing well. Ida was paralyzed again, and Todoroki was running out of stamina. He took a potluck shot at Stain, missing him by miles. Until the fireball curved back towards the hero killer, striking him in the back, knocking him out. Todoroki turned to see Izuku seeping through his bandages, and a sword sticking out of his abdomen's left hand drop as he fell unconscious again. Todoroki fell to his knees as blue and red sirens flashed in the road next to him. He ignored the paramedics rushing to collect Izuku and Midnight. He ignored the paramedics buzzing around him. He ignored the armed police pulling Stain into an armored truck. He only shifted when he was gently lifted to his feet and guided over to another ambulance, where Ida was already sitting, wrapped in a foil blanket. He didn't know when the tears of relief began. The fight was over. Ida and Todoroki sat in a hospital room in silence. They had only been there for a few hours, their injuries being treated easily by the nurses, whilst Izuku and Midnight were rushed into surgery. The doors slid open, and 4 figures walked in. First were present MIC and Eraserhead, who went straight to Tenya, MIC hugging him whilst bawling his eyes out, and Aizawa standing with his hand awkwardly resting on his husband's shoulder. The two were followed by the pro that Ida was interning with Manuel and a man with a dog head. Aizawa stood up, and gestured to the man, introducing him. "This is Kenji Tsuragami, Hosu's chief of police." The dog-headed man looked from the pro-heroes to the students. They both stood up, to bow to him. "Please stay seated, woof." The two hesitantly sat down, mildly confused as to why he was there. "So you two, along with your friend, were the UA students who put a stop to the hero killer, woof." Todoroki inwardly asked himself about why he came to visit them. "Your friend, Izayamada-kun, and Midnight-sama have just come out of surgery. They are both stable and should be able to return to both hero duties and school, although they will not be doing anything big for a while. As for the hero killer, he was treated for some minor injuries and a large burn on his back, and will be transported to Tartarus tomorrow, woof. Todoroki could see his teachers relax after they heard about Izuku and Midnight, but saw their shoulders tense again after the police chief mentioned Stain. The dog-headed man continued, "At the dawn of this extraordinary era, the police moved to prioritize leadership and to maintain the status quo. So they decided to not use quirks as weapons. The profession of hero rose as one that would fill that void, woof. Authorizing the use of such might of these powers that could so easily kill was a heavily criticized decision at first, but it would garner public support. All because your predecessors acted morally and complied with the laws, woof." The man's voice darkened. "But those without permission, those who inflicted harm without explicit permission from the police and the powers that be, even if they were to face someone like the hero killer, such actions would represent a stunning breach of the law. Woof." Their eyes widened, and Todoroki spoke up. "Hold on a minute. Izuku came with Midnight, who he was interning with. He had permission and acted with a pro. Not to mention he managed to deal the final blow that got Stain." Aizawa grunted, and glared at Todoroki, a clear sign of "shut up." Xiaoto just barely mumbled "Fing Mut" under his breath as he sat back down. The police chief continued, "Anyway, as I was going to say, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 acted for all intents and purposes, legally, and as such, his and Midnight's participation will be made public." He looked towards Xiaoto and Hisashi, of course with the blessing of their emergency contacts. Aizawa nodded, his husband mirroring the action. The dog turned back towards the students, and said, "The story that will be released to the press is that Midnight and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 were ambushed by Stain coming back from their evening patrol, and were both injured in the attack. The message that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sent to the He looked at his notebook, "Run, Children Run" group chat, which will only be named as a UA group, which Todoroki-kun and Ida-kun here saw, leading to Endeavor and Manual, along with the relevant emergency services eventually arriving. "We will tell the press that Izuku used a stray fireball from Endeavor to wound Stain, and that everyone survived." Todoroki made a noise of protest, but was cut off when the police chief continued, "It's either that or you are fully prosecuted for unlawful quirk use without a license and grievous bodily harm." Ida winced, and walked towards Manual. "I'm so very sorry," he all but shouted, dropping into a 90-degree bow. Manual gave him a light smack on the head, hand on his hip, and reprimanded, "Yeah. You caused big trouble for your mentor, so don't do it again." Todoroki and Ida both turned to the dog, bowing, and thanking him. The dog man leaned forwards, bowing to them. "The world's an unfair place. You'll receive none of the commendations that you might have otherwise, but at least as someone interested in keeping the peace, I can thank you." As the four men left the room, Todoroki lay back down on his bed, sighing deeply. He wished he had the time to tell Izuku he loved him before that fight. A few minutes later, a doctor walked in. Both students sat up as the woman sat in a chair next to one of the free beds. "Okay, boys. I've already spoken with 𝐒𝐬𝐽-kun's fathers, and they recommend that I tell you two in more detail about your friend and Midnight's conditions." Xiaoto shuffled forward so he was sitting on the end of his bed. "Starting with Midnight, she has mainly suffered from BLD loss and internal bleeding. We were able to repair most of her organs, and gave her BLD transfusions, so she is stable, and should be able to return to hero work in several months. However, it is highly unlikely that she will ever be able to have children." Ida gasped. Moving on to 𝐒𝐬𝐽. "He had a major laceration running from just here," she pointed to just below her ear, "down his body, and across to here." She dragged her finger down to just above her hip. "It will most likely scar." The stab wound was only 5 millimeters away from cutting his spinal cord, as it did to Ingenium. Todoroki could hear Ida's sharp intake of breath, but his mind was frozen, so he should be able to walk again, although he will be on crutches for a while. He'll be able to resume his hero training at UA. The doctor gave them both a smile, as she stood up to leave, sympathy welling in her heart. Todoroki let out the breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Breaking news. We have just got word from the chief of Hosu Police, Kenji Tsuragami, that the rumors about Stain's capture were true. The hero killer has been captured and is currently being transported to Tartarus, where he will stay until his trial. We have been given a summary of event by the Hosu police. The whole report is available on our website, www. Hero News Network. JP, but the most astounding thing about the report is the fact that a first-year UA student, who was interning under Midnight at the time, is the one who dealt the deciding blow to Stain, despite being injured. This student is simply named as Izuku in the report, with no last name given, but we have been told that his hero name is that one hero, Anonymous, and he is part of the now infamous Class 1A. According to the report, there were multiple other heroes there as well, Endeavor included and 2 other UA students, Ida Tenya, the younger brother of the now retired pro Ingenium, and Todoroki Shoto, the son of the number 2, Endeavor. Midnight and Anonymous were the most injured, but we have word that they are both stable and ready to make a full recovery to hero work. Tweet us with your support for them using the hashtags #AnonymousHeroSupport and #MidnightHeroSupport at Hero News Network Japan. We can collect all the low dash. The excitable host's voice stopped short as a hand gripped the radio, turning it into blackened dust. Run, children, run. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐾 at Barbinizu at Todo Dokidoki at Pretzi at 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐽 are you guys okay? Todo Dokidoki, yes, we are fine. Izuku and Midnight are still in the ICU though, and Ida's phone broke, so none of them can answer. In your room, they are in the ICU. That sound really serious. What's wrong? Kung Fu Furry, Toru-chan. Please just calm down and take deep breaths. Todo Dokidoki, Izuku got a cut and a stab wound. He'll be fine. Midnight got a stab wound. She'll be fine. Soy sauce, hey, are any of you guys going to send anything to #AnonymousHeroSupport and #MidnightHeroSupport? Oh my god, we all should. Oh my god, oh yeah, oh my god, changed 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's name to acidic, oh my god. I finally came up with an acid pun. Do you know how many alkali puns I came up with first? Shoto at Todoroki Shoto #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. I hope you are both doing well. I'll come visit soon. Pinky at Alien Queen #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. You two are now my official favorites. Aizu, you're doing great honey. 3 less than 3 Mindfreak at Shinsha #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. Don't die or I'll be mad at you. Invisiblest Gall at You Can't See Me #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. We stan 3 less than 3 Toru. Stop changing my name at Tailman #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. I'm glad you're both doing better. Izuku-kun, you can spar with me if you want. Can't stop twinkling sparkles 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 at I cannot stop sheening #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. Ms. Sherry's both have the support of Moy. Sparkles 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 sparkles. We stan queens. Uravity at Uravitygirl #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport is a chan. Please get better soon. Red heart red heart red heart red heart red heart. Midnight Sensei, I hope you come back soon. Lessons are boring without you. Earphone Jack at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. You better come back in one piece or I'll remove more. Creati at Creati replying to at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. You can't just say something like that. Creati at Creati #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. I give you both my love and support. Love Tsukuimi at MCR Forever in MySolexX #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. The demon that haunts the wicked will protect you. Anima _carrot at Anima #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport Love Tentacle at I don't want Twitter #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. I hope you both get better soon. Izuku-kun, I shall give you the biggest hug once you get back. Red Riot at MLYE #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. What you guys did was super manly. Ground Zero at Fuck You in particular #MidnightHeroSupport. Midnight, you're kinda cool, I guess. Red Riot at MNYU replying to at Fuck You in particular Katsuki. Just be nice to Izuku. Ground Zero at Fuck You in particular replying to at MNYU. Fine just once. Ground Zero at Fuck You in particular #AnonymousHeroSupport. You didn't die so I guess you're okay. Froppy at It's That Frop #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. I only just got the news because the signal out here is terrible, but I hope you're doing better. Kiro Tailman stole my name. PO at Sugarman #AnonymousHeroSupport #MidnightHeroSupport. Love Love, I'll bake you both huge cakes when you get back. Tenure at Ida Tenure #anonymous hero support #midnight hero support. I had to use Todoroki's phone for this, but I really am sorry for the trouble I caused you both. Eraserhead at Eraserhead #anonymous hero support. Get better or I'll expel you. Eraserhead at Eraserhead #midnight hero support. Get better or I'll hide all of your salty clothes. Present MIC heavy checkmark at presentation Mikiel #anonymous hero support. Get better soon lil listener. Love present MIC heavy checkmark at presentation Mikiel #midnight hero support. Nemurai, you better be alright. 3C other responses. 1547 Who cares at that one hero #anonymous hero support #midnight hero support. At everyone I lived beach. 3 Izuku was allowed to return to UA at the same time as everyone else came back from their internships, under the strict instructions to stay in Recovery Girl's office for regular treatment, along with Midnight. They were both conscious, and the youthful heroine had already given them each a kiss. He was already given affirmations from all of his classmates that they'd come and visit him during lunch. What he didn't expect was for them to convince his dad to let them visit him during homeroom. Izuchi-han. He looked up as he saw Uraraka running towards him, a strange mixture of threatening, crying and smiling. She looked like she was going to hug him but stopped short, faltering slightly. Is it all right to hug you? He chuckled lightly, and nodded. You know Rara, I'm so doped up on painkillers right now, I don't actually know where my hands are. He quickly looked down to check they were still there, as Okiko hugged him lightly, being careful to avoid the bandages wrapped around his neck and chest. When she pulled away, her expression darkened. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐒𝐿DFINDWEESTNIS ILANTSMETINGESINMYINTANSICHI P. He's pretty sure he could see a few classmates shudder. But that might have just been the drags. He wasn't sure. Kirishima burst forwards. Bill. That was super manly. Your name and Midnight Sensei's are still trending on Twitter, bro. The class continued to chat with him, filling him in with what happened, most of them giving him hugs, and laughing when he asked why Ojuru had 2 tails. It wasn't long before Aizawa ushered them out, forcefully pushing them out of the nurse's office. He turned to Izuku, giving him the closest thing to a smile he could and throwing him a screen, similar to the distance counter he uses to measure ball throws, but larger, before walking out again. Powering it on, Izuku realized that he could see what was going in Field Gamma, where his classmates would be doing rescue training. All he could think was how fortunate that was, before he conked out. When he woke up again, All Might was sitting on the chair next to his bed. Well, the deflated version of All Might. Izuku had found out about Small Might, as he calls him, a few months after he turned 12, but had never managed to figure out why. Young Izuku. I think it's time I told you about One for All. It took a while, but as far as Izuku knew, All Might's power was passed down through generation after generation, and now he was looking for a successor, after being injured heavily in a fight. And All Might wanted his help to find out who it should be. At least that's what he thought. He could just be hallucinating all of this. In response to this thought, he reached forwards, and slapped his hand onto Small Might's face, smushing it around a bit until he was absolutely sure he was real. The next week. UA staff and Tensai Naum, hey guys. I have some news. Who YA gonna call? Tensai. McCree, are YA okay? The Void, what's wrong, Senpai? Dadzawa, what screams in English, you good? Aho never gets cold. God, I'm glad you're awake, Ida-kun. What do you need to tell us? Naum, Icno Snipes drank too much yi juice who YA gonna call? What the hell? McCree. Dadzawa. How many painkillers have you been given? Naim, literally all of them. McCree, of course. Of course God added Vladking. I left this God-forsaken chat for a reason. Vladking left the chat. God added Vladking. Aho never gets cold changed Vladking's name to Hesuck. What does that even mean? Aho never gets cold. IDK you're like a vampire. You're Dracula Riot. Hesuck, what Aho never gets cold? Oh my god you're Vladimir Putin Recover Grill at Aho never gets cold. What did I say about using your phone, sweetheart? Aho never gets cold, not to. Recover Grill, so you're going SWCH it of now, aren't you? 𝐒𝐻O never gets cold. Yes mum, 𝐒𝐻O never gets cold. Wait, recovery grill has muted 𝐒𝐻O never gets cold for 24 hours. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. Why is everyone on so many drags? What the F he suck? 𝐼𝐿 he suck has left the chat. God has added matter baby to the chat. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. Oh god no name. What's a matter baby? Matter baby. Nothing much. How about you? 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 save me from this lunatic matter baby. Shouter. Wanna get married? 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. I'm married and gay. F off screms in English. Meet me in the pit beach, I'll fight you at matter baby. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻 at God, it's her or me. God, I apologize, Ms. Joke. Matter baby, no problem Mr. Principal. God removed matter baby from the chat. 𝐷𝐴𝐻. Thank F run, children, run. 2246 acidic. Okay so acidic. I am at my great uncle's daughter's wedding or something acidic. And I swear I can see Aizawa sensei their soy sauce. OMG soy sauce, shout his name. Acidic, yeah, but what's his first name? Oh my god, IDK I think it's Soma. Acidic, okay acidic. I just yelled it, he didn't turn around sedimentary Watson, guys. His name is Shouter acidic, okay acidic. He turned around OMG acidic, as did everyone else but still. Oh my god, is it him? Acidic, IDK acidic, I'll take a picture of him. Oh my god, make sure you use the flash. Acidic, okay acidic, Aizawa. JPEG sent acidic. Acidic, okay so my parents had some choice words with me. Acidic, he's the groom's cousin who's in the American Marines or something and he's called Alex Soy Sauce. What acidic? I'm never going to be invited to anything ever again. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. I leave. For 2 minutes. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. I don't get paid enough for this. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. Anyway, at everyone Izuku will be returning to class on Wednesday, but won't be joining in with any heroics lessons. Instead he will stay on the sidelines and give you advice on your quirks. 𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐻. I'm going to sleep now. Aizawa sighed, putting his phone down next to his paperwork. He really didn't want his son to return to school this soon after nearly being paralyzed, but recovery girl recommended it. She knew that now his wounds were mostly healed, he would get antsy and want to do something. Shouter knew this as well. But Izuku is his son. He would much rather dip his hand into lava than let anything happen to him. Izuku would have to use a wheelchair for the moment, and Shouter was dreading the inevitable races down the corridors. Looking at the clock, he saw that there was still 3 hours until Hisashi came back from his radio show. They were both staying in one of recovery girl's back rooms, boxes cleared away to reveal 2 old hospital beds. They chose to stay, since they couldn't bear to leave their son or their best friend alone. Shouter sighed, unfurling his yellow sleeping bag, curling up inside of it, and promptly fell asleep. He was woken up about half an hour later by faint sniffling coming from the adjoining room, Nemurai and Izuku's room. Shouter carefully stepped out of his sleeping bag and padded over to the room, checking behind Izuku's curtain to find him sleeping soundly. Walking over to Nemurai's half of the room, he sneaked a look through the curtain, only to see his best friend crying into her hands, obviously trying to mask the hysterical wailing that was threatening to bubble up. Aizawa stepped in and sat down on her bed, wordlessly leaning in and giving her a gentle hug, pulling her to his shoulder, startling her. He could feel her small body being racked with sobs as she clung onto him, tears already starting to soak through his shirt. Shouter started to rock, making the same soothing noises he would when Izuku would get a nightmare he could never remember. After a few minutes of this, Nemurai pulled back, so she could see Shouter. She had tear tracks down her face and her eyes were puffy and red. Show. They told me. I can't have children anymore. Shouter could barely stand to hear her speak. She sounded so broken, and so unlike her usual self. He just pulled her into his side again, planting a kiss on the top of her head, lazily murmuring into her hair, I kind of accidentally adopted 19 more. Take your pick. Nemurai giggled wetly, before whispering back, I'll take Todoroki-kun. He seems to be the only sane member of the class. She paused, to a certain extent. The two ended up curled up, asleep in each other's embrace on Nemurai's bed. And that was how Hisashi found them, when he returned 2 hours later. He was quick to snap several hundred photos of it, finding it utterly adorable. He was never going to let 𝐿𝐿 forget this. He sent it to the teachers' group chat as well. UA Teachers and Tensai 1645 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 Bunny Dancer, 𝐅𝐚𝐢𝐫 phone, Big Boobs for you, and 2 others to the chat, sir. Night Eye has left 𝐅𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 Izu has left the chat McCree, how'd he even get in? Who YA gonna call? No idea Dedzawa, what the hell Izuku got? Oh, I taught him how to do that. Dedzawa, WHYRIP phone. Well, at least I've been added back. Although I don't know how anyone got this number. I haven't even had it 4 days yet. Screms in English, how long until Hatsune breaks it again? IP phone. I'd say about a week after 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Yeet, I've always wanted to meet all you heroes. Bunny dancer, Jesus, you type like a 12-year-old screms in English. Who is at 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿? 𝐿 Hawks. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 never gets cold. 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻 never gets cold changed 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿's name to 𝐒𝐿. Coolio big boobs for you. What tad this chat titan? 𝐵𝐴𝐿. I think it's a chat of other pros. You big boobs for you. Shit big boobs for you changed their name to toliest woman bunny dancer. Jesus 𝐒𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. yu at 𝐵𝐴𝐿. Degree 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 all might. I welcome you all to our chat. Although I suppose the title isn't really correct now. This chat could be useful in times of need. Although it is a shame that night I left. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 changed all might. S name to better than end vor. As much as I appreciate the compliment, I can't say that I am better than a fellow hero. Better than end vor changed their name to All Might. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, see that's why bunny dancer. I thought Endeavor's your favorite hero. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, not anymore. Some things have come to light about him and I genuinely wish I could give him a feather in the eye bunny dancer. Well then Don Chacha have to work with him though. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, well when I do I will stare at him with utter contempt bunny dancer. Edgelord Dedzawa, what the F has happened to this chat? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 never gets cold changed the group UA teachers and Tensai to quite a few random pros for some reason 1856 screms in English. Shout to pick me up screms in English. Shout to my car broke and I need someone to pick me up screms in English. Shout to you're the only person I know with a car who isn't currently in hospital. Screms in English. Babe im at the radio station screms in English. Oops, this is the GC. Oh well, shows in here somewhere at Dedzawa 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, OMG. Babe. Fucks in Eraserhead by ich spill 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, the 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, T. 1. Toliest woman, Hawks it's on the news. You are literally fighting like 6 villains ATM bunny dancer. You did not just fing wave at the news camera. Bunny dancer, Hawks do your F job or I swear to at God. Dedzawa at Screms in English be there in 10x 𝐻𝐻𝐻 never gets cold. Onfk show used to kiss. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, yaasomgi toliest woman, you are literal tackling to HD police on it or phone. It was finally time for Izuku to return to class. He was in a wheelchair for the time being, despite being almost completely healed, thanks to Recovery Girl. As soon as he wheeled himself into the classroom, he was almost knocked over due to the sheer force of everyone he'd force friendshipped since the beginning of the year. AKA the entire class minus Bakugo. There were still a few who hung back, like Seitu, Kuda and Tokoyami, but they were still giving words, gestures of support. Well, Tokoyami was whispering some satanic chant of protection under his breath, but it's Tokoyami, so that's probably a good sign. Izuku reached his hand up to rub his neck, wincing as his fingers ran over the strp of marred skin that now stretched across his body, going from the side of his jaw to the top of his right hip. Kirishima seemed to notice this, and came up to him, beaming, as usual. Hey Izubro. We can be scar buddies now. He pointed to the small scar on his right eye, Yours is super manly. Izuku couldn't help but smile back at him. Flash forwards to the final week of June. The class was absolute chaos. Izuku had been out of his wheelchair for a while by this point, and had taken the test at the same time as everyone else. He'd managed to come second in the class, just 1 mark behind Yomomo. Kaminari and Ashido were freaking out in one corner of the class, having come 19th and 20th overall. You too. If it's academics you need help with, I could lend a hand. Momo offered, garnering the attention of most of the class, Ojuru, Juru and Siro coming up and asking for tutoring. From where Izuku was standing with Tenchan and Rara, he could just about hear Blasty aggressively murmur, "I've got virtue too. I'll tutor you till you're dead." He couldn't help but come up with ideas of Kiribaku going on coffee study dates. At lunch, Izuku was sitting with Hagakure, Shinso, Ida, Tsuyu, Shoto and Rara, and they were discussing what they thought that the practical test was about. Izuku was kind of mad, as the test had been planned when he was incapacitated, and Nezu had been making a very conscious effort to keep him from finding out what the tests were. They were having a nice time until Izuku's head was whacked forwards by someone's elbow. Turning around, he saw that it was Monoma from Class B. Obviously he wasn't going to use his real name. "Ah," he began, rubbing the back of his head where he was hit, "aren't you? Mokusu. I saw you at the sports festival." Izuku resisted the urge to laugh at the look on the other's face. He started to rant about how their run-in with the hero killer was for attention, before he was knocked out by the orange-haired one, Kendo he thinks karate chopping him in the neck. She apologized profusely for his action and grabbed her classmate by the collar, before whispering conspiratorially, "Between you and me, I hear that the practical exam'll be a battle against robots, like in the entrance exam. I know an older student, who told me." Over the following week, everyone in the class practiced. Izuku even began teaching Hitoshi how to use a capture weapon. He'll tell him one day. He will. Until it's finally the day of the practical exam. Izuku then kicked the grapist out of the window. "Yeet!" he yelled, as PP Munch went flying. Izuku cackled maniacally as the wet paper towel hit Endicor on the head, and stuck there. Today went great. It was their last training session together before the exam. They had only 1 hour before the exam started, and Izuku was giving Hitoshi some last-minute pointers on how to use the capture weapon without getting tangled up into a weird cocoon. Izuku thought he was doing quite well considering he'd only had about 6 lessons, and it took Izuku himself over 5 years to learn how to use his. Shinso's capture weapon was more like Aizawa's plane, and towering up over his face, almost covering up the face mask he was wearing. Suddenly, they heard a shout from the principal, and they jogged over to the rest of the class, joining them, whilst their teacher announced who was fighting who. 10 stages have been prepared, and all teams will begin simultaneously. The test guidelines will be explained by your respective opponents. None of the areas are outside the school grounds, but let's not waste any more time. Get going. Before the other boy got onto the bus with Siro to take him to his exam location, Izuku grabbed his arm. "Meet me in store cupboard 45C after your exam's over. I have something really important to tell you. The storeroom's right next to the waiting area, so be there." Shinso nodded, knowing that Izuku wouldn't tell him to meet him if it wasn't important. "Principal Nezu vs. Ashido and Kaminari, your objective is to either get these HNDCFFS on me, or have one of you escape from the stage. Kinda like our battle training. We can really just run away." "Yes. Present MIC versus Juru and Kuda, this is nothing like your past battle training. Because your opponent this time is on another level. Another level. That's not really the image I have of you. Damn it. Hey, girl, watch your mouth." 13 versus Uraraka and Hima. This test is meant to simulate true battle as closely as possible. So please, think of us as actual villains. Snipe versus Hagakure and Shuji. Suppose we do meet in battle. If YA fight and win, that's just fine too. However, Eraserhead versus Todoroki and Yorozu. If you find yourself overwhelmed by my power, fleeing and calling for help might be your wisest option. Todoroki, you of all people should understand that. The other two as well. Power loader versus Ida and Ojiro indeed. There's no doubt. In this test, Midnight versus ♯and 𝐒𝐿, it's either fight to win or run to win. All Might versus Izuku and Bakugias. Your decision-making is being tested. But, given the circumstances, you're probably thinking that running is the only option. Izuku startled from his thoughts, trying to come up with a plan to beat All Might, the number one hero, with a strength enhancement quirk. With his quirk was going to be physically impossible without Blasty. Even if he was at the same level at hand-to-hand as his dad, which is not, he'd get pummeled. Even getting away would be impossible. Izuku scratched the back of his head, his hand catching on the unusually thick fabric that he'd had added to his costume around his neck. It looked kind of like a really thick choker, but Izuku really would rather avoid having his throat cut again. He turned his attention back to All Might. That's why we had the support course department make us these ultra-compressed weights. This handicap weighs me down with a whole extra 50% of my body weight. It's a tried-and-true method of slowing movement and draining stamina. By the way, we held a competition to design them. That Hatsune girl's design was picked. Izuku could honestly imagine her cackling about that. Of course Blasty decided to open his gob, trying to bring this fight down to our level or something. That's insulting. Izuku could see that All Might was about to answer, but he spoke first. Blasty, stop spouting SHT. We all know that the likelihood of you beating All Might, even with the weights, is about 50 times lower than you confessing your feelings for Kirishima. Bakugu's face began to distort, and Izuku completely failed at keeping a straight face. WHATIFDEKU ectoplasm versus Asui and Tokoemiso. The test takers, meaning us, start in the center. In order to escape, we've got to pass through that one gate. Sensei is probably waiting to ambush us there. Recovery Girls Field Medic Station 𝐻M. I'll be working hard today, I expect. Everyone in position. Let's begin the final exam. We're gonna beat him. 4 UA High's first years. Ready. Go. Tokoyami and Asui versus Ectoplasm. Tokoyami and Tsuyu started as towering clones of their maths teacher burst up from the floor, both turning their heads as one of them spoke. I forgot to mention. We teachers will be giving it our all to utterly crush you students. Todoroki and Yorozu versus Eraserhead. As Todoroki and Yorozu ran through the winding maze of street that made up their test ground, the boy turned his head towards Momo. Try and keep making small objects. It doesn't matter what. We'll know Aizawa sensei is nearby if you suddenly can't. This test is all about who finds who first. Once he's in sight, I'll draw him away, then you make a run for the escape gate. We'll stick together until then. Tokoyami and Asui versus Ectoplasm. Asui ribbited in surprise when she felt something wrap around her waist. Looking down, she saw that it was Dark Shadow, grabbing her at Tokoyami's command. As the birdemon thing flung her away from the clones, her classmate screeched, "Sui! Run!" The girl went flying towards the walls of the building, but before she landed, she made sure to stick her tongue out, extracting the bird boy from the cluster of clones, pulling him to the wall with her. Izuku and Bakugu vs All Might, obviously beating him down's the best option. Bakugu yelled, walking faster to try and outpace the other boy. Izuku inwardly sighed, and quickened his pace to match the other. Stop talking SHT, Blasty. We're not going to be able to beat All Might up. I know you have some amount of intelligence in that pea-sized brain of yours. Bakugu stopped walking and turned to Izuku. What was that, you bastard? Izuku just waved him off and continued walking. You do know it's blindingly obvious that your brain just goes through the CYCL of. Izuku did a strange caveman impression for the next few words. Explosion. Boom. Kirishima. Whine. Kirishima. On repeat, right? By this point Izuku was really struggling to keep his laughter at bay. Suddenly, there was a huge blast, and most of the buildings along the road Tige were walking down were completely demolished. In their place, stood the number one hero. Now. His voice boomed out over the destruction, get ready to have a really bad time. Izuku, having been knocked over in the initial blast, shakily stood up again. Honestly, he wasn't expecting All Might to actually try and pummel them, but he guessed that was actually happening then. Their opponent continued, "Who cares about keeping this town intact? Think of this as just a test, and you're gonna have a bad time. I'm a villain, heroes. So give me your best shot." With that, All Might ran forwards towards them, and Izuku had to admit that even the number one could be pretty damn scary. He was expecting Bakugo to try and fight first without thinking, but what he wasn't expecting was for the explosive idiot to go directly in with a head-on attack. If Izuku wasn't so distracted with not being blown up or punched, he would have face-palmed. All Might had grabbed Bakugo's face, which Izuku supposed looked pretty painful. He took this distraction, which he assumed got even more distraction when he heard a loud bang to sneak off to the side, using his capture weapon to pull himself to a dark alleyway, far enough away so that he wouldn't get caught up in any blasts, but close enough so he could easily run to help. Bending down, he slowly pulled a long knife from each boot. He'd brought 2 today, just in case. They were both about the length of his forearm, and very, very sharp. That was the advantage to having over-the-knee boots. You could fit longer knives in them. Placing each through his belt, he threw his capture weapon upwards, wrapping it around a drain pipe, as he pulled himself up to a rooftop. Once he was up there, it was easy to run across to a roof near to where the fight was taking place. The very noisy fight, which is the minuscule sounds Izuku made from running. As soon as he was close enough, Izuku flung himself off the roof, drawing his knives as he fell. He landed nearly directly on top of All Might, and wrapped his knives around the hero's neck, being careful to use his legs to hold his arms back. "Bakugo! Cuff him!" he screamed, grunting in pain, as the sheer strength of the hero threatened to snap the bones in his legs. Luckily, the explosive boy actually realized this, and rushed forwards with the cuffs, successfully capturing their teacher. As soon as the cuffs went on, Izuku fell to the ground, dropping his knives, and whispered to himself, "Yep. Something's definitely broken." All Might seemed to hear, and took a step closer. Izuku assumed to pick him up, but was interrupted by Bakugo. Izuku was expecting the boy to flip him off, or kick him or something, but instead he slipped an arm under his, and gently helped him up, Bakugo letting him use his shoulder as a crutch. All Might watched in shock as these 2 boys, who seemed to make it their life's mission to try and bully each other, walked away, like they'd been friends their whole life. Izuku blinked as he was helped up. He was really not expecting that. They had almost made it back to the bus when Bakugo spoke up. "You know, when I first saw you I thought you looked familiar." Izuku looked at him in confusion. "You," he continued, "you look like my childhood friend, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku widened his eyes at that name, who I was told moved away with his mum. By this point they had reached the bus, and Izuku was seated. "Just who are you?" Izuku's eyes widened as he came to a realization. "Hey Blasty. Is your mum called Mitsuki?" Now it was his turn to be confused. "What does that have to do with and dash yes or no?" Izuku cut off. Bakugo nodded mutely. Izuku sighed. He was really not expecting this. "When I was 4, my father beat my mother to death, and then burnt down the apartment complex to try and finish me off. I was rescued by 2 pros, who took me in. They had to give me a new identity, since my father was never caught, but my pa was allowed to send a letter to the woman who should be my legal guardian each year, talking about my progress and what I've been doing. I can't actually remember this woman, though, since I don't have any memories of anything before being rescued, not even my name, which I only know about because my dads know. The only thing I know about this woman is her name. Mitsuki." Bakugo's eyes widened, before he clenched his fists. "That old hag," he growled. "She lied to me." Izuku hesitantly reached a hand up and patted Bakugo's shoulder, ignoring the pain that flared through his body when he did so. "Since we're now possibly friends," Izuku began, "you're now Katsuki, okay?" Bakugo grunted, before murmuring something. Izuku turned his head to where the other was sitting. "What?" Bakugo huffed, before angrily growling out, "Just use Kaken. That's what you used to call me when we were kids." Izuku laughed at him, before pulling out his phone from his bag, and searching up Kaken on Urban Dictionary, and scrolling to the second option. "Yeah, okay Kaken," he giggled, showing the phone screen to him. Katsuki immediately ripped the phone out of his hands and stared at it with intense anger, before proclaiming, loudly, "Eno. I take it back. You can call me Bakugo UFA." There was silence for a moment, before they both started laughing. All this time, All Might was watching on with great confusion. When the bus reached the main campus again, Bakugo helped Izuku into Recovery Girl's makeshift office, and rather unceremoniously dumped him on one of the beds. Recovery Girl shuffled forwards to them, motioning for Bakugo to sit down, which he did. Looking them over for a while, and doing some rather painful tests on Izuku's legs, she gave them each a kiss on the forehead. Bakugo only had a few burns and surface wounds, which will have all healed now. She looked towards him and held out her Pez dispenser, staring at him unmoving until he took one. Izuku, however, had a hairline fracture on his arm, a dislocated shoulder, and both of his legs were broken. The small woman glared at All Might, before continuing, "He's mostly healed now, however the break on his right leg was much more severe, so he'll have to use crutches until he's recovered enough stamina for me to heal him again." The older woman glared at All Might even harder than before, as the pro-hero squirmed nervously. "I would recommend both you rest, but I would prefer Izuku stayed with me so I can keep an eye on his injuries. There are cookies and pop in the next room. Bakugo, Yorozu, and Todoroki are already there." Recovery Girl then ushered the boy out, despite his protests. On her way back into the room, she picked up a pair of crutches from where they were leaning against the wall, and handed them back to Izuku, offering him a spinny chair next to her to watch the rest of the fights. He accepted the crutches and made his way over to the chair, rewrapping his capture weapon around his neck more securely. He looked over all of the screens, feeling a bit disappointed that he'd missed Todoroki's exam, but he cheered up a bit when he saw Rara and Shinso's screens next to each other on the wall. Shinso and 𝐒𝐿 seemed to mainly be running and hiding, and Rara and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 were holding on for dear life. That was until the boy said something to Uraraka, which couldn't be heard through the overloaded microphones, and she started spluttering with laughter, the action causing her to let go of the railing she was clutching onto. As she let go, 13 closed their finger, so as not to SCK her in, and as Uraraka flew towards her, her training from Gunhead kicked in and she apprehended the hero. Izuku whooped for her, gaining a light scold from Recovery Girl. He turned his attention to Shinso's screen, only to see that 𝐒𝐿 had been caught and was nestled on Midnight's lap. Izuku couldn't resist a small laugh at that. Shinso, however, was nowhere to be seen. The microphones placed around the arena suddenly picked up 𝐒𝐿's voice sleepily saying, "Hey Midnight-sensei. Why am I on your lap?" Izuku grinned. Midnight looked down, with a confused look. "What? You're supposed -- She was cut off when Shinso emerged from behind a huge boulder, with the instruction of, "Midnight. Put these HNDCFFS on." The heroine simply nodded, and walked over to Shinso, collecting the HNDCFFS from him, and slipping them onto her wrists. When she broke from his control she looked very confused, but then, of course, started talking about how mind control is KNKY. Izuku pressed the mute button on the screen. 15 minutes later, as the bus containing his half-brother pulled into the campus, Izuku maneuvered himself up using his crutches, and made his way over to the cupboard he agreed to meet Hitoshi in. He only needed to wait a few minutes before Shinso walked in, his hands casually in the pockets of his black hero costume. Izuku took a deep breath. "So, Hitokan, there's something you need to know." As the bus containing his half-brother pulled into the campus, Izuku maneuvered himself up using his crutches, and made his way over to the cupboard he agreed to meet Hitoshi in. He only needed to wait a few minutes before Shinso walked in, his hands casually in the pockets of his black hero costume. Izuku took a deep breath. "So, Hitokan, there's something you need to know." Hitoshi simply nodded, following Izuku as he led him towards the cupboard. "So, I don't know how to put this, but you're my half-brother. Also sort of my cousin by adoption." Shinso just stared at Izuku as if he'd gone mad, before spluttering out a loud, "What?" Izuku guided him over to a set of boxes and pushed him so he was sitting. Taking a deep breath he continued, "I thought our quirks were similar, yours is controlling someone's body, mine is controlling their quirk, so I did some digging, maybe we are cousins or something. But when I found your BRTH certificate, which by the way, was sealed under some impressive security. It took me nearly an hour to unseal it. Anyway, when I found your BRTH certificate, I found out that your last name, from your mother, was Aizawa. Izuku heard Hitoshi gasp, but didn't stop for longer than a pause before continuing, oh. I should probably have told you this first. But Aizawa is my dad and so is present MIC. Anyway, it turns out my dad had a sister who, well, she killed herself about 4 months after you were born, a month after she left you at the orphanage. Her name was Aizawa June. In her suicide note to my dad, she mentioned you. But she only mentioned a child, and that the child was safe. Dad assumed that he was with his father. Of course he looked for him, but he was only 15 at the time, so he couldn't do much. Hitoshi was staring at him wide-eyed, his mouth hanging open. And I also mentioned half-brother. So, your father, and who I believe is most likely the reason that your mother, yeah, went by a Kimoto Hisoshi on your BRH certificate, and his listed quirk was fire breath. My father, BRH father that is, was named Midoriya Hisoshi, and his registered quirk was also fire breath. Izuku paused, he killed my mother, and tried to kill me. I only just found out that the day he tried to kill me was the 4-year anniversary of Aizawa Jun's death. He most likely only just learnt of it from an article printed in the paper that day. Izuku looked back at Hitoshi, sighing, I mean, we'd have to do a DNA test to be 100% sure, but Hisoshi sounds remarkably similar to my father. My mother. She had green hair, and yours had red eyes. He just took the first color he could see, the BSTRD. Izuku trailed off, to see Hitoshi with tears trailing down his face. The purple-haired boy looked up, and quietly said, his voice breaking, could you tell me about my mum? Izuku nodded, and pulled out his phone, scrolling to the picture he'd asked his dad to send him earlier that day. It was a woman in her early 20s, with black curly hair pulled into a long plait that fell over her shoulder. She had Aizawa's face shape and eyes, although they were less tired and more bright. They were red, a bright crimson color that stood out against her pale skin and ebony hair. She was wearing a black cardigan and tank top, along with some dark blue jeans. She was smiling gently to the camera. Izuku passed his phone to Hitoshi, and began to talk, his tone gentle. Her name was Aizawa June. She was my dad's older sister by 10 years, and she lived alone in Tokyo, but moved back here a few months before her death. Her quirk was that she could erase people's quirks for 5 minutes after they gave her a verbal response to a question. She wanted to be a hero, but she couldn't SWCH her quirk off, so instead she joined general studies. She wanted to become a teacher, and she was going to school to become one. She's the reason my dad became a teacher. He told me to give you this. He handed Hitoshi a piece of paper. He said it was a letter she wrote when she was 16 that she gave to him, telling him not to open it. She said that he was to give it to her firstborn child, so that they wouldn't think that he's a bore. I don't know what's in it, and neither does he, but it belongs to you, so you should open it. Shinso's hands shook as he fumbled with the envelope, and as he pulled out the letter, several Polaroids fell into his lap. Picking them up, he saw that there was an even younger version of his mother, taking selfies with a younger version of his teacher. His uncle, who looked very grumpy and serious. In fact, he looked almost exactly the same, just smaller, less tired, and without facial hair. Hitoshi smiled sadly, and tuned his attention to the letter, passing the phone and photos to Izuku, who took them gently from his hands. The letter read, Hey future kid. So I don't know if you're a boy or a girl, because you don't exist yet, so I'm just gonna call you Hiromi. Yeah, that could be either. Anyway, hi Hiromi. Future me might have called you something else, but I don't know what that is. You'll have been given this by your grumpy Uncle Shouter. But it's actually really fun if you let him open up a bit. He wants to be a hero, isn't that cool? I do too, but I can't really control my quirk that well, so I'm going to become a teacher. Did you know your uncle's show got bullied? Yeah, me neither. So that's why I'm becoming a teacher. Laughing face. To help little kids like Sho. Of course I'd never tell him that, because he's my snotty little brother and I'm meant to hate him. Did you know that even though we look almost exactly the same, 𝐲 is nothing like me at all? Like, can you imagine your uncle teaching? He's like 6 and when he tries to tell me about his stories he just glares at me the whole time. Anyway, once 𝐲's given this to you, come and tell me so I can hug you, as I'm sure you are adorable. Love, your mummy, Jun XX. Hitoshi folded the letter up, carefully placing it back into the envelope before turning to Izuku and wordlessly pulling the smaller boy into a hug. Hey, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Izuku whispered, when you get back to your orphanage, pack your stuff, we're gonna be actual brothers. For the first time he could remember, Hitoshi genuinely smiled. He had a family. Meanwhile, a certain group were gearing up to make their third move. Shigaraki looked up as he heard a sharp rap on the metal door, and his name called out. In the corner of his eye he could also see Darby raise his head slightly from where he'd fallen asleep and enjoy a glass of whiskey. Jiran's head poked through the door, his cigarette letting smoke flow into the already dingy room. We've been spreading the word about you for the past few days. About how it seems something big's about to go down. Well, Shigaraki replied, crushing the picture he was staring at in his hand, who is it? Whoa! A new voice cut in. Following to the source of the high-pitched whine, Shigaraki saw a small blonde girl, with 2 buns on either side of her head. She looked vaguely manic, but, if he was honest with himself, she looked more like she just saw her favorite idol walk down the street, not like she'd just skipped into a villain's lair with the intention to join. The girl continued, this handsy guy's you friend Mr. Staney. And that crunchy guy too. Right. I wanna join too. Your League of Villains. The blue-haired man raised his hand. Kurogiri. Warp them away. That brat seems even more annoying than Hot Topic over there. He motioned vaguely to where Darby was sitting, fully awake now yet not completely sober. Kurogiri sighed. He really wasn't being paid enough for this. He wasn't even being paid. Come now. She's come all this way just to see you. You could at least humor her with a chat, Shigaraki Tomura. What's more, she's being introduced by our influential broker friend here. We can be sure that she's at least a competent fighter. Either way, the broker interrupted, I'll take my finder's fee now, Kurogiri. He moved so that all occupants of the room could see him. As for her introduction, this cute high school girl's name and face have been kept under wraps by the media, but she's the cause of a string of deaths by BLD letting. The girl smiled, I'm Toga. Toga Himiko. Life is too hard. I wanna make a world that's easier to live in. She brought her hands up to her mouth, and blushed as she said, I wanna be Staney. I wanna kill Staney. So let me join you, Tomura. Darby watched as the girl introduced herself. Xiaoto would be around her age right now. I wonder how he's doing at UA. I don't get it, the Krusty Beach stated, you some kind of freak. Darby's BLD boiled. In his still drunk mind, he'd already adopted this girl, and hearing the phrase that had been whispered around him so much as a teenager, even when he was studying at UA, people would whisper around him that he was a freak, a disgrace to his father's legacy. He'd even heard people say that his mother had cheated on his father because there's no way he could be the son of the number 2 hero. It made him sick. It wasn't sure if it was the anger, the alcohol, or an unholy mixture of both, but something made him want to protect this clear psychopath, and so his hand lit on fire. Azure flames licked at his arms, and Shigaraki turned at the smell of burning flesh, only for Darby to lunge at him. At some point Toga joined in, wielding a knife she had pulled from God knows where. Luckily, Team Mum Kurogiri was there, as he stopped their inevitable clash, with nothing but a small shake of his foggy head, and a tut under his breath. Please calm yourselves. If we act upon Shigaraki Tomura's desires, expanding this organization is a necessity. His face moved towards Shigaraki's, as he murmured, and oddly enough, this our chance while we're in the spotlight. I advise acceptance, not rejection, Shigaraki Tomura. Acceptance of anything we can use. Of whatever remains of his will. The chapstick-adversed man pulled his arm out of the fog, with a cry of shut up. Darby just laughed as the man-child had a tantrum, and walked up to his room. He turned to Kurogiri. Hey, Kuro. I think she's gonna be let in. What room's she gonna get? Turning to her, he whispered, They're kinda dull and gross, so I'll help you decorate it, okay Toga-san. The girl nodded excitedly as Ǩroģiri told him which room would be the girl's, the fogman looking incredibly perplexed by Darby's sudden kindness. As he led the girl up to her room, she was practically buzzing with excitement. Hey! Hey! Hey, Krusty! What's your name? You can call me Himiko-chan if you want. You're my friend now. Darby laughed. She reminded him of Natsuo when he was really young. My name. I go by Darby. Toga pouted. Or, I thought you were gonna tell me your real name, Darby-ungen. The black-haired man started. Onii-chan. He questioned. The blonde nodded, her twin buns bouncing as she did. Yep. You're basically acting like a big brother. Darby couldn't deny that. Well, we're here. He opened the door that they'd arrived at, wiping the rust that had clung to his hands on his black jeans. Himiko pulled a face and made a fake vomiting noise. You. It's all Slimmy. Darby chuckled as he walked to his room across the corridor, pulling out a surgical mask, 2 oversized hoodies and wallet. Well, Himiko-chan, he said as he pulled one of the hoodies over his spiky hair, hooking the mask over his ears, and chucked the other hoodie, which was slightly smaller, to Toga. Good thing we're going shopping. Himiko grinned, pulling the hoodie over her uniform and running to catch up with Darby, who had already began his walk out of the bar. As Izuku walked into school the next day, he saw Kirishima, Ashido, Seitu, and Kaminari standing in a corner, gloom hanging over them like a cloud. As he walked over, Ashido wailed, tears falling out of her eyes, "Everyone. I'm looking forwards. To a bunch of awesome stories from the trip." Izuku had to resist the urge to laugh. He knew his dad was going to let them all go, but he decided to let them suffer a bit longer. He turned, stepping over to where Hitoshi was sitting, looking intently at the Polaroids that were in his letter. Sitting in his own chair on the row in front of his half-brother, he turned to face him. "Dad's finalized the day you're moving in," Izuku began. "It's 3 days before training camp. Him and Pa are gonna help you move your stuff." They were interrupted by said dad slamming the classroom door open with such force it made the windows rattle in their panes, followed by a monotonous "That's the bell. Be seated." Everyone who wasn't already sat down scrambled to find their seat, fearing Aizawa's wrath. "Morning. About your final exams. Sadly, we had some failures. As such." Aizawa grinned, "You're all going to training camp." The class erupted into chaos, or at least it seemed like it, but it was really just the 4 who were standing in the corner before being very loud. Their teacher continued, "Everyone cleared the written tests. But in the practical, Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, Seitu and Shiro all failed." Izuku could see Shiro next to him put his face in his hands, realizing that the boy was literally just asleep. He had to try not to snicker. "As the villains in this test, we teachers came up with assignments perfectly suited to all of you. Ones that would give you chances to devise winning strategies. If we hadn't, none of you would have stood a chance. So, Ojuru began, when you said you were really going to crush us. That was to push you." Aizawa cut in. "We are talking about training camp after all. More than anyone else, those who failed are in dire need of this." He did his infamous smile. This was another rational deception. Looking back in the classroom as he heard a rattling noise, and as he did, he saw Tenya vibrating. The tall boy stuck his hand up suddenly, with his usual inside voice of 100 decibels. "Now that we've been lied to twice, aren't you worried that our faith in you has been shaken?" Izuku could just about hear Rara giggle from behind him. Returning his gaze to the front of the classroom, his dad answered Ida's question. "Perhaps. But consider the facts. It wasn't entirely a lie. Failure is still failure. You 5, he turned his eyes towards the 5 who failed, will receive special supplementary lessons. And to be honest, they'll be far worse than summer school. Anyway, I'll be handing out camping manuals. Take one and pass it back." During their break, Class 1A stood around in their homeroom, all intently studying their checklists. "Well, whatever the case, it's nice that everyone gets to go," the class's very own furry said with a smile. Quickly, the entire class burst into chatter, with talk about needing this, that or the other. It wasn't long before 𝐔𝐸𝐽 suggested a shopping trip. Izuku thought that this was a great idea, but would probably end with them being banned for life. He watched as Kirishima went to ask Kaken about going, and although he was a tad disappointed at Bakugo's reaction, he was still pleased for the �KIRIBAKU. Izuku himself decided to as Xiaoto, although he understood the sadness in his voice when he said he visit someone. Izuku assumed his mother. The black-haired boy shrugged, and gave the Todoroki a loose hug, before going over to where Hitoshi, Rara, and Tenya were standing. Izuku didn't see as he was walking away, but the dual-haired boy turned beet red, and buried his face in his hands. The only person who wasn't preoccupied with talk of the shopping trip was the only one not going, and thus, the only one who noticed this. Bakugo just scoffed at his classmates' idiocy. Run, children, run. 8 o'clock Pretzi, everyone. Wake up. We are scheduled to meet in an hour. Why sleep when you can eat? Shut. Not everyone went to sleep at an acceptable time. Barbenizu, you have litterally been texting me all night. You haven't slept. Why sleep when you... Yeah, but I was enjoying lying on my bed staring at my demons in Minirumen, shopping. Todo Dokidoki, sorry I can't go. Barbenizu, it's fine Sho-chan. Todo Dokidoki, Astfgafgafgwa by Barbenizu. Oh. Pomeranian, OMYF God you densef Barbenizu, oh shut it Kaken why sleep when eat, Kaken. Oh my god, wait I just googled it soy sauce, what the F is Izuku? I am dying ISE Pretzi, this language is not acceptable. Dadzawa, all of you shut up Dadzawa, unlike all of you am actually trying to sleep. Just go to the Fing Mall. Pretzi is typing. Auxiliary record, I can just feel the intense rage off Ida's typing. I'll fly away my pretties, let's all get ready to go then. So we won't disturb Aizawa-sensei anymore. Barbenizu changed fly away my pretties' name to not the fucking apple Isaac. Not the fucking apple Isaac. Izuku, what the heck is wrong with you acidic? Ojiro Chako pulled out to heck dazo, shut up. Dadzawa muted the chat for 6 hours. An hour later, and 18 of the members of Class A were standing in the Kiyashi Ward shopping center. Everyone was wearing their casual clothes, and started to group up, discussing what they needed. Shinso and Izuku decided to go together, since they both needed to buy literally everything. Their conversations were suddenly interrupted, when the people standing around them started to turn and notice them, shouting things about them being from the sports festival. Izuku didn't particularly care, until he heard someone shout his hero name. He bolted, running as far away from the crowd as he could, until he eventually found a spot with fewer people. Just as his racing heartbeat began to slow down, he felt dry fingers wrap around his neck. Izuku's body tensed as he felt 4 fingers tighten around his neck, one of them being held away, hovering centimeters away from his flesh. His eyes widened as a shockingly familiar voice rasped, in a low, grating tone, "Let's get some tea and chat." Midoriya Izuku. Easy now, the crusty BSE continued, you're gonna act like we're a couple of old pals. No making a scene, okay? Izuku's breath hitched. He wouldn't like to admit it, but he was absolutely terrified. He had the murderous hands of a psychopath with a dangerous quirk wrapped around his neck, and he also knew who he was. Izuku's mind was pulling blanks as he tried to think how the villain could know these things, but his mind refused to cooperate. His mind went black as he began to hyperventilate, his breaths coming short and fast, mumbling under his breath, desperately trying to come up with an escape plan. It was, however, useless, as the older man tightened his fingers and hissed, "Calm down. Breathe naturally. I just want to talk. That's all. So don't you try anything funny." Izuku took a deep breath. The dangerous tone in this man's voice was enough for him to try and calm down. "It'd be all too easy. The second all 5 of my fingers touch your neck," the man's finger twitched towards Izuku's skin, "your throat would start crumbling from the skin inwards. You'd turn to dust in under a minute." An uneasy smile slid onto Izuku's face, as he gasped out, "I in a crowd like this. Try that and the heroes'll smash your face in." He made a choked noise as the hand around his neck tightened, and guided him to a bench where the two sat down. At this point, Izuku could feel himself becoming lightheaded, as his air supply was cut off. It wasn't long before Shigaraki continued, "No doubt. But take a look at them. The villain gestured to the crowds of people lining every inch of the shopping center. It's not crazy to imagine that someone could commit an atrocity at any given moment. So why do they smile and mingle like this? The man lowered his arm. Because the laws and rules are built on their individual morality. They're convinced that no one would ever do that. In the time it'd take to catch me, I could take 20. No, I could take 30 of them out. Izuku's heart was pounding. He slowly moved his right hand towards his jacket pocket, curling his hand around the handle of his knife. Talk. About what? Meanwhile, while most of I had decided to go and find what they needed, Okiko and Hitoshi were walking in the direction that they saw Izuku running in. As they kept an eye out for Izuku, Okiko leaned towards Hitoshi, whispering, "Hey, you've been awfully close to Izuku recently. Anything you'd like to tell me?" Hitoshi looked at her for a moment before realizing what she was insinuating, and promptly began to laugh so hard, he started to cry. "Why UPFTTTT do you think I'm dating Izuku?" The two literally had to stop for a moment while Shinso caught his breath. In answer to Okiko's look, Hitoshi replied, "We are close. But most definitely not like that." They continued walking, and after about 5 minutes of Okiko's badgering, Hitoshi finally gave in. "Okay, so," the purple-haired boy began, "you can't tell anyone you know this, since technically me and him want to keep this a secret," he added, to F with people, under his breath, "so. You know. I'm not actually meant to be telling you this. Although I'm pretty sure you're Aizu's best friend, he was probably gonna tell you anyway." He paused for a second. "We're half-brothers." Hitoshi then ignored his friend's shocked facial expression and continued searching for Izuku. Okiko ran to catch up with him, and was about to start barraging him with questions when she saw a familiar white hoodie. Pulling on Shinso's arm, she walked over, only to see her friend barely on the verge of consciousness, with a hand wrapped around his neck. Okiko didn't even think twice before pulling the knife Izuku had gifted her out of her BR, much to the shock and surprise of Hitoshi, and pointing it at the stranger's head. She glared at he-man, before growling out, "I won't hesitate. Beach." She sighed as Hitoshi screeched the last word. She walked forwards, putting her knife on the man's head before turning her head slightly. "Really?" Shinso just shrugged, and turned his attention to the man. But before he could speak, the man let go. He smiled. It wasn't very pretty, as it gave Shinso and Uraraka a full view of his chapped lips, crumbling skin, and decaying teeth. "I didn't realize you came with friends. Sorry about that. Well, I'm off." The man stood up. "You know what happens if you follow me." Okiko immediately ran to Izuku, who had slumped over on the bench, his face gradually returning to a normal color, the purple shade leaving. Hitoshi, however, made to follow the hooded figure, but was halted by a croaked "stop" from his brother, who hastily explained that he had threatened to disintegrate civilians. As Hitoshi took over keeping Izuku from passing out, Okiko began to call the police, reporting a villain. Izuku just glared at the space where the man used to be, and regretted not spitting in his face, or shanking him when he had the chance. Hisashi rushed into the mall, shouter in tow, flashing their hero licenses to the cops outside. The two then ran to where Hitoshi had told them to go. When they saw Izuku, he was talking to a police officer. Hisashi forgot all pretenses and bundled the boy into his arms, somehow also managing to pull Hitoshi in too. He was about to include Uraraka in the hug, but then he noticed the knife, and sighed, letting go of his sons. He fixed Izuku with his best glare. "Aizu, why are you giving knives out?" His son smiled sheepishly. Shouter looked anxiously over his shoulder, just to make sure his husband had Izuku, before he continued to shuffle over to where the rest of the class had been gathered, giving them a brief explanation of what had happened. God, his kids were Fing problem children, all right. 1346 Peppermint and Coffee Peppermint. As soon as I walked in that Fing door, Dick Wipe Fing ambushed me with a class list and said I should date your Momo. Peppermint, he knows she's a lesbian. Her family are so open about it. Plus, gay. Peppermint, Gay Peppermint, the closest thing to a girl I wanna F is you. Peppermint, Wait peppermint, SHT peppermint, F coffee / @ coffee. I mean ha same but coffee, wait no coffee, I don't want to F myself. Coffee, I wanna F you though if, coffee, God midnight corrupted me coffee, it'll corrupt you, coffee, go damn it peppermint, isiki I'm sorry coffee, F it coffee, Todoroki Xiaoto. F date me. Peppermint, YESPLEASE coffee, love peppermint. Love run, children, run. 1946 Barbonizu changed Tododokidoki's name to It's Cold Outside. Barbonizu changed their name to Still Looking Like Thotty Oh My God. Thinking Face Oh My God changed their name to Sherlock Holmes, Watson. Sedimentrami Watson, Sherlock Holmes changed Sedimentrami Watson's name to Dr. John Roxon Sherlock Holmes, Roxon. I deduce that this is a case of vine-flavored couple names Dr. John Roxon. Did you mean themed rather than flavored, Ohms? Sherlock Holmes, did I fing stutter, Roxon? Dr. John Roxon, auxiliary chord, Jesus Christ you fing nerds Sherlock Holmes. So now that Todozuku is basically canon now, who else has secretly been fing someone? Dr. John Roxon, IDK, Uneasy Face Ojikya. Takuji. Xerox Flex Tape. Momojiru. Tsuchiko. Ida Sonic. Shinkami. Sherlock Holmes, URD Sfuxaluja. I said that in confidence Sherlock Holmes. Well what about Kiribaku you beach cooking by the book? Now Sherlock that language is fing unactable. I'm telling mum cooking by the book at 3D printer Sherlock Holmes. Is EVERYONE against me today? Sherlock Holmes changed Cooking by the Book's name to Cocking by the Bock. Cocking by the Bock. I cocking by the book, what burb? Are the cryptids shall come out to play Sweet Angel at Adams? I agree with Kuda. Arms, that was rather disturbing. Sherlock Holmes changed Arms's name to 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸. I despise you with every cell of my being. 3D printer, oh dear lord what's happening burb, she has been summoned 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, really? Im in your I ship it im in your Op burb, cool 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, we are dating. Please call at Sherlock Holmes off. He keeps stming me asking. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, im currently on message burb, im on message 3D printer at auxiliary chord babe call your Pokemon off. Auxiliary chord, yeah sure auxiliary chord at Sherlock Holmes Pika the F away from the cryptid's beach. Im in your okay new op burb, we have been replaced. Sweet Angel. Pat burb, even I have to admit that Kuda has not yet been consumed by the darkness Sherlock Holmes, Roxon. We must get answers from everyone. Make haste. Sherlock Holmes, Todozuku is pretty much canon, but let's check anyway. Dr. John Roxon at It's Cold Outside at Still Looking Like Thotty Sherlock Holmes, TA. It's cold outside. Yes still looking like a thotty, yet Pomeranian, you finally did something on your dumb F crushes you oblivious F. Acidic, talk about pot calling the kettle black. Pomeranian, what was that raccoon eyes? Still looking like a thotty, is your caps lock broken or something, Kaken? Pomeranian, shut the FUP pineapple head still looking like a thotty. That's new Sherlock Holmes, anyway Dr. John Roxon at Imignon at Kung Fu Furry Imignon, yes Imignon, Mashi didn't want to tell the class because he didn't want us to be the only couple. Kung Fu Furry, yeet Sherlock Holmes. Okay so that's canon 2 Sherlock Holmes, so Takuji is canon 2 Sherlock Holmes, now, for my true op. At Soy Sauce X Flex Tape. Dr. John Roxon, is it true Soy Sauce changed their name to Mrs. Flex Tape? Mrs. Flex Tape, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Mrs. Flex Tape, we got married last week. Dr. John Roxon, see on Jidungens. Sherlock Holmes, so now we know that's canon, at 3D printer at auxiliary chord. 3D printer. Yes auxiliary chord changed their name to Biicon. Biicon changed 3D printer's name to Lesbian Queen Sherlock Holmes, Momojiru. Canon Mrs. Flex Tape, myself. Married Dr. John Roxon, Hotel. Trivago Sherlock Holmes at Queen Cryptid at Not the Fucking Apple Isaac Sherlock Holmes, SPILL Queen Cryptid. No not the fucking apple Isaac, no, Queen Cryptid. Not the fucking apple Isaac, oh heck Queen Cryptid. Not the fucking apple Isaac, OHECC Queen Cryptid. You dummy thick Kiro not the fucking apple. Isaac @@@@@@@ by icon. Stop dancing around it and F already you useless lesbians queen cryptid, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Do you wanna date? Kiro not T fucking Apple Isaac, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Witnessed 1A. History Drive John Roxon at Pretzi Dr. 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 John Roxon at Pretzi still looking like Ottie, Hez. Probably sorting the stuff he bought out. His phone's probably on silent. Ida X Sonic is 100% canon though Dr. John Roxon. Oh Dr. John Roxon, what about? At 𝐿𝐿, you don't mention it, and I won't mention 𝐾RBK. Okay. Dr. John Roxon. A fine 2024 purple and green. Looks like your excitable Pikachu like you back, Hito. Green. Go get him, you furry. Purple. I cannot tell if I hate you or not an. Flying KFC heavy checkmark at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 at Endeavor Official. If I wanted to kill myself, I'd jump from your ego to your intelligence. #𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐴 thoughts 1157 thought at bird thought way I've tired lovings shut wad fear tweet hackles UNCRYJKIBG tree thought. Translation, what in the ever-loving SHT was that tweet hawks, I'm CRYING cryptid thought, Eraserhead who? Present MIC who? At Goddess of Thought sorry but Hawks is now my favorite hero. Icy thought, what tweet? I don't have Twitter. Uneasy face. T thought, quick question first, Todoroki-san. Do you like your father? Icy thought, I suppose I do. He's my father. T thought, alien thought, screenshot 689. JPG sent Icy thought, oh dear lord Icy thought, I'm not denying it's good. Cryptid thought at bird thought what made you wanna write that? I mean I know he's literally the worst person to exist, but... Bird thought, well. I was poking around on the internet, using my own special ways to get into police files bird thought, and I found some records about him. They were a mixture of tweets, press statements, and interviews. None of them ever got out. The most recent was this June. Bird thought, they were all full of some horribly ignorant things bird thought. Were interviews where he was discriminating against quirkless people and mutant quirks bird thought, but they were mostly just homophobic comments. Bird thought, and as a very homosexual, very sensitive birdie, I decided to show the world via Twitter my hatred towards him. Cryptid thought, just you wait until I tell this to my very gay boyfriend, Shouto. 3C Icy thought, you're dating SE. 1. Cryptid thought, yep Peppermint and Coffee 1215 Coffee. Please tell me you've seen Hawk's new tweet. Peppermint, no. Coffee, Geo. On. Twitter. Now. Peppermint. Peppermint, I love Hawk's Peppermint, not as much as you Coffee, Eraserhead kiss me Peppermint. K sure just lemme roast my SPM donor on Twitter first Coffee, same purple and green 1216 green. Go roast and you're on Twitter my bro purple, sure withy purple. He always did seem a bit slimy. Hawks is now my favorite hero at Todoroki at Endeavor Official Go and SEK several PPS you homophobic old CND #𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 who cares at that one hero at Endeavor Official don't talk to me or your son again. #𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Hawks is now my favorite hero at Todoroki also at Endeavor Official I am gay. How'd you like that? Free shovio siedu. At Shinsha I hate everyone. But I hate you especially at Endeavor Official #𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐷 what are you doing, stepbro, heavy checkmark at meet midnight die in a pit at Endeavor Official #𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐷 frosted flakes tiger at Natsu fu at Endeavor Official #𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐷 and thank you Hawks. Blast EMC boom boom at fuck you in particular at Endeavor Official you're a scumbag. #FUCKYRC 1583 more replies. Chicken strips and burn baby burn 1234 burn baby burn. I saw what you did on Twitter. Chicken strips, it's this chicken strips, Satan's sins. Doc sent burn baby burn. I'm going to kill him burn baby burn. I'm actually going to kill him. Chicken strips, I want to too baby, but we have to stick to the plan. For now we'll have to stick with insulting him on Twitter burn baby burn. I guess you're right, birdie. Burn baby burn. Did you get it? Chicken strips, yep. Burn baby burn. How long until we begin? Chicken strips, no more than a few months I shouldn't think. Chicken strips, until your father gets burnt down to the ground. Burn baby burn, you're so hot when you're all villainous, little bird chicken strips. It'll show you just how villainous I can be, hot stuff burn baby burn. I'm sure you will chicken strips, same place as always. Burn baby burn, just get over here already you dumb chicken strips. But I'm your dumb chicken, love burn baby burn. Love 𝐒𝐿 and Hawks lay under the covers of a cheap motel bed, their limbs intertwined as they woke up. Disentangling himself from his boyfriend, Hawk sat up, stretching his arms and wings, hearing a satisfying pop. He leaned over, poking 𝐒𝐿 in the unmarred part of his face. The same pale skin that Hawks thought was blushed so beautifully last night. 𝐒𝐿 shifted in his sleep, allowing the thin cover to slip from his shoulders and pool around his waist, revealing his thin shoulders and showing the full extent of the scars on his chest. Hawks almost didn't want to wake him up. His face looked so appealing as he slept. He stared at his boyfriend a moment longer, before pressing a kiss to his mouth, feeling the rough, dead skin against his lips. It caused 𝐒𝐿 to blearily open his eyes, and as Hawks began to pull away, he reached a hand up to his blonde hair, pulling Hawks back down, so their mouths collided together once again. Their eyes flickered open again, and Hawks pressed one last kiss to 𝐒𝐿's forehead, before standing up, gathering his clothes from where they'd been strewn last night, and hastily shoving them on. Little red feathers gathered the oversized black hoodie and white shirt, the blue surgical mask and the black ripped jeans, and dropped them unceremoniously on the villain's head. 𝐒𝐿 spluttered indignantly, pushing them off his face, and fixing his lover with a scowl, which very quickly dissolved into laughter. 𝐒𝐿 bundled the clothes into his arms and walked into the small bathroom. Hawks watched as he disappeared through the door. He gave a quick shout that he was going to get them breakfast, receiving a muffled affirmation over the sound of the shower running, and walked out the door. He was wearing an oversized windbreaker jacket over his wings, and one of 𝐒𝐿's face masks. He was also wearing a baseball cap over his distinctive hair. He jogged across the empty road, and into the empty petrol station he'd seen when he'd flown in. The bell on the door jingled, and Hawks made sure to keep his face hidden from the cameras. He quickly went over to the refrigerators and pulled out 2 bottles of water and 2 box sandwiches, a chicken for him and a ham for 𝐒𝐿. He also picked up some chocolate, before walking over to the counter, handing everything to the bored-looking teenager who rung him up. Paying in cash, and then shoving everything into a bag, Hawks hurried out, itching to use his wings, but sticking to just running. He rushed back into the motel room, coming in to see 𝐒𝐿 sitting on the sofa, wearing ripped skinny jeans, but shirtless. He looked up. "Hey birdie," he greeted, moving over to make room for him. Hawks just rolled his eyes, shrugging of his windbreaker and throwing himself down next to 𝐒𝐿, passing him a bottle of water, his sandwich and a chocolate bar. 𝐒𝐿 looked up from where he was leaning on his boyfriend, when the familiar caramel dancing ringtone that signified Miruko was calling Hawks played. Hawks looked at his phone, and seeing the time he stiffened. "OF," he swore under his breath. He quickly denied the call and pulled 𝐒𝐿 into a kiss. "I can skip work this one time," he murmured into his boyfriend's mouth. "I guess I'm rubbing off on you then." 𝐒𝐿 replied, pulling away and smirking. Hawks smirked back, and pushed him against the sofa, pinning the black-haired villain down to the sofa. "I guess you have hot stuff." 𝐒𝐿 smiled, a genuine smile, that even Hawks had only seen a minuscule amount of times, and pecked him on the lips, pressing his hands against Hawks' chest, and gently pushing him back up, sitting up himself. The villain flicked the hero in the nose, a smile still playing on his lips. "Not now, birdie. I just showered." Hawks smiled back, and, pulling the black hair back, kissed his boyfriend's forehead, gently, as if he were made of glass. They spent the next few hours watching shitty rom-coms and reality TV on the motel's old television, mainly just making fun of the people on it. After a while, 𝐒𝐿 muted the TV, and turned to Hawks. "Hey, Hawks." The winged man turned his head, and nodded. I want to do something good. Something good to at least try to make up for the chaos that'll happen when we do our plan. Hawks grabbed his hand, running his fingers over the calloused skin. I'm going to do some vigilanteing. If you can get me some kind of cooling device. Cooling device. Yeah. My blue flames are pretty distinctive. He lit one in his palm to show, but I can make them hotter. So hot they go white. It hurts just to use my blue flames, and my white flames are even more painful, but when it's cold enough, I can. Hawk smiled, and wrapped his arms around his boyfriend, kissing his hair. He was proud. So very proud. No one noticed when some cooling gear went missing from Hawk's agency. Heroes noticed when crime started to mysteriously go down in the worst areas of the city. Everyone noticed when a vigilante, wielding pure white flames, killed a villain, who was winning against the heroes. He had a hood covering his head, and a mask covering his entire face. He was wearing long sleeves and was dressed almost exclusively in black. The only part of him that could be seen were his hands, which, especially against the black, stood out like snow against tar, and his eyes, which were a light, crystalline blue. The vigilate never spoke. When he communicated, he did it with nods or hand gestures. Hawks noticed when the man dubbed the Silent Angel gained a following. No one noticed when Hawks had the perfect opportunity to arrest the Silent Angel. God, Hawks was proud. Too bad everything would end soon. Izuku grunted as he lifted a cardboard box filled with his half-brother's stuff. Struggling to keep his grip, he turned his head to Hitoshi, who was struggling remarkably less, being the one gifted with height. Hito! Why can't you carry the boxes? My TWK body cannot handle all of this weight. Izuku seemed to do a strange impression of Mount Lady as he said that, making Hitoshi laugh. Zuku, you are literally training to be a hero. Luckily, before Izuku could injure himself, his dad came out of the house, taking the box out of his hands and holding it with ease. Izuku scowled, and grabbed a bag of clothes instead. Today was finally the day when Hitoshi would move in. The paperwork for his adoption had gone through incredibly fast, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was because they were pros, because his dad is Hitoshi's uncle, or because Nezu was involved. He strongly suspected the latter. All four of them were helping to move him into his room, since they luckily had two spare, since Nemurai and Tensai, as his dad put it, liked freeloading. Once all of the boxes were safely stored in the other bedroom, Hisashi and Shouta left their sons alone to organize the bare room, which was, at Hitsoshi's request, painted a light gray, with a slight hint of violet. It had a single bed in one corner, a chest of drawers in the other, a desk against the wall, and that was about it. Izuku and Hitoshi quickly got to work, dressing the bed, hanging curtains, and filling the sparse room with the few possessions Hitoshi had, along with a new laptop, which had been a present for getting adopted. Shouta said he only agreed to buy it because it was logical for school, but no one believed him. When they'd finished, they both fell down, exhausted on Hitoshi's bed. Izuku suddenly sat back up, and with a call of, "Give me a sec," left the room. A minute or so later, he returned, holding a giant cat plushie. "Welcome home." Izuku beamed, as he held the plushie out towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi's eyes widened as he saw the cat, and he sat up again. He grabbed the cat out of Izuku's hands, ignoring him completely as he admired the cat. Izuku laughed, as he picked up the other thing he'd brought, a large black and purple bag, and threw it at Hitoshi's head, hitting him square in the face. When he recovered, Izuku threw the shopping bag of the stuff Hitoshi had bought at the mall at him, once again hitting him square in the face. "Dad says to pack for tomorrow." Hitoshi just gave him the middle finger and began shoving clothing items haphazardly, as Izuku made his way across the hall to pack his own bag. Once he'd finished packing, Hitoshi opened his phone, and changed his default name on their messaging app. When he was asked what he wanted his last name to be, he decided to just go with Aizawa, since that was his original name anyway, and to honor his mother, although he did ask Hisashi if it was alright first, to which he enthusiastically replied that it was. Hitoshi smiled down proudly at his phone screen, to see the newly changed default name, Aizawa Hitoshi. Summer break all of 1A was on the bus, and it was, naturally, chaotic. There were people screaming about Pocky, music, I spy. Izuku was sitting next to Hitoshi, across the aisle from Uraraka and Zu. Izuku was giving Hitoshi some last-minute tips on using his capture weapon. After what seemed like years, but was really only an hour, the bus stopped on a smallish plateau, much to the confusion of the class. The students disembarked from the bus, looking around in confusion. "Hold on, what kinda rest stop is this?" Shouter sighed, and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Of course we stopped here for a reason, Dashay, Eraser," a voice called out. Izuku turned, and grinned as he saw the two heroes. "Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. We're the wild, wild pussycats." The two present members of the hero team posed, grinning, a small, grumpy-looking child behind them. "These are the pro heroes who'll be helping us out this time, the pussycats." Aizawa grumbled. "This whole area here is our territory," Mandalay began. "Your lodging is at the foot of that mountain over there." The hero pointed to a mountain far in the distance. Izuku turned to Hitoshi, who shrugged. All around them their classmates were muttering in confusion as well as suggesting they return to the bus. "It's now 9:30 a.m., I'm thinking. Around noon, at the earliest." Mandalay continued. A cloud descended on the students as they realized there wasn't much time left, and a mad dash to the bus, headed by the Baku squad, began. "Kitties who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch," the feline hero called after them. Suddenly, the earth moved, pushing them all off the ledge. Izuku could just about see Pixie Bob with her hands paws pressed against the floor as he fell towards the ground. "Sorry, kids." 1A could just about hear their teacher say, "The training's already begun." Both brothers hastily used their capture weapons to stop their descent and lower themselves to the ground, Izuku remarkably more gracefully than Hitoshi. Once the entire class was on the floor, Izuku looked up, to see Mandalay leaning over the edge, shouting to them, "This is our private property, so feel free to use your quirks. You've got 3 hours to reach the facility on foot. Make it through the beast's forest." Izuku sighed, and readjusted his capture weapon. "I really don't want to do this, Kay." "I know. But do you really have much of a choice?" "No. But why can't we do it now?" "Babe, you know as well as me we need more time to prepare." "Kay. What should I do?" "Do what they tell you." "But wait. What if he makes a special appearance?" "Oh. Do you think that would work? What if his 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 baby, breathe? He doesn't have to, but really it woo dash I'll do it. I'm proud of you 𝐼𝐴𝐵, someone's coming, bye-bye my love. Hey, you sap." End call. Izuku stared up at the screen. All Might. He may have not been particularly close to the man, but he trusted him. This man had entrusted him with his biggest secret. Izuku had no choice but to return the feeling of trust. As the nation mourned the loss of the greatest hero it had ever had, Izuku thought back to the student he recommended to All Might to receive one for all. He hoped he was all right. Tuya walked along the street, towards Endeavor, who was talking to the police. The number one hero barely had time to react before a pillar of mingling white and cyan flames burst from the man, engulfing the two, cutting them off from the rest of the world. Tuya pulled his hood and face mask down. "It's been a while, father." An uneasy expression took over Endeavor's face as he took a step back. Tuya smiled, and the fire fell. The vigilante glanced around him. The ploy had worked. There was a crowd, hundreds of people crowding around, having no doubt heard that Endeavor was fighting someone with a fire quirk. "Greetings, Japan," he called, looking directly into the TV cameras which had already set up around the scene. "My name is, well, you may know me as many things. The villain Darby. The vigilante Silent Angel. The eldest Todoroki son, Todoroki Tuya." He ignored the murmurs which began at his statement. Endeavor took this opportunity to send a blast of fire at him. Tuya dodged the fire and laughed. "Try what you wish, Enji, but I've already sent out 7 letters to 7 people. They should be arriving on their desks right about now." The man chuckled, putting his hands in his pockets and leaned forwards. "They detail every single thing you've ever done wrong. From every hand you've ever laid on one of your children, to every offensive tweet you've deleted. Come tomorrow, everyone will know all of your dirty laundry, endeavor. The police, the press, the Hero Commission, everyone will know, father. Endeavor looked enraged. You will stop this insolence at once, 𝐂𝐬𝐽. He roared. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 chuckled. No. I don't think I will. He paused and looked directly down the news camera. And do you want to know what these letters are? What they will be known as? The letters that will go down in history as what ended the great hero Endeavor's career. He said the hero's name with a sneer, his oldest son's suicide notes. There was a collective exclamation of surprise, some people even screaming for him to stop, as his body burst into a tornado of flame, burning high up into the sky. The hot fire leapt aggressively, catching the side of Endeavor's face and burning it. Waiting with bated breath, the congregation watched as the fire died out, leaving just a smattering of ash and a single red feather in its wake. 07 simultaneously, all around the country, interns from every major news station discovered a letter labeled with a 07 in the mail. Some threw them away, but most opened them. As soon as the ones who opened the letters read them, they ran straight to their bosses, and the story contained in them was soon ready to be run on nearly every major news network across Japan. 06 Kenji Tsuragami pushed open the door to his office. He let out a sigh at the amount of paperwork which had already begun to pile up on his desk due to the morning's incident and the death of Todoroki 𝐂𝐬𝐽. The chief of police walked over to his desk, his eyes landing on a letter placed delicately on the top of a pile of paperwork. He picked it up. It was addressed to Chief Tsuragami in scrawled handwriting, and when the man raised it to his nose, he could smell burning and, oddly enough, hawks. He snapped open the wax seal and pulled out the contents, a USB stick and a folded letter. The man set aside the USB for the moment, turning his attention to the letter. It was stamped with 06 in the top right-hand corner, and the chief was suddenly struck with the realization that this letter was probably the sixth of the eldest Todoroki's suicide notes. He hesitantly opened the letter and read it. 05 Todoroki Fuyumi looked up from her book as she heard a knock at the door. Slipping a bookmark into the book, she stood up. She opened the door, surprised to see no one there. Looking down, she saw a letter laid on the doormat. She leant down to pick it up. The words Todoroki Fuyumi and Natsuo were scrawled on the front. Fuyumi frowned and took the letter back into the house, shouting for her brother to come in from their courtyard. She snapped the wax seal as Natsuo walked over, looking over her shoulder. She pulled the letter out of the envelope, taking note of the 05 stamp on the top. As her eyes scanned down the words written on the page, her hands began to shake so badly that Natsuo took the paper from them, leaving her free to clamp her hands over her mouth. The siblings sank to the floor together, as Natsuo pulled his older sister into a hug. 04 Todoroki 𝐿𝐼 pushed open his dorm room door, shutting it behind him. He yawned as he sat down on his bed. There was a crunch from under him, and he stood up again, picking up the slightly crumpled letter. 𝐿𝐼 frowned. How did that get there? His name was written on the front in a scrawling handwriting which he didn't recognize. He pulled the letter out, ignoring the 04 stamped at the top, and read what was written inside. His hands tightened around the edge of the paper, crinkling it. The door slammed behind him as he ran out of his room, directly to his boyfriend's. 03 Todoroki Rei was awoken from her nap by a rapping knock coming from her window. She sat up and slowly made her way over to the window, not seeing anyone. Her eyes widened as she saw something left on her windowsill. It was a letter, with her name written on the front in a handwriting she would never forget, pinned to the sill with a rigid red feather. The woman pushed the window up, and picked the feather and the letter up, closing the window after. Sitting back down, she laid the feather gently in her lap, and opened the letter, peeling the seal back carefully so as to not break it. There was a 03 stamped neatly onto the top right corner. Her eyes scanned down the page, reading the note written by her lost son. She set the letter down by her side, and picked the red feather up, twirling it between her fingers. A small smile graced her lips as she realized what he'd done. 02 Principal Nezu grinned as he saw a letter on his desk. He'd known that this was coming as soon as he'd seen the broadcast. He felt dreadfully for 𝐂𝐬𝐽, having taught him for the year he was at UA before disappearing. The rat dog thing's small paws picked the letter up, his claws easily opening the envelope. He took care to note the 02 in the corner of the letter. 𝐒𝐲 read the letter, his whiskers twitching as he realized what his former student was doing and what he was asking of him. He let out a small laugh as he turned his computer on, beginning the setup to complete 𝐂𝐴's last request to him. 01 She frowned as she saw the letter sat on her bed, with her name in Darby's handwriting scribbled across the front. Picking the letter up, she ripped the envelope open, completely missing the 01 stamped on the top. Her eyes widened as she read its contents, her pseudo-brother's words washing over her. The paper dropped to the floor as she sniffled. She began to run around her room, grabbing what little belongings she had, and stuffing them into her Hello Kitty backpack. She only spared one last glance at her room before she entered the hallway. The girl paused as she passed by Darby's bedroom. Pushing the door open, she saw it exactly the same as always, nothing out of place. She could almost convince herself that he'd just left to go and smoke outside. She shook her head and turned to leave when something caught her eye. Darby's coat. The girl paused before rushing into the room and stuffing the coat into her backpack, before turning tail and running out of the League's hideout. She ignored Shigaraki's calls as she ran out into the street. The girl headed towards UA. Himiko, I know you're probably wondering why I'm writing this. I mean, I saw you this morning, right? Well, this note is a goodbye. Please don't watch the news or search for Todoroki Tuya for the next few weeks. I don't want you to see what I'm about to do. My real name is Todoroki Tuya, and I am Endeavor's eldest child. His youngest, Xiaoto, is about the same age as you. I guess big brother instincts die hard, here. I'm sure you've guessed by the rest of this note that I am going to end my own life, but I also have another reason, aside from saying goodbye. I have a request. A probably selfish request, but for once in my life, I will say please, Himiko. Please, go to UA. I have sent another letter to Principal 𝐒𝐲, telling him about this request as well. He's trustworthy. I know you believe in Stain's ideals. I used to as well, but there truly are some heroes worth saving. Some heroes who truly care for people. I was so blinded by my hatred for my father that I failed to see the hundreds of other heroes out there, the ones who care, the ones who stick up for people like me, for people like us. I want you to enroll at UA. You have a powerful quirk. You have a powerful smile. I want you to get up there, screaming plus ultra at the top of your lungs. I want you to become the hero I couldn't be. The hero that I needed. The hero that little girls and boys with so-called villainous quirks look up to and see that they can become a hero, that their quirk is worth more than what people think of them. The hero that breaks every mold society has put on heroes. The hero that saves all of the Darbys and Togas and Shigarakis when they are still Tuyas, Himikos, and Tenkos. Gives people like us a reason to keep going, a reason to reach for the top, and a reason to do good. I know I can't make you do this, but please, Himiko. I love you like a little sister, and I can't stand the thought of you going down the same path as me, and I detest the idea of you ending up like me now. Please, Himiko, go to UA as soon as you get this letter. 𝐒𝐲 will be waiting for you by the gates until sunset. Please go to UA, and talk to the kids there, make friends your age. Become a hero that you can be proud of. I love you, Himiko. Goodbye, Darby. She stood in front of her new class, 1A at UA Hero School, for the first time. She looked back at midnight. The woman had taken her and Xiaoto under her wing, her forever, and Xiaoto temporarily until his mother could get custody of him again. The woman nodded, and she turned back to the class. Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you, she bowed. My name is Kiyoma Himiko, or the Memoriam heroine, Toki, and I will be joining your class from now on. I hope we can be friends. Himiko smiled the smile that her brother told her he loved. 10 years later. The bell on the small cat cafe dinged as Aizawa Shouta and Yamada Hisashi walked into the warmth, hand in hand. Shouta held the door open for the both of them as his husband's hands were occupied by both his own and his cane. The pair sat down at their book table, Shouta immediately being pounced on by 6 different cats. Hisashi laughed at that, moving his cane to lay on the floor. Man, I can't believe 𝐒𝐻's already started high school. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes since she was born. Hisashi, we didn't know her when she was born. Hisashi rolled his eyes and moved to cross his legs, flinching when the movement pulled on the old injury that cut his hero work short. "You okay?" 𝐂𝐿 asked, not looking up from where he was petting a cat. "Yeah, I'm good." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 beamed back at him, picking up a small kitten himself. The two chatted for a while before the bell dinged again, and Tensai pushed himself inside, wheeling over to their table, popping a wheelie in the middle of the cafe. 𝐂𝐿 rubbed his temples in annoyance as 𝐒𝐻𝐲 laughed. "You're way too old to do that, Tensai." 𝐂𝐿 grumbled, passing a cat over the table to his friend. The man shrugged. "I missed out on the prime of my life. I'll wheelie down the UA halls if I want to." "You're gonna kill a student." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 snorted. Tensai just shrugged in response, snickering. The bell rang again soon after, and Nemirai entered the cafe, looking a little flustered. She sat down between 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and Tensai, slumping in her seat. "I'm not too late, am I?" "You're fine," 𝐂𝐿 reassured. "Tensai only just got here." "Oh, thank God." Nemirai breathed a sigh of relief. "Himiko wanted to have more of my BLD before the USA. I thought I was gonna be late." Tensai snickered slightly before turning to her. "Even if you were, you're still our absolute favorite MF." The heroine preened, "Hell yeah, I'm a MF. Need I remind you who had an article written about how much of a MF she is? Didn't that article think Himiko was your biological child?" 𝐂𝐿 asked. "Yeah," 𝐒𝐻𝐲 added, "and didn't they say that you gave BRTH when you were like 15 or something?" "Well, it may have been completely inaccurate, but it said I was hot, so I'll take it." Nemirai shrugged. "Anyway, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, how's retirement treating you?" Boring. I've only got 2 jobs now." "Ah yes, God forbid you have more than 2 hours of free time a year." Tensai exclaimed. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 laughed. "Maybe I should get another job just to fill my tea dash." "Absolutely not." 𝐂𝐿 cut his husband off. Principal Nezu sat in his office, with Recovery Girl, who was sitting opposite him on his desk. "I think I'm getting a little old to run this school properly now, Chiyo." The rat thing laughed. "If you're too old, I'm ancient, Nezu." "Well, I won't deny that." The principal giggled, as he dodged the woman's cane. "I'm sure young Izuku would be happy to take on a bit more responsibility. He is your vice principal, after all." Nezu smiled thoughtfully. "He is, isn't he?" the villain roared as Tailman kicked him in the head, stolen banknotes fluttering from his bag. The hero felt his phone buzz in his pocket, and gestured for his wife to take over, ducking away. Invisible Girl jumped over him, grabbing the villain's horns, and pulling him from her husband. Tailman pulled his phone out. "SHT. What is it, Tailman?" Invisigirl asked, flipping the villain she was fighting, just in time for his accomplice to charge her. "Our daughter. School's being let out early." Tailman exclaimed as he ran towards her, pulling the villain away from her. "SHT. Can you handle them for a sec while I get someone to get her?" Invisigirl shouted to her husband as he nodded in assent. She moved quickly to the side, pulling her glove off with her teeth. The heroine pulled her phone out and opened the group chat which was shared by her old UA class. "GC, it takes a village to raise a child. Certified MF. Villain fight. Can one of you go and pick up Rini? Take your license or they won't let you take her. Her school is sending Tem home early. Number 3 loser. I apologize, I am on the first year's USJ trip. God's favorite, carrot knife wife. Happy face. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Happy smiley carrot fairy vampire GFX reader. Same screaming bourgeois at a PP. Moi and at mukbang YouTuber's worst nightmare are on patrol near her school. Sparkles will go pick her up. Love mukbang YouTuber's worst nightmare. We'll drop her off with present MIC and Jiru at Hands Up Radio, as we'll need to return to our patrol. Fairy vampire GFX reader. Give her a big hug from Auntie Himiko when you see her. Love God's favorite. Psycho. Love fairy vampire GFX reader. Eat knife wife. The F. Certified MF. Thanks. Twinkling and Tentacle looked up from their phones. They were in a very safe area, as it was in the jurisdiction of 3 hero agencies. Patrols were more for show than anything else. "So, Mon Amy, shall we get going? I'm sure the students will be dazzled and awestruck to see the fabulous Moi there." Twinkling exclaimed as the 2 heroes changed direction, heading towards their friend's daughter, Rini's elementary school. The heroes flashed their licenses to the receptionist as they entered the school. 𝐿𝐴 made his way straight to 𝐸𝐵's classroom, as 𝐵 was hounded for autographs and photos. 𝐿𝐴 knocked on the classroom door, smiling under his mask when 𝐸𝐵 saw him. The girl grinned, and her tail wagged from side to side. She ran up to him, jumping into his arms with a cry of "Uncle Mizo." The hero swung the 6-year-old around as she laughed, eventually putting her on his back. He left the classroom, folding his arms over her in a way that was similar to how he held 𝐬 in his first sports festival. Saying goodbye to the teacher, the two left the classroom, rejoining 𝐿𝐴, who had managed to escape the fans. "Are Jiru, Cammy, and MIC on air?" 𝐿𝐴 asked. 𝐿𝐴 pulled his phone out with a flourish, checking the time. "They are. I will send them a message to let them know we are coming." GC. It takes a village to raise a child. Screaming bonjour at a PP at electric wife at what do you mean at father figure 2 child drop off. Sparkles, we're dropping 𝐸𝐵 off. Toru and Masharao are fighting a villain. Electric wife, yeah, sounds good. We're all on air, but she can sit in the recording booth like normal. I'll send Denki out to get her. Screaming bonjour at a PP, will arrive in about 10 minutes. Sparkles, au revoir. And that was the latest single from the heroine Pinky, featuring yours truly. A great song, don't you think? Charge. Earphone Jack speaks into the microphone as the song fades out. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, you may be slightly biased. Charge Bolt answers with a grin. The heroine laughs. Maybe. Oh. You've seen the new hero rankings that were released last night, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 scoffs. Of course I have. My wife is at number 5. She paused. Congratulations to 𝐿𝐴million for reaching number 1, though. And to Bakubro discharge. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 reprimanded. And to Ground Zero, Charge Bolt corrected, for getting number 2 and beating 𝐿𝐴million this year. Although they're no doubt gonna swap again next year. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 laughed. Anyway, what I was gonna say was I have managed to maintain my ranking for the 4th year in a row. Oh god. Here we go, rank 69 baby, Charge Bolt exclaimed, leaning back on his seat. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 chuckled fondly. You're so immature. Charge Bolt stuck his tongue out at her. You can't see this, but he just stuck his tongue out at me. Charge Bolt. Top 100 pro hero and UA teacher. She exclaimed in faux shock. Well, there's gotta be a reason I'm all my students' favorite teacher. She rolled her eyes and began the preparations to play the next song. Next up, we've got The Day by Porno Graffiti, she announced as the song began to fade in. The DJ swayed the mics off and turned to her co-host. Denki, 𝐼𝐼, and Shuji are dropping 𝐸𝐵 off here in a few minutes, can you go fetch her? I'll handle stuff here if you're not back by the time the song's done. If you bring her in, she can do what she normally does. Denki gave Kyuka a 2-fingered salute and a wink and left the room, closing the door securely behind him. He walked over to the front entrance of the Put Your Hands Up radio station, waiting for his friends to appear. Denki didn't have long to wait before 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐿𝐴million rounded a corner. The hero smiled and waved at them. 𝐸𝐵 wiggled, and 𝐿𝐴million put her down, leaving her free to run over and wrap her arms around Denki's legs. Uncle Den. Is Auntie Kyo inside? Denki laughed, picking her up and holding her on his hip. Yeah, she is, but we're on air at the moment, so you'll have to be quiet. He grinned, making a face like he had just told the child a great secret. She laughed at that, and he carried her inside, giving 𝐿𝐴million and 𝐿𝐴million a nod as the two heroes left to return to their patrol. He pushed the door open, grinning to 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, where she was talking to their listeners. Welcome back, Charge. She called, turning his microphone on as he entered. I've brought you a little visitor, Jack. He grinned, gesturing to 𝐸𝐵 with his head. Oh my god, you do. Hey there, little listener. The heroine exclaimed, her voice raising in pitch. Hi, Auntie Kyo. Charge Bolt laughed, and placed 𝐸𝐵 in his co-host's lap. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 wrapped her arms around 𝐸𝐵. I'm gonna die. You're so cute, little bunny. I gotta ask Creati to get us one of these, Charge Bolt chuckled. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's gone into baby mode again. Can you blame me? Anyway, Bunny, what song do you want us to play next? The little girl put a finger to her chin in thought. I want Auntie Mina's music. She beamed, humming a slightly out-of-tune rendition of one of Pinky's songs. "Pinky it is!" 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 exclaimed. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 laughed before pressing a few buttons, causing a melodic electronic song to fade in. Now, on the request of everyone's favorite little listener, PH1 by the one and only Pinky. The DJ flicked the microphones off and looked down to her phone screen when it lit up with a notification. She snorted as she read it. "Denki, you should check the group chat." She giggled. "What? I've only got 10% left, so this better be good." Denki grumbled but picked his phone up anyway. "GC, it takes a village to raise a child, all for a good caustic. No, I told you my music was better than your shitty 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 bullshit, all for a good caustic. Reenie's my biggest fan, what do you mean? Mina, I am on air and you are on patrol, what do you mean? Go back to work, all for a good caustic. Parenthood changed you, hurt my head, all for a good caustic. You and Hitoshi are so boring now. Always just staying in to look after your hellspawn son. Never coming out with me anymore. I'm gonna cry, what do you mean? My son is a lovely good boy acoustic wife. You do know that what you're saying makes it sound like Sprinkles is an actual child, right? What do you mean? He is, what do you mean? How is he, my beloved babysitter? Acoustic wife, he is fine, he gets on well with adagio, staccato and forte. Oh Lord has got the zoomies. Kaminari, Ashido, please return to your jobs. What do you mean? Oh God, I can see him karate chopping from here. All for a good caustic, same? All for a good caustic. CY Denki, sorry for calling your cat a hellspawn, what do you mean? CYA Mina. Your forgiven Pinky looks up from her phone, shoving it into her pocket as she ran over to Ground Zero, who had walked away from her as she texted 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. "Kaken. They're playing my song on the radio again." She beamed as she caught up to him, ignoring the people watching the two of them with admiration. It was pretty usual to see the two of them together, but people still gawked seeing the number 2 and number 7 heroes together. "Do I look like I care, Acid Beach?" Ground Zero growled. "Absolutely yes." Pinky slapped his shoulder, ignoring the eye roll he gave her. "Ah, come on, Katsuki, you care about us all really." "No, I don't." The hero crossed his arms, pointedly avoiding looking at Pinky as she laughed for a whole minute. The heroine was just calming down when an explosion rang out a few streets down from them. The two top 10 heroes shared a look and a small nod, before they both took off in the direction of the explosion. When they reached the scene of the explosion, they discovered a burnt husk of a patrol car, and a villain fighting back against the officers trying to arrest him. The guy had some kind of dragon mutation quirk, as he was about 7 foot tall and was currently breathing fire. Ground Zero charged forwards, setting an explosion off directly in the villain's face. He stumbled back, directly into where Pinky was waiting. She threw a rope of acid, giggling as it hissed when it made contact with his scales. "Pinky, look out." The heroine barely had a chance to process Ground Zero's shout before a reptilian tail slammed into her, sending her flying into the side of a building. She heard a large blast, before she was pulled into a pair of warm arms. Blearily blinking her eyes, she looked up at Katsuki. "Oh, Boodboo, you do care." Katsuki watched as Mina's eyes fluttered shut and her head lolled back. "Stupid thing, idiot," he muttered as he picked her up, beginning the short walk to the nearest hospital. The heroine was pulled from the hero's arms as soon as the pair reached the hospital entrance. After 10 minutes, Katsuki got bored of waiting and walked over to a nurse. "Can I have some news on Ashido, Mina?" "Pinky." The nurse didn't look up, answering, "I'm sorry, sir, we only allow family information on our patients." "She's my sister." The nurse looked up, and her eyes widened when she realized who she was talking to. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ground Zero, sir." She stood up, bowing quickly. "She's in room 302. Here's her file." "Sorry." Katsuki rolled his eyes and huffed in annoyance before leaving. When he reached the door to room 302, he stood outside for a while, reading through Mina's file. When he'd finished, he knocked on the door, slamming it open when he heard a "come in" from inside. Mina was laying in the single bed in the room, grinning at him. "I'm just a little bruised, Bakubro." "No need to worry." Katsuki shook his head fondly and pulled out his phone. "GC, it takes a village to raise a child, the angry one. Mina's in hospital, the nice one. Is she okay?" "Acoustic wife. we saw it on the news, give her my love. Laughing face D, Stickman the hero. Oh yikes, I can barely read that. Kuda Stickman the hero at the Angry One updates man, updates. Electric wife, me and Denki just got off air for lunch, his phone is dead, he wants to know if she's okay. The Angry One, just concussed, Beach'll be okay in a week or so, just no screen time or hero duties for like 2 days. F***ing idiot got knocked out by a low-level villain. Oh lord has got the zoomies. Bakugu, that is not an appropriate way to refer to a fellow hero who is injured. I hope Ashido gets better soon. The Angry One, oh shut up Speedy. The Nice One, are you in that hospital near UA? Cause me and at Stickman the hero are on our lunch break, we can come say hi. Love the Angry One. Yeah, we are. The Nice One, love. The Angry One, the Nice One, the Angry One, no rushy I'll be staying here all day, probably. The Nice One, got it, love Stickman the hero, LMO get a room loses the Nice One, Zero me and Katsuki live together. Eijiro and Hanta were walking towards the hospital, chatting. Ayo Eiji. Hanta began, leaning in close to his friend and wiggling his eyebrows, what's Baku bro like in bed? What the F Hanta? Eijiro began, looking affronted, you already know that. Hanta snorted and slapped the other on the back, and soon they were both laughing as they entered the hospital. Walking into Mina's room, Hanta went directly to sit on the heroine's bed, jumping on it a little as he did so, and greeting the woman with a hug. Eijiro gave Katsuki a peck on the cheek before joining their two friends. How are you feeling? Am I better now you're here, Eiji? The woman replied with a wink. Hanta, Eijiro, and Mina laughed as Katsuki growled out annoy. The group chatted for a while before they were interrupted by Mina's stomach rumbling. I'm so hungry, she frowned, and hospital food is. When are you getting out? Hanta asked. Not until this evening. Katsuki added from where he was sat on the other side of the room on his phone. Mina groaned. Oh. I'll ask Seitu to drop something off later. Eijiro smiled. Oh my god please. Eijiro chuckled as he pulled his phone out. GC, it takes a village to raise a child the Nice One at forgive me father for I have sinned say to the Nice One, holy SHT who did that name. Acoustic wife, Cammy electric wife, Cammy screaming bonjour at a PP, Cammy the Nice One, good point the Nice One changed forgive me father for I have sinned his name to Daddy the Nice One. Anyway at Daddy come drop by the hospital by UA sometime today, Mina wants food and is the best we know Daddy, God why am I still here Daddy? Yeah, I'll pop over once Kuda's picked up his animal-friendly treats. I've got time before my patrol this evening. The Nice One, no need to rush out, will be staying here all lunch, and Katsuki will be here all day. Daddy, okay hand sign Daddy, I'll come over at about 1, that sound good. The Nice One, hell yeah bro Seitu looked up from his phone as the bell to his bakery dinged. Hello. Kuda signed as he walked in. Hi Kuda. Seitu cheerily greets, I've got your critter-friendly treats just round here. He pulls out a large bag, easily handing it over to Kuda, who struggles slightly under the weight. Do you want to help me choose what sweets to get for Mina, or do you have to get back to the sanctuary? I can help. It's being looked after. Oh, great. The two spent a few minutes going through the shop, Kuda pointing at the items which he thought Mina would like, mostly sour treats and sweets, and choosing a few which were shaped like animals too. Seitu was putting the sweets he chose into a paper bag, ready for the injured heroine to eat. Once they'd finished, and Seitu had sealed the bag, he turned to his former classmate. Wait, should we pick some out for Zoo and Tokoyami too? Their stakeout raid thing ends today, right? The raid is this afternoon. Yeah, exactly. We can decide what to give them now, and I'll take it to them tomorrow, freshly baked, before my patrol starts. Are we allowed to text them? Kuda tilted his head as he signed the question, because then we can ask if they have any preferences. Ooh, good idea. Seitu grinned, and it can't hurt to try. If we weren't allowed, they'd have left their phones at their agencies. Kuda nodded in agreement as Seitu took his phone out of his pocket. GC, it takes a village to raise a child Daddy at Batsumaru at Hippity Hoppity are you okay to text Atem Batsumaru? We have a mere few hours before the Raid of Darkness commences. Mukbang YouTuber's worst nightmare, He means yes, we are okay to talk, we have a few hours until the raid. Hippity hoppity, anything that you wanted, say to. Kiro daddy, yeah, do you have any preferences for snacks when you return? Hippity hoppity, no, thank you Kiro Batsumaru, I am partial to the confectionery from the realms of darkness mukbang YouTuber's worst nightmare, he means dark chocolate daddy, thank you. Tokoyami looks up from his phone over at Zu, who was lounging on one of the 2 beds in their stakeout room. You do not wish to give say to. A preference. My preference is flies in chocolate, Kiro. Oh. The pair remained silent for a while, dressing into their hero costumes. It didn't take long before the room's landline phone rang, and the heroes shared a look. You ready, Kiro? Froppy asked. When you are. Tsukuyomi replied. GC, it takes a village to raise a child, what do you mean? Holy SHT the nice one, Tsu, Tokoyami. Hippity hoppity, Kiro what do you mean? Me and Kyuka had to stop our broadcast to talk about the raid holy fuck oh lord has got the zoomies. Kaminari please calm down. What do you mean? WF do you mean Ida Ditwai just took down like 20 villains on their OWN acoustic wife at electric wife dear. Please confiscate Kaminari's phone, love electric wife. Done the nice one. Seriously though, that was so cool. Manly. Batsumaru, Dark Shadow and I thank you. Acoustic wife, me and Tenya were watching it live on the news. You were both very impressive, love certified MF. We got into the police station just as you beat that last villain certified DUF, it was so cool. Certified DUF at electric wife how's Rini? Electric wife, I'm on air ATM, with Denki, MIC's looking after her. His done until this evening. Certified MF, we need to give our statements, and then we'll come over to pick her up. Acoustic wife, aren't you on the opposite side of the city Arn? Certified DIF, yeah. Acoustic wife, me and Tenya are free today, we could go get her and wait with her at your house. You shouldn't be that long, right? Certified DIF, will be done in about half an hour. Acoustic wife, we'll collect her for you then, right? At oh lord has got the zoomies. Oh lord has got the zoomies. That would be the responsible thing to do. Certified MF, OMG thank you. Love that villain fight was very hard Tbich certified MF, I am exhausted acoustic wife. It's absolutely no problem, Toru. Momo looked up from her phone, checking the time on the large grandfather clock that sat in her and Kyuka's home. Come on, Tenya, let's go and collect Rini. The man stood up nodding. The cats will survive 2 hours without our supervision. Momo side-eyed Denki and Hitoshi's cat Sprinkles. I hope they will. Shush. As Tenya chatted to presenter MIC, Momo scooped Rini into her arms, the girl laughing as her aunt gave her attention. Or aren't you adorable, my little scrumply dink? The woman exclaimed, nuzzling the child's cheek. Tenya and MIC turned, looking over in confusion. Hey, Momo, Tenya started, what? Baby. MIC shook his head fondly as he ushered them out. The two made their way over to the Ojiro house, keeping the 6-year-old girl in their company occupied with a game of I Spy. It wasn't long before they reached the house, and Tenya, who had his hands free of child, unlocked the door, using the code and his fingerprint. They walked into the living room, and Momo sat Rini down on the sofa. Tenya sat next to her. Momo smiled. I'll make us some tea, she looked to Rini, and how about juice for you? Yes please, the girl grinned, showing off where one of her front teeth was missing. Apple please. Anything for you, my little scrunkly. Momo called as she disappeared into the kitchen. The woman appeared not much later with 2 mugs of tea in one hand, and a plastic cup of juice in the other. She handed the 2 extra cups to their intended recipients, and sat down on the other side of Rini, sipping her tea. I wonder how the USJ trip is going. Momo asked, as Rini drank her juice. Tenya chuckled, hopefully better than ours. Momo snorted, nearly choking on her tea, yeah hopefully. She paused before asking her friend, do you think we could message them? Surely they would be very busy. It can't help to ask, Tenya. Plus, I think they have a break planned for about now anyway, Tenya sighed. Oh, fine. GC, It takes a village to raise a child. Acoustic wife at God's favorite at number 3. Loser at knife wife at ill sleep when I'm dead at fairy vampire GFX reader. How's the USJ trip going? Knife wife, good. God's favorite, we're in our late lunch break ATM, we've got like 5 minutes until we've got to go back to doing our jobs. Knife wife, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 are looking after the kids ATM. God's favorite, just in case one of them try and choke on a sandwich. Knife wife, and Hitoshi is dead. Stickerman the hero, knife wife, to the world. Knife wife, he's asleep not dead. God's favorite, LMAO the angry one, no villains yet. God's favorite, not yet. Acoustic wife, Aries there, isn't she? God's favorite, yeah, she is. I know Dad's still a little upset he can't be her homeroom teacher, but he's already got a class, and abandoning them for his daughter sounds just a little bit like favoritism. God's favorite, but she gets her second favorite big brother, 𝐼𝐼𝐲 2.0, the one and only 𝐼𝐼𝐲 Hitoshi instead. The angry one, like your entire high school experience wasn't steeped in favoritism. BSTD. God's favorite, love you too Kaken, love the angry one. I hate you. Number 3. Loser, Izuku, Eri is asking for you. God's favorite, okay, be over soon. Love. Izuku stood up, readjusting his capture weapon as he said goodbye to Rara and walked over to where 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐽 was standing with Eri and Kota. He looked over to see 𝐒𝐭𝐴 watching the rest of the class. Turning his attention to his sister and her best friend, he asked, so what do you want then, with a small smile. The two 15-year-olds shared a look, before Eri blurted out, we want to be flower girls at your wedding. Kota made a noise of affront, I wanna be a flower boy not a girl. Eri smacked the back of his head. Izuku ignored what Kota said. My what? His what? Izuku and 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐽 deadpanned at the same moment. Eri scoffed. Beach, you're engaged. What? Everyone can tell. Kota added with a menacing grin. Izuku shared a glance with his fiancée and then finally gave in with a "Aight, fine." Yes. Eri and Kota exclaimed, drawing the attention of the rest of the class and 𝐒𝐭𝐴, who all looked over in curiosity. Izuku sighed and walked away from 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐽 and the two kids, towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴. You've only got a minute until we start again, so make sure you've finished eating, and that you've put all your rubbish in the bins. He shouted, so that the whole class, who were spread out over the plaza, could hear. A reply of yes sir echoed up from around him as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 began to walk around, picking up any stray pieces of rubbish. Nearly 10,000 miles away. Feather and Ink Tattoo Parlor Kai was sitting on his parlor's tattoo bed, listening to his partner Sora, who was perched on the countertop, chatter randomly about some film he wanted to watch together. They've got an actor with a wing quirk. Kai. How can you not want to watch it? Because that director's film's always SCK. Kai rolled his eyes at the familiar teasing argument, it's always just senseless action. If I promise that there's lovey-dovey bits in it for you, will you agree to watch it with me tonight? Sora fluttered his eyelashes at his partner, holding his hands in a praying gesture, clearly intending to look angelic and innocent. His jet-black wings ruffled as he widened the puppy eyes. Kai huffed in faked annoyance, running a tattooed hand through his red hair. Fine. Sora punched the air with a cry of yes. The shop's bell dinged, and Kai pushed himself up off the bed. That'll be my 9 o'clock. You'd better get going to work. I'll still be here when your shift ends. The winged man nodded, giving Kai a small peck on the cheek. CYA. Kai shook his head fondly as his partner left. He then turned to his client, a regular who was halfway through a back piece. He led them around to the tattooing bed, and put some gloves on, taking his treasured bracelet off. Kai made his way to work, happily flying. He'd been one of the few people lucky enough to get a quirk use license. Not for hero work, but for everyday work. His large black wings were impressive, and it would have been a shame if he wasn't allowed to use them to fly. He dropped down just outside of the bird sanctuary he worked at, smiling at his co-workers as he clocked in. Sora, one of them, a kid called Kay, who was just there as a part-time job for college, called, waving to him. Hey Kay. He grinned back as they jogged over to him. We've got a school trip coming. Boss wants you to lead the tour. She thought they'd like the wings. Of course. He chuckled, it'll just make me want kids more though. Kai's gonna be so sick of me talking about wanting them, he'll withdraw the application to adopt before it's even gone through. Kay laughed. I'm sure he won't. How's that going, by the way? Sora sighed, still no news. We should be getting the letter soon though, I'll let you know when I do. He ruffled the kid's hair. An hour later, and the school trip arrived. Sora had to stop himself from cooing at them holding hands in pairs, wearing their little reflective jackets. He smiled as he walked over to the group, greeting the teachers with handshakes, and preening under the amazed whispers of the children. Alright, hi kids. Welcome to the North Star Bird Sanctuary. He exclaimed happily, now, no matter what any of my co-workers tell you, I am in fact a member of staff, and not a bird that lives here. He made a bird noise, smiling when the children giggled at him. Sora landed directly outside Feather and Ink, unlocking the door with his key, which was on a keyring which was an accurate representation of every single item in the bird sanctuary's gift shop. He looked around the deserted shop for his partner, grinning deviously when he saw him curled up asleep on the tattoo bench. Sora snuck over and leaned close to Kai's overly pierced ear. He took a light breath before screaming, "Wake up, Mothif." Kai let out a yelp and tumbled off the bench. Fing hell Sora, I'm up. Sora grinned as he squatted down next to Kai. I'm hungry. So? I can't cook. Sora frowned. Order yourself some food then, dumbass. Kai rolled his eyes as he sat up. Oh yeah. Is fried chicken okay, babe? Yeah, as long as you don't get that extra spicy SHT again. Maybe I will. Sora grinned, leaning closer to Kai. You're on the sofa tonight if you do that, but... Sora pouted, oh no Kai, please don't banish me to the realms of getting no but. Kai snorted. Idiot whatever. Oh yeah. Kai sat up straight, dropping the grumpy act, I got the papers today. Really? They believed the fake docs. I guess so, 'cause we've cleared the first stage. Oh my god. We're gonna be parents. Not so fast, Birdie, we've only cleared the first stage. Still. One step closer. Kai closed his eyes with a content smile on his face. I can't believe this is our life now, 𝐒𝐲. We did it. Sora smiled back, cradling Kai's tattooed face in his hands. We did, too. 1 year later 𝐿𝐿 looked up as the music started playing, wringing his hands with nerves. He looked over as Momo pressed a comforting hand to his shoulder, his PNNT maid of honor giving him a quick smile before returning to her seat next to where his best man, Tenya, and Izuku's best man and maid of honor, Katsuki and Rara were standing. The female members of their class had all insisted on being bridesmaids, so, with the exception of the two maids of honor, they were all standing on either side of where 𝐿𝐿 was standing, each in their own custom-made white dresses, by Pinky's fashion brand. He turned his attention back to the aisle, smiling softly as Eri and Kota made their way down with baskets of red and white flower petals. Eri was scattering the petals gently, and she looked appealing in her white bridesmaid's dress. Kota, on the other hand, was throwing the petals as if they were weaponized in the faces of guests. He did look rather dashing in his white suit though, even if he still insisted on wearing his hat with it. Rini was in an adorable little dress, the now 7-year-old walking in, holding a red pillow with 2 golden bands next to it. She walked over to sit with her father, in the front row. 𝐿𝐿's breath hitched as he saw Izuku being walked down the aisle by Aizawa, who was definitely not crying. Izuku was wearing a white suit with a long cape acting as a train. He smothered a laugh as he heard Hisashi begin to ugly cry from the front row. After what seemed like both centuries and seconds, Izuku stood in front of 𝐿𝐿, giving him a smile. Nezu popped up from nowhere, clambering on top of the podium. What am I? A dog? A cat? A rat? No, I'm Principal Nezu. And I'm here to officiate this wedding. The elderly creature exclaimed, laughing. The assembled guests let out a laugh at that, stopping when Nezu cleared his throat. Now, the last wedding I officiated was your father's, young Izuku, so please forgive me if I'm a little rusty. The principal reeled off the speech, turning to each of them when they needed to say their vows. Aizaimoda Izuku, do you take Yukimura 𝐿𝐿 to be your husband? I do. 𝐿𝐿 slipped the ring onto Izuku's finger. And 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐵, do you take 𝐈𝐴𝐺𝐼𝐺 Izuku to be your husband? I do. Izuku put the other ring on 𝐔𝐬𝐵's finger. Well, Nezu exclaimed, I now pronounce you husbands. Mr. and Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. You may now kiss the groom. The now husbands shared a loving glance before Izuku grabbed 𝐔𝐬𝐵's face and pulled him into a kiss, to the cheers of the guests. Mina and Kyuka were snapping as many photos as they could as the couple cut the cake, their pictures capturing Denki waving the bouquet he'd caught in Hitoshi's face. Before the reception could go on, Toru ran up to them, pulling Seitu, Ojiro, Shuji and Kuda behind her, each laden with gifts wrapped in white. Guys, we decided as a former class, and by as a former class I mean me, Mina, Okako and Zu decided, that you will open all of your presents now, because we want to see you open them. She grinned. I don't mind doing that. Izuku smiled back, elbowing his now husband, who nodded in agreement. Toru grinned and waved down Mina, telling her to inform everyone else. She then ushered 𝐔𝐬𝐵 and Izuku over to a table which was set up at the side of the dance floor, which she sat them down at and instructed the 4 men behind her to place the gifts on. The couple laughed at their friend's excitement as the guests crowded around the table, clamoring for their gift to be first. They smiled as they unwrapped some old-fashioned glassware from Tenya, a decorative cat-shaped teapot from Hitoshi and Denki and a promise to go to a cat shelter from 𝐿𝐵 and Hisashi. When they opened Himiko and Nemurai's shared gift, 𝐿𝐵 went bright red and Izuku slammed the box shut, glaring at the mother-daughter duo who were giggling menacingly. The rest of the gifts from their old class and fellow heroes followed swiftly afterwards, until only one small envelope, left unclaimed by any of the guests, and Nezu himself were left on the table. Nezu grinned. So, young Izuku. As you are aware, I am getting old. Especially for a whatever I am. He giggled, so, my present to you is... Yue. Here. I am putting you in charge of the school. You are now Principal, Anonymous. Of course, I will stay in an advisory capacity, and I can take care of things whilst you teach, as I assume that you'd want to continue teaching heroics, until you are used to it enough to do both. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh my god, I'm Principal of UA. Whilst Izuku was having his revelation, and chatting to Nezu, 𝐿𝐵 picked up the letter. It was addressed to 𝐿𝐵 and Anon, in a handwriting which was achingly familiar, but 𝐿𝐵 couldn't for the life of him place it. He carefully pulled the envelope open, finding a sheet of paper and a small photograph. 𝐿𝐵 folded the letter open first. It was written in English, and read, Dear 𝐿𝐵 and Anon, congratulations on your wedding, good luck. The Genji family, Kai, Sora, Lucas, Layla. 𝐿𝐵 frowned, not recognizing the names. He turned his attention to the photograph. It was of a pair of blonde children, who must have been about Rini's age, who were sat on the floor of what was probably someone's living room. The children were playing with a pink rabbit stuffed toy. Next to them, there was a man, who was covering his face with his tattooed arms, so all that could be seen of him were a few tufts of red hair. 𝐿𝐵 stifled a gasp as he noticed what the man was wearing around his wrist. It was a bracelet which 𝐿𝐵 knew belonged to his mother. There was only one person who would have that. Tuya, he whispered. Izuku turned at 𝐿𝐵's whisper. You good? Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. 𝐿𝐵 flipped the photograph over and smiled softly when he saw a phone number handwritten on the back. 8 years later Rini looked up at the UA gate. Ojiro Rini age, 15 UA Hero Class 1A daughter of the heroes Invisible Girl and Tailman. Quirk, Invisitail she has a tail similar to her father's, which she can turn invisible at will. The girl was wearing the girl's UA uniform, her tail sticking easily out of the skirt. She was relieved that she didn't have to alter the uniform to wear it, like most of her other clothes. She was relatively tall, with a muscular build. Her straight, light blonde hair was cut to her chin, with a few strands pulled out of her face. The girl glanced around, and grinned when she saw her friend stood near the edge of the crowd of people entering the building. Hi B, she called, running over to him. The boy looked up and gave her a small smile. Hey Rin. Aizawa Hibiki age, 15 UA Hero Class 1A adopted son of the heroes Chargebolt and Mind Freak. Quirk, Echo he can echo any attack aimed at him, reflecting it back. He was wearing the boys' UA uniform, standing with his arms crossed. His black hair and eye bags making him look more and more like his father, despite them not being biologically related. His hair was slightly wavy and was often falling down into his eye, even when it was tied in a small ponytail at the nape of his neck. Often enough, in fact, that his other father bought him some bright yellow hairpins to hold it back, which he was currently wearing. "Are you ready to go in?" the girl asked, bouncing on her tail. "It's so exciting to finally be here. Do you have any idea who our homeroom teacher will be?" 𝐻𝐵𝐾 snorted at his childhood friend's excitement. "Yes, I'm ready to go in, and no, I don't know who our teacher is." He paused. "Well, I'm pretty sure it's not either of my dads or either of my granddads, otherwise I'd probably know already." 𝐸𝐵 gasped. "Oh, I hope we have Auntie Rara or Auntie Himiko. Or Auntie Nemurai." The two entered the building as 𝐻𝐵𝐾 chuckled. "Well, no matter who we have, we'll have to get used to calling them by their hero names." He paused. "Aizawa-sensei. That just sounds weird using my own last name. Aren't there like 4 billion teachers with your last name?" 𝐸𝐵 asked as the two walked through the door to Class 1A, the pair easily locating the classroom, having been in the building many times before. 3. For if you count Auntie A. "Whoa, it's like your entire family works here." 𝐸𝐵's eyes were wide with wonder. "They literally do." 𝐸𝐵 giggled, before walking directly into the back of someone else. "If." 𝐸𝐵 huffed as she stumbled, catching herself from falling over with her tail. The girl she'd walked into turned around and gasped. "Oh my God. I'm so sorry." She said the first part of the exclamation in English, before switching to heavily accented Japanese. "Are you okay?" "Yep." 𝐸𝐵 gave the girl a grin and a thumbs up. She looked the girl over. She was taller than she was, and had long, dark blonde hair tied in a high ponytail. Her eyes were blue, and she had a smattering of freckles across her nose. "I'm Layla Genji," she introduced, saying her given name first. Genji Layla, age 15, UA Hero Class 1A, adopted daughter of Kai and Sora Genji. Foreign student who has traveled to Japan to attend UA. Quirk: freezing point. She can decrease her body temperature to the point that she freezes any moisture in the air around her. Rinio Jiro. 𝐸𝐵 introduced back, copying the name format, having figured that the girl's first language wasn't Japanese. "Nice to meet you, 𝐸𝐵." The girl smiled, before pausing. "Wait, Ojiro. What do I call you?" "𝐸𝐵 is fine." 𝐸𝐵 laughed, before pulling 𝐻𝐵𝐾 over to her by the arm. "This is 𝐻𝐵𝐾. He's my best friend and my favorite emo beach." "Hi 𝐻𝐵𝐾." Layla grinned, as she pulled on the back of someone's blazer. "This is my twin, Lucas." The boy turned around, revealing a face that was almost identical to Layla's, just with short cropped hair in the same shade of blonde, and slightly more angular features. He scowled as she pulled on his blazer. "What do you want?" He huffed. Genji Lucas, age 15, UA Hero Class, adopted son of Kai and Sora Genji, foreign student who has traveled to Japan to attend UA. Quirk: boiling point. He can increase his body temperature to the point that he boils any moisture in the air around him. "These are my new friends, 𝐸𝐵 and 𝐻𝐵𝐾." Layla grinned, gesturing to each of them in turn. "Hey!" Lucas gave them a wave. "All right everyone. Get into your assigned seats." A voice called from behind the group at the doorway. The class all hurried to their seats. 𝐸𝐵 smiled as she found her own seat behind Layla. She let out a small yes as their homeroom teacher walked in and took her place at the podium in front of the class, giving them her trademark smile. "Welcome to UA. My name is the Memoriam Hero, Toki, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years." The blonde woman grinned, surveying the class. "I hope to get to know you all well. You may call me Kiyama-sensei." She gave 𝐻𝐵𝐾 and 𝐸𝐵 pointed looks as she said this. "Now, follow me, and I'll lead you to the main hall for orientation. I'll give you your class schedules and gym uniforms once that is over, and we will do a quirk assessment this afternoon." She waved her hand, gesturing for the class to follow her, which they did. Anonymous watched as the new first-year students filed in, class by class, followed by the second and third years. His eyes quickly found his nephew and 𝐸𝐵, and although it took him a second longer, he found the 𝐔𝐬𝐽 twins, the adopted children of his husband's estranged brother. He still remembered when he received the message from Tuya, Kai, now, about Lucas and Layla going to UA for high school. He was surprised, seeing as Kai had previously almost exclusively talked to his brother, his mother, and Himiko, but had agreed to the twins coming to UA, as long as they passed the written entrance exam in Japanese, which they both managed, and provided a quirk analysis assessment of each. Anon smiled to the students, as the last third-year class entered, and the last teacher that he knew would be coming joined him on the stage. Welcome back to UA, for our second and third years, and a big welcome for the first time to our new first-year students. I'm glad that I can see a lot of familiar faces from the entrance examinations. He bowed to the students before continuing. First off, we will start with staff introductions, as we have a few new members of staff, and to introduce ourselves to the first years. To start off, I am your principal, and one of your heroics teachers, that one hero, anonymous, Yukimura Izuku. Anon stepped back, and Xiaoto stepped forwards. Yukimura Xiaoto. The pro-hero Xiaoto. History. Toki skipped forwards, putting her arm around Xiaoto, who ducked around her, leaving to stand next to Anon at the back of the stage. Her eyes immediately found the 𝐔𝐽𝐽 twins and she grinned. Heya! I'm Kiyoma Himiko, or the Memoriam heroine, Toki. I'm your art teacher, and class 1 as homeroom teacher. She made peace signs, before skipping to the back of the stage. Chargebolt came up next, dabbing furiously as he walked up, prompting groans of embarrassment from the assembled students, the loudest being from Hibiki. Ayo! The name's Chargebolt. I'm sure you've heard of me on Put Your Hands Up radio. I'm Aizawa Denki, and I'll be your chemistry and physics teacher. I'm also class 1 BS homeroom teacher. Hell yeah! He shot finger guns at the crowd, before walking back, allowing Rewind to take his place. Hello, I am Rewind, or Aizawa A. She gave a small bow. I'll be your new school nurse, and if you are unaware where my office is, I'm sure your homeroom teachers will tell you when you return to your classrooms. She gave the students one last smile before she stepped back. Power Washer, Izumi Kota. Heroics. The man stepped back after his quick introduction, standing next to A. I'm Hatsum Mai, of Hatsum Industries. Hatsum introduced as she jumped forwards. I'll be supervising the support departments from now on. Don't forget to buy my babies. She called as she returned to the back of the stage. Uravity took to the stage next, giving the students a kind smile. I'm Uravity, Uraraka Okako, and I'll be your rescue training specialist. Present MIC, Ida Tensai, Midnight, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm and Vlad King introduced themselves in turn, with their names and subjects, before stepping back, and allowing Anonymous to take center stage once again. Of course, we also have Eraserhead, and Eraserhead 2.0, who are intent on keeping their tradition of ignoring orientation. Anon paused. Eraserhead is Aizawa Xiaoto, and Eraserhead 2.0 is Mindfreak, Aizawa Hitoshi. I'm sure you'll meet them at some point. He shrugged, before scanning his eyes over the first years. So, first years, Anon grinned, throwing his fist into the air. Welcome to your hero academia.